Hello everyone, Amethyst here. For those who are returning, welcome back to another video on my channel. And for those who are new here, welcome. I know what you guys are thinking, and yes, I am putting out this distraction video, but like I have a really good reason this time. So I know I said in the last video that I said that I would put out a tutorial for you guys on how to create your own 3DS homebrew. However, I've hit a few roadblocks when trying to gather all of the materials that I need and create the templates that I was going to show for the video. Um, and when I was making those last videos where I was talking about main ways and his misogyny and all of this bullshit, right? I mentioned in one of those videos that I was doing like I was in like finals and I was doing final assignments for my computer science class. So I was busy with that, right? And I was coding up my final assignments, right? And I was able to get that done and I did the finals. I had a good grade. I got a good grade and everything like that. Oh, yay. Yay for me. But another thing that I was trying to do was that alongside with the assignment that I was coding up, I was trying to code up like a personal application that I was going to use. I was going to try and create a password manager for me to use because I don't trust these password managers that these other people are making, and I've heard that one of the security features that one of them were using got compromised. Was it Bitwarning? I think it was called. So yeah, just add that to a reason why I don't trust password managers, right? And I was coding up that, and I was having difficulties getting that working. Like the UI and everything, because I was coding it in Java. Java Swing irritates me sometimes. And then alongside with that, all that coding I was doing for class for like my personal project, and then trying to figure out how to fucking use C and C++. It was I was like coding a lot and I was starting to get burned out. And along with the other issues that I've been having, um like my drives being just not working, and then other problems like it was I was getting overwhelmed, I was getting frustrated. I needed a break from the coding. So what better way to like take my mind off of the coding and everything and to yap about another situation on YouTube. I was going to yap about Neopets because they started back up with the Void Within plot, and I thought that I would use that as an excuse to yap about Neopets for a while. But I thought that talking about the situation that's developing on YouTube with one of, a couple like one of the creators that I mentioned on this channel before, not Malcolm. I thought I was going to talk about him and call him out, as well as a few other creators that he's involved with out, because I think it's really important to like hold these people accountable for what's happening. But yeah, it's been a bit hectic after the spring semester closed. Um, I thought that I would be able to easily put out um this tutorial, but it's not. It's biting off more than I can chew, it seems like, and it's gonna be a little bit more complicated than I originally thought. So yeah, sorry about that. Where I'm doing a distraction video because brain is being a piece of shit right now. I was overwhelmed and cranky. Um so yeah, because my brain is just all over the place and overwhelmed and cranky, I was going to do a little bit more. I was gonna try and do this video a little bit more sophisticatedly, but like just to make it easier for myself, instead of I've downloaded the videos on my, well, not all the videos that I have, like some of the videos, well, the main videos, because the other clips that I downloaded, I'll just add that in editing. But I've downloaded them on my PC, on my laptop, so that I don't have to worry about ads and everything, because fuck ads. Um, but yeah, I'm just going to kind of do a reaction type style so that you guys can get the full the full context, as well as so that it's easier for me to keep things organized. I'll be taking notes on my iPad. I have it next to me. But all the reason why I want to do it this way is because there's a lot of accusations of taking things out of context, and I don't want that thrown my way. So I'm going to show it to y'all, and I'll try to cut things out as best I can and try to not make it too long. But because of the nature of the situation and the amount of videos that people are referencing and stuff like that, this is going to be a long one. So yeah, just obligatory, please don't attack, harass anybody that I mentioned in this video. So yeah, I am going to be pretty blunt and pretty harsh towards these people, but like, because they need to be called out and be held accountable, but don't be fucking assholes, okay? I do not condone asshole behavior, alright? We cool? Alright, so with that out of the way, let's just get straight on into the video. The situation that I wanted to talk about in this video is a situation between Not Malcolm, like a couple of creators are involved in this situation. So Not Malcolm, and he called out a cozy game influencer. Her YouTube channel is named Miss Bubbles. So that's what I'll be referring to her as. So it's Not Malcolm, Miss Bubbles, and then they put out another video that also mentioned Miss Bubbles, and then also mentioned another two like creators. So like original paradigms or paradigms, I don't know how to pronounce that, and then sunpi, right? And then there's another YouTuber, so it's just like Josh's Garden, I think, I can't remember. I'll put the YouTube channel on screen. So it's like six people, I think. So Not Malcolm, Miss Bubbles, Senpai, Josh, original paradigms, um, and yeah, just a couple of a lot of people in this situation, right? So he made Not Malcolm made videos on mainly Sunpi and Miss Bubbles, right? And I will link all of the videos that I mentioned in the description below. And I want to call um all these creators out except for original paradigms, because he's kind of like a victim in the situation. um but there has been back and forth fighting, bullying, and I want to call these some of these creators out because I don't think it's okay. And I've decided to talk about the situation because I've mentioned Not Malcolm on my channel before, and I praise the fact that he was doing I praise the fact that he was bringing awareness to some of the influencers on on certain platforms, and calling them out for um their lack of integrity toward and accountability towards their audience and everything like that. I have mentioned before when I talked about Not Malcolm and with the Sims buyout situation that I've had issues with how he decided to like frame or deliver some of his points when it comes to talking about certain people. And I I've expressed my disappointment on how he failed to address his tone in the video he did about the fake gamer girl. Like, he did put out a response about that, and he only talked about the pettiness after the video was out, but not his tone during the video. And I had taken issue with that. And I know during when he was calling out creators for during the Sims 4 bio situation, right? People were Sim Shady, right? And her partner were like your language that you're using, you're making creators feel guilt, making creators like out to be the villains, which, I mean, the first video I did, I was like, yeah, maybe, but then the second video, I was like, pathos logos, like, and considering the behavior of the creators in the Sims 4 community, that's essentially what they were doing. They weren't, standing up for the LGBTQ plus community. They weren't standing up for the minorities in the community. They were just sticking their hand in the sand, saying that, oh, it's not going to affect me. I can't do anything, blah, 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 blah. And they're not standing on fucking business, pushing back against everything. And it doesn't seem like the buyout has gone forward yet. And I think little Simsy was like working with lawmakers to like prevent this too, which I'm glad that she's doing that, but this close when the buyout was supposed to close, like I have opinions on that, but I'm not gonna rant about I'm not gonna go into a tangent on that, right? And so like it's been like two times where people have taken issue with how he addressed certain people. And like I had taken issue with Fake Gamer Girl, and initially I had issues with like how he was agreeing with some of the delivery on his points when talking about certain creators. But I dismissed it because that's exactly what they were doing. But this is like the third fucking time. Well, this is like the fourth fucking time that he's fucking dropped the ball again. So I am just I'm kind of like frustrated because I watched Not Malcolm's videos because he was doing the research. He was, bringing awareness and calling these creators out, you know, and we need more people like that. But if he's going to continuously, drop the ball and just act petty and disrespectful towards certain people, then, it affects, people are going to start questioning the integrity of people who do this. So I just want to start off, he first started with like calling out Miss Bubbles, and then in the second video he called out Senpai in Original Paradigms, right? But I'm gonna go a little bit backwards. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit backwards. I had a order, right? I'm gonna try my best to do this in order so that you can get the full context. I am going to first start off with Original Paradigms video, right? Because the second video that Not Malcolm put out, he was calling out Senpai for her misrepresentation of Original Paradigms video. And the video was called Nintendo Fans Are Embarrassing, right? So, and she was just straight up lying in that video, right? But in order for me to back up my claims and everything, I'm going to play this video. I don't know how I'm going to cut this in editing to make it so that I'm not straight up playing the whole video, because I'm concerned with copyright. But like Original Paradigms, if you come across this video, like, please don't get mad. I'm trying to prevent the full context as best I can. Um, so I apologize if I end up including a lot of your video in my video. It's probably going to be a really long hour video, but I just want to go into detail and show you everything. um, but yeah, I am going to start off with Nintendo Fans Are Embarrassing by Original Paradigms. I'm going to hide my PNG tuber. I brought back my old PNG tuber because since my drives were fucked up, I tried moving things over. I think everything is mostly safe. I have backups and everything, but the original file, like I still have like my PNG parts for my ride tuber, and I thought I saved it so that it could be portable so it doesn't rely on the file paths and everything, but it seems like it didn't save correctly. So, and there was a lot of parts in that right tuber, and I do not have the energy to put it all back together. So, um, I'm using my old PNG. Um, this will probably just be an excuse for me to like finish the new one, the new right tuber that I'm making. But, yeah, I have old PNG tuber here. Um, but yeah, I'll just start off with the video.
Come with me to buy my Switch 2. I found out that Pokopia was going to be a Switch 2 exclusive, which was heartbreaking because I wasn't planning on buying the Switch 2 anytime soon. Fast forward to when a follower very generously donated all of the funds necessary for a Switch 2. Yeah, my jaw was on the floor too. So now, you won't be able to escape the Pokopia content.
Nintendo has officially lost the plot and their fans will never learn. Now, most people who are into gaming have some sort of brand preference. PlayStation, Xbox, whatever. But there's a pretty clear distinction between just liking the games a company makes and treating that company like it's a part of your personal identity. You like...
Yes, and a lot of people like original paradigms have called out these behavior, you know, like not Malcolm, and then, you know, 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀. I mentioned her when I talked about, you know, when I was criticizing Nintendo and EA, like both in the same video. But yeah, like a lot of these creators were like on YouTube were calling out these Nintendo influencers for their lack of integrity basically, and their lack of, you know, standing on business, you know, when protesting against the anti-consumer practices that Nintendo has been doing for a couple of years now.
Like the games. The company that makes them is just a vehicle to play them. But Nintendo fans are different. They're not just Pokemon fans or Zelda fans. They are Nintendo fans. Every console, every game, and every decision that the company makes has a personal loyalty that fans of other platforms just don't have. The simplest explanation for why Nintendo fans are like this is childhood. Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, they're more than just games for a lot of people. They're the first games they've ever played. They remind them of Christmas mornings and summer breaks and the thing that you did with your siblings or your best friend after school.
Yeah, and before anybody comes up at me, like, if you take a second to like look at my channel and watch my other videos where I criticize Nintendo, and also where I'm talking about like my 3DS and my DS and everything like that, like technically my first gaming console, little baby's first gaming console, was the 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀. But after the 𝗧𝗶𝗺, right, my first big girl gaming console was the Nintendo DS. I got a Nintendo DS Lite. I loved Nintendo. I love my DS. I loved Nintendo. And everything like that. Since childhood. So nobody come at me saying, "Oh, I'm just a Nintendo hater." Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I love the Nintendo DS. All right, I played the Nintendo DS. I loved it. My family had a Wii. I love the Wii. Right. I have a Switch. So shut up. Shut up.
It's tied to the safest, most uncomplicated parts of people's lives. So when Nintendo does something greedy, like charging $70 for exclusive games, or when they close the e-store, making years of your purchase library inaccessible, or when they kill a fan game that some kid made out of their free time for the love of the franchise, the fans who've been carrying these memories of Nintendo for 20 or 30 years don't process that as a corporation being shitty. Nintendo understands exactly...
I'm like getting ahead of myself, but I wonder if the Nintendo sympathizers and the Disney adults, but I'm going to refer to them as Disney sympathizers because they're one and the same. I wonder if they'll get along pretty nicely.
Exactly the gold mine that they're sitting on. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green just released on the Switch. These are Game Boy Advance games from 2004. They're 22 years old and loved by a lot of people, including me. I mean, it was the first Pokemon game that I've ever played. A lot of people have incredible memories tied to them, and Nintendo knows that. So they just re-release them, charge a price for them, and the community responds with excitement because the nostalgia overrides any sort of logic and reasoning.
That's what I don't understand, right? Instead of them Like, even if, like, I understand if they don't have like the original consoles that the games originally um came like released on, right? But like, why not just get the original hardware secondhand if you don't want to pirate? If you don't want to pirate, if you don't feel like comfortable pirating, you could just get the original the original console secondhand, get the original game secondhand, and potentially get that cheaper than the real release version that doesn't have any changes, right? But if these fans already have the original console and they have the original game, why the fuck are you rebuying the game? Like, I understand if it was like HD, because I believe Nintendo had like the original was it what was it called? Ocarina of Time, and then they released it HD on the 3DS. Like, I understand if it was like an HD remaster, like, I don't have any qualms about that, and make, quality of life changes too. But, like, if you're just re releasing the game and you barely made any changes, that is not worth, and they're charging more for that, that is not worth it when you can just go and get the original released. Like, that don't make no fucking sense.
But before we get into it, did you know that there are hundreds of companies out here still?
Oh, let me just yeah, let me just skip the ad because Incogni, all of these like um in services like Incogni, they're not worth I know it's like sponsored and everything, and I will get into that too with like sponsored videos and stuff like that. But like with Incogni, just so you're aware, like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it when you can like do things like this yourself for free, and do even more than what these companies like Incogni do. Um, so yeah, I've talked more about that in my privacy video, and I'll put my privacy playlist as well as my fight authoritarian playlist because yes, I will get into that soon. It's all tied together. I'll link everything in the description. Just trust me. I have a method to my madness.
Nobody's sitting there going, wait, should a 22-year-old GBA game really cost $20 in 2026 when I can emulate it for free? They're going, oh my god, Fire Red. I remember playing this. They literally released a 22-year-old game digitally and made no changes to it except a revision in the code to now censor offensive names. This is just ridiculous. And the same issues are happening with the new Pokemon spin-off game, Pokopia. Pokopia is a new game where you play as a Ditto that's transformed to look like its former trainer, exploring a post-apocalyptic version of Kanto where all of the humans are gone and the Pokemon are in hiding. The core loop of this game is habitat building, similar to Animal Crossing. You learn moves from Pokemon that you befriend along the way, you use those moves to shape the environment and create specific conditions to attract new Pokemon to your island. The game looks cool, but that's not the issue. It is only available for Switch 2 users. This is not a game that needed next-gen hardware, and the proof of that is sitting right there in the product details, because Nintendo has confirmed that Switch 1 owners can access it through GameShare. This means the game runs on Switch 1 hardware just fine, but they intentionally chose not to release it there. GameShare allows the Switch 2 owners to share access to their games to Switch 1 players with Switch 2 titles temporarily. So this means if your friend owns a Switch 2, you can play Pokopia on your Switch 1 through their console.
Yeah, and that doesn't really make any sense at all. And not only with that, right? With Pokopia, like, I like the story of Pokopia, right? I haven't played the game because I'm not spending that much money on, because I needed a Switch too, and I'm not spending fucking $600 on a piece of brick. And plus 80 something dollars for that, right? But like, the story is good, however, they're reusing the Animal Crossing formula. They're just reusing the Animal Crossing New Horizons formula. The story is good, right? But there isn't anything revolutionary about the game. Like, the graphics look alright, I guess. And the story is good. The only thing I like about the game is the story. That's the only, at least in my opinion, that's the only good thing about this game besides the graphics. Like, the graphics look alright in this game. But other than that, they just reused the Animal Crossing New Horizons formula. It's just, after a while, the gameplay is just boring from watching other people online play it.
This means Nintendo allows the game to function on older hardware. But the reason is pretty obvious. This is only a Switch 2 exclusive because it's a console sales driver in a way that cross-gen releases just aren't. So if you want to own Pokopia, you need the $500 console to go with it. It's all about the Nintendo exclusivity. And now that the game has just launched, we found out that you can't play the whole game on 2 different Switch systems with just 1 copy of the game. GameShare only works in Pallet Town the first part after the tutorial.
Then what the fuck is the whole point of Game Share if you can't play through the whole game? What the fuck is the whole point of Game Share then? They shouldn't have included it in the first place. That's fucking bullshit!
This place is essentially the construction hub. Nintendo has now killed GameShare for Pokopia, forcing the fans to have to buy 2 copies to be able to play co-op. And still, Nintendo fans are defending this, saying, stop being broke and just buy 2 copies.
Okay, I haven't been taking my notes, right? So, just to be clear, right, or... Hold on, let me... Right? So, the first point he made, right? So, was... The re-releases, right? Right? And so far, right, he hasn't... This is like a general overview of the type of pattern that these influencers have been having, right? So, this is what, defending it, right? And then, right?
Yeah, because everyone is willing to shell out $140 just to be able to play a game in co-op.
Yeah, so, okay, it doesn't let you play... yeah, and at least I'm gonna put my thing... but yeah, I'm just gonna write down notes, but yeah.
And the $70 price tag on top of that is its own conversation. This is a spin-off game. It's a cozy life sim. These type of games, even excellent ones like Stardew Valley, don't carry $70 price tags in most of the industry.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And if we look back less than 10 years ago in 2016, Nintendo was selling 2DSs for the same price, and now they're charging it for a single game. And the part that sucks about all this is that Pokopia genuinely looks really fun. The habitat system and gameplay looks great. The Minecraft and Animal Crossing style elements look polished and clean. In general, it just looks like a chill game to relax to. It might end up being one of the better Pokemon spin-offs in years, and as of right now, it's the highest rated game of 2026 with a Metascore of 89. But none of that changes the fact that it's $70 and exclusive to hardware that it doesn't need. A good game being sold in a bad way doesn't make it any more acceptable. And the game does look really charming. As someone who played a lot of Minecraft and Stardew Valley as well as Pokemon, this looks like a game I would buy. But it's also a game key card. This is really
game key card. So I wrote that down. I'm just writing down.
Disappointing that such a huge game is limited to being a key card because there are many people who only purchase physical games. It might not be the majority of consumers, but it's enough to make an impact. And some people are even choosing to boycott buying the game because game key cards are not true physical copies and will not work initially without internet connection. With game key cards, none of the actual game is on the cartridge itself. A first party release this big absolutely should have been a physical game, especially because it did not need the extra storage. I mean, it's been confirmed that the game is only 10 gigs in size. This is insane. Pokemon is the biggest IP in the world, and they knew it was going to print money, so it's a shame that they did this to the fans.
Yeah, and I don't even understand, because if it's only 10 gigabytes, like, could they not, like, just put it on a regular card? Like, it just makes no sense. The game key cards are just really stupid. It is just really stupid. Like, there's no reason to do this. Like, is it really? I mean, I know AI is fucking up everything right now, right? I know like it's like driving up all the prices, right? And and these other companies, big giant mega corporations, right, are just hoarding the fucking resources, hoarding all of the drives and the parts and the resources, and everything like that, right? But still, like, Nintendo is such a big giant mega corporation themselves. Like, were you were you not able to like gain some resources, or at least pay the extra cost to like create a card that isn't a game key card, but just like a physical game that just has more storage on it without it having to be tied to like a server? Like it I
Game
don't know.
preservation is cooked with this new system that Nintendo has implemented on the Switch too. But the fans don't care about any of that. Pokemon as a franchise is massive. There are just too many Pokemon fans. They can single-handedly keep Nintendo's console sales healthy for the foreseeable future just to continue playing the new Pokemon. I mean, shit, there are a lot of people who solely buy Nintendo consoles just for Pokemon without playing any Mario, Zelda, or even the small indie game gems. This is how Nintendo and Pokemon are celebrating their 30th anniversary. It is insanely pathetic. And now the Pokemon Company just released a miniature Game Boy.
Okay, so I'm just because I watched some of these videos already, but I know what he's going to talk about yet. I'm just going to put the point useless MP3 player.
Shaped music player. It's 1/3 the size of a real Game Boy. It plays 45 songs from Pokemon Red and Blue, and it's not through an app like Spotify or through a download or anything that would actually be convenient, even though Nintendo already has their own streaming platform. They are literally through
Yeah.
individual cartridges. You swap the cartridges in and out of the tiny plastic Game Boy to change which songs you hear for a device that plays music from a 1996 Game Boy game in a format that is less functional than just opening YouTube or Spotify.
Or instead of going on YouTube or Spotify, right? Get yourself a physical MP3 player. Use YouTube to MP3, or download the songs from Spotify or from SoundCloud in any way you can, and just have them on your MP3 player, right? Don't rely on Spotify, please. Break away from all these streaming services. They are shitified, especially like YouTube and Spotify have been shitified, right? And just less convenient. You can download them on your phone, but I think it's really a good thing to have a dedicated device to do this one thing instead of hoarding everything on your phone, because you do everything on your phone, but there's only so much space that you have on your phone, right? Just get yourself, an MP3 player that has the ability for you to insert like an external SD card, put all of your songs on that SD card, insert it into the MP3 player, and you have a dedicated music playing device. Just want to point that out. Fuck these streaming services.
The greed is actually insane. Can someone enlighten me? Because, like, what is the point? Think about who actually uses this. You buy it, you're excited, you swap in the first cartridge, you listen to Pallet Town for 30 seconds, you think, okay, that's cool. You swap in the second cartridge, and then you put it on your shelf. Because no one is sitting at their desk in the big 2026 manually swapping Game Boy cartridges to listen to a 30-year-old video game music when your phone can play all of it in 5 seconds.
Does this thing even have a headphone jack, or are they just playing? Does it have a headphone jack adapter? I think it saw it at the bottom. Honestly, what they could have done instead with this device, they could have made a dedicated MP3 player, but instead of, having all these individual cartridges, right? They have like, like the Wii, and they have, like with the 3DS and the Wii, and they had like those like big SD card slots, right? Um, they could either have one of those, like, what's it called? What's it called? It's like the adapter. It's like the big fat adapter, right? Either they can make it, because they did made these types of adapters for the 3DS, but had them only be like 8 GB. They can either do it that, or make either that or another alternative, like have like the big fat adapters, but have like the little hole where you put like the micro SD card in. They could have done that, but in the shape of the cartridge, the game port cartridge, right? You put that, like, you load up your all, like, or actually, well, I don't know, because you know what, they could have just, they could have just done it instead of like doing it like how they doing it right now. Just make an MP3 player, but in the theme of Game Boy, and not only could they like include their own like when you purchase it, not only would it include like the original soundtrack on there, but it also give you the ability to put your own songs on there as well. So you would just have an MP3 player, but in the shape of like a Game Boy. They could have done that. I would have I'm sure that would have been a much more useful device than whatever the fuck they came up with. Like, look at this. This is a fucking useless piece of plastic. This is a fucking useless piece of plastic.
The entire value of this product is the moment that you take it out of the box. After that is a collectible that just sits on your shelf. It is $70 for this item that functions exclusively as—
and it's $70, the same price as like one of their like first party game. So you either have a choice of buying this piece of shit plastic, or potentially buying a $70 game that's not even worth the $70 price tag. This is fucking useless. It's fucking
decoration for adults who grew up with these games, and they can't say no to something that is just a tiny, unfunctional Game Boy. And in the announcement, they even explained that they intentionally made the audio sound just like the original Game Boy. So the selling point isn't even that it's updated or it sounds good. They are marketing the limitation as a feature. And guess what? They sold out within an hour of being released from scalpers, and they're already reselling for over $150 online. This is honestly one of the worst products I've ever seen. And really, it's only marginally cheaper than just buying an actual Game Boy and a copy of Pokemon Red or Blue if you're paying the $150 resale price. And I mean, yeah, it could make for a cool collector's piece in the future, but in reality, it's just gonna be sitting up on your shelf collecting dust. Maybe instead of nostalgia farming, Nintendo and Pokemon could have just released all of the other OG games on Switch. But what's crazy is that—
like, the Nintendo Switch Online, like the pack where you get to like have all the like where you get to play like, where they have like a limited selection of the older games, right? Like, I don't even understand why there's even such limited selection when they should have access to more, like when they should have access, when they should be putting out more. Like, I said this in one of my previous videos, right? They could make like something like a Steam, like an account, like have something similar to Steam, but like have an account where you have all of your previous digital libraries of like the games that you had on the Wii, on the 3DS, maybe even like digital versions of the stuff that was on the DS, and make their own emulators for these games, right? And just release them and have that software functionality embedded in the Switch or in the Switch 2. And, so that, and then when you purchase these games, they're tied to your account. They're tied to your account. So if you were to like upgrade in the future, like if they make more like modern consoles in the future, and they pour all of the emulators that they make that functionally onto their consoles, and if the games that you purchase were just tied to your account, and it would just migrate with you. It would just migrate with you when you transfer your account to an updated device. Like, they could do that They could fucking do that, but I don't understand why they're not fucking, why Nintendo is not doing that.
The Nintendo fans are still eating this product up. They will defend literally any decision that the company makes. This is one of the items that the Pokemon Company presented at the Pokemon Presents event in 2026. Alongside that, Fire Red and Leaf Green has Pokemon Home functionality that only lets you transfer Pokemon in but not back out. This means that you can dump all of your hard-earned Pokemon into a 30-year-old Game Boy remake, but you can't get them back. And then there was a teaser towards the end of the event for the new mainline Pokemon games, Winds and Waves. It has a tropical setting, new starters, and some upgraded graphics that look way better than Scarlet and Violet. And I mean, it looks pretty good so far, but it doesn't even release this year. This means the game was shown specifically to create excitement and hype around the Switch 2, so that the people watching the presents would think about the new hardware as a thing that they need to own before 2027. Since it's exclusive to Switch 2, it's more of a console sales trailer than a game announcement. But at the end of the day, it's just forcing more people to have to buy the new console. Nintendo Switch 2 currently only has 8 Nintendo published exclusive games in almost a year of being released. Not many average consumers are willing to shell out $500 just to play Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza, though it's obvious Nintendo is now pushing Pokemon to be its biggest console seller. And the argument that Nintendo fans will always have is that the Switch 1 has outdated hardware, which is true, but for games like Pokopia that's only 10 gigs and you can literally run right now on the Switch 1 with no notable problems, that's the main issue. So in this presentation, we got a $70 miniature toy music player that you will use once, some old game re-releases with the transfer restrictions of Pokemon Home, and a game reveal for something that comes out in over a year. This is the current state of Nintendo and Pokemon as a franchise. And I mean, just look at this clip of these grown-ass men shedding literal tears.
Yeah, well, like, I will, this is like something that's shared in common with like the whole Disney sympathizers argument as well, is that all of these grown adults are hyping up, are getting excited, you know, and everything like that, but like in these clips you barely see any children interacting. There's no children in these clips, right? There's barely any children at these events or at these facilities, right? It's mostly adults. Like, yeah, lack of children, right?
Disney released a special Tumblr for their 50th anniversary, and I think you already know where this is going. People were packed into that damn Disney shop like a tin of sardines. They were pushing each other around. They were trying to squeeze past each other in order to snatch up a cup for themselves before, God forbid, they sold out. And there is not one single person in that room who isn't under the age of 30, which makes it even more hilarious.
If you walked around a Disney park today, you'd probably notice something strange, and you'd ask yourself, where are all the children? The Disney parks are now filled with adults getting drunk in bars, eating thousands of calories worth of snacks, TikTokers taking pictures in the women's bathrooms, and worst of all, putting themselves into massive amounts of debt to go to Disney parks.
Here's seeing the new Pokemon release. Keep in mind, there is not one kid in sight in this video. Whenever a company does something anti-consumer, usually the pressure and criticism comes from the audience. They get bad reviews, declining sales, and some sort of public criticism that becomes loud enough to create actual consequences. A large part of Nintendo fans don't act like consumers though. They're doing free PR work for the company whenever it receives any sort of valid criticism online. Like when someone points out that the Switch 2 costs $500 for just the console with a logical explanation that that's a lot of money for most people, a Nintendo Reddit mod will show up in the replies with excuses to explain that manufacturing costs have gone up and semiconductors are more expensive, and actually whenever you adjust for inflation it's not that different. Or whenever someone points out that paying $20 more for a Switch 2 version of a game that came out on the Wii U era and that it just unlocks a higher frame rate is a bad deal, someone else shows up to explain that game development is expensive and that Nintendo deserves to make that money. These fans are delusional and genuinely believe what they're saying.
Yeah, and what's also the thing too, right? With the state of the world right now, right? People are working their asses off and they're still struggling to pay their rent, pay their bills, pay groceries, struggling to survive, right? Video games should be accessible, but like I understand that because of AI and everything like that, things are getting more and more expensive, right? But at the end of the day, these are giant mega corporations worth billions, millions, billions, trillions. Like, I'm sure they can afford to lower their prices. I'm sure they can afford to make their games more accessible for people. And to add on to that, right? In other countries where the currency is different from the US dollar or from the UK pound, right? It's like even harder for them to afford these games and these consoles. So don't get mad at them for pirating these games, because these companies aren't thinking about those types of people either. So it's ridiculous.
Understanding why something happened and being okay with it are two completely different things. And the diehard fans don't understand that distinction. And even though Nintendo has become very anti-consumer in recent years, the fans will always defend them. The thing is, Nintendo used to genuinely care about its fans. During the Iwata era, the president of Nintendo cut his own salary in half rather than doing mass layoffs because he believed the company's value was in its creative talent. It was genuinely different from how most gaming companies operate. Satoru Iwata died in 2015, and what replaced him was the standard corporate structure. Businessmen who came up through finance and operations rather than game development and creativity.
Yeah, they're like so out of touch with their audience too. We need a company that's made by gamers for gamers. We need more of that. You know, we need companies that were made by the audience that they're catering towards, and they're building their company for their audience, right? We need more companies like that. We have too many companies with these out of touch billionaire oligarch motherfuckers, and they're fucking up everything for everybody else.
Even the current president of Nintendo of America came from EA. The decisions that the company has been making is ruining the culture of the community. The Nintendo eShop is the same thing. The DSi shop closed in 2017, the Wii shop closed in 2019, and the 3DS and Wii U shops closed in 2023. All of those platforms had libraries of games, some of which were exclusive to the shops, so whenever Nintendo closed those shops down, they became inaccessible. And they didn't even build an archive where you can transfer the libraries to newer platforms. So what the community did in response was create emulators that preserve the access to those games, but Nintendo has shut a lot of them down too and says it's copyrighted. There was even a charity Smash Bros tournament that Nintendo shut down. Not because...
So, just, yeah, the lack of accessibility of their games, because they keep shutting down their online eShops, like their eShops, right? And then the stronghold of IPs where they're just coming after people, you know, for no fucking reason.
money was being made off their IP, it's because it was a charity event using their game without a license. And the Smash community has been fighting Nintendo for years over the ability to run tournaments with reasonable terms. It is so ridiculous how greedy they have become as a company. Also, at one point, Nintendo even tried to shut down Blockbuster for renting their games. They also tried to sue a Costa Rican supermarket for having the word Super Mario in the name because the owner's name was Mario. There is even a website called suedbynintendo.com that keeps track of Nintendo's lawsuits, and the list is so long that it even has a search bar. In my mind, it's like an abusive relationship. Nintendo does all of this because they don't genuinely value their community, while their fans are obsessed with them and continue to buy whatever trash that they put out there with no criticism. And now there's a whole ecosystem of YouTube channels which were built on the Switch's success that
yeah, so YouTube channels, like, so yeah, the Nintendo sympathizers, the Nintendo influencers, the Nintendo YouTube channels, like, yeah, I already mentioned this, you know, a lot of people were calling them out for their lack of integrity. You know, Keldawat called called them out. Not Malcolm called them out. A couple of other YouTube channels that I'll probably put on stream if I can remember, called them out. Like, it's like people are noticing that these creators have a lack of integrity and they're just using Nintendo for content and
As an influencer, I feel so terrible for the people who cannot afford the price of the Switch 2. I mean, it must be sad being so poor and not being able to play video games. Even though the middle class exists, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're poor if you can't afford the price of the Switch 2. I feel so terrible for you guys. No, really, I do empathize with all the consumers that are complaining about this console. I mean, $80 games that are going to affect the overall industry of video games? That's ridiculous. I mean, it's awful. It's terrible. That's why I brought the Switch 2. Why are you guys mad at me? I mean, it's my job, right? I had to get the Switch 2. You really didn't expect me to, like, sit with the rest of you brokies, did you? I can use this as a tax write-off, bro. Like, I don't even have to pay for this console at the end of the day. I don't know why you guys are mad at me. I just want to enjoy Mario Kart. I mean, I need my dopamine rush. Like, what are you guys getting upset with me for? I don't get it. You guys are mad that I convinced you guys that I had some type of moral compass about buying this console. I mean, you guys live in a society. You guys complain about society every day, yet you still live in it. I just don't understand. I think you guys are really being dramatic. I have over 1 million followers and I shouldn't have instructed people not to buy it because they hold my opinion in high regard. I mean, they have free will. They're free thinkers. Like, I don't understand how that's my problem. But yeah, I empathize and I feel so bad for anybody who can't afford this. It sucks you can't put this as a tax write-off. No, seriously, I can.
Because I can write it off on my taxes.
Do y'all not realize how annoying y'all are? Stop making videos pretending as if you can relate to your audience in any way that they can't afford the Switch 2 and you feel so bad for anybody that can't afford the Switch 2 and oh, Mario Kart World is actually so underbaked. It's not worth the $80 and how, oh, this anti-consumerist practice of the welcome tour and stuff like that being put behind a paywall of $10, how that's so bad and how we shouldn't be supporting that and how Nintendo's so greedy and how this isn't worth this price and that's not worth that price. Stop making these videos. You know why? Because you don't care. You bought it. You co-signed it. You pre-ordered it. You stood in line at 12 a.m. on release day like everybody else. All back and no bone. Light work, no reaction, under no pressure. Why are we pretending? Okay, if you want it that bad, just get it. Just get it and be for real with it. Stand on business. If you want that Switch 2, go get it. No one's stopping you, right? I don't care at the end of the day. But be for real about it. Be honest. I don't know why these influencers are struggling so hard to be honest with themselves and can't recognize the fact that this is the most hypocritical shit you can possibly do. It's phony and you guys know it. It's giving, oh, let me play you a sad song on the world's smallest violin. Oh, Nintendo's so greedy. I just can't stand the fact that they're doing this to their consumers and pricing people out. Pathetic. At this moment, you're probably thinking to yourself one of two things. One, which is, she is so right. Oh my gosh, she has such a good point. Also, she is really pretty and talented and smart and oh my gosh. Or you are thinking to yourself, what the heck is this girl's problem? Why is she so upset about what influencers choose to do with their money? It's really not that deep and yada yada yada. Problem at the end of the day isn't the fact that these influencers want the console. Hell, my problem at the end of the day with this console in general isn't the fact that people want it. I mean, I wanted it. Didn't everybody want it? Right. My issue is the fact that these prices are so high and the amount of people claiming as though they care and convincing their audience as though they care about their well-being as a consumer and how far their dollar stretches and yada, 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 this, that, and the third. My issue is the fact that they're posing themselves as though they care when they actually don't. A very scummy thing to do, okay? These people hold your opinion in such a high regard to the point where they are now willing to change their opinions on things and actually change their behavior on things and what to buy and where to get this and stuff like that, depending on what you say. You know the influence that you have on these people. So to turn around and sit here and act like you care about these people and whatnot, about the fact that you want their dollar to stretch as much as possible and how you don't think these products are worth it and yada, 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 and how we shouldn't be buying this or that, and yet you go out and buy it, you're contributing to the very problem. Not only is it honestly like misleading, it's giving condescending and it's also giving just insensitive to the whole situation in general. To be like, oh, I just feel so bad for the people who are like can't afford it and are priced out. Oh, you brokies, you know. I mean, the people who can't afford it. I mean, poor people. I didn't say that. The fact that you guys can't afford this Switch too.
sucks. It just really sucks.
Really sucks.
And I just wish there was something you could do about it, but alas, there's nothing that can be done. It's so scummy and condescending, and like, I feel like you're treating your audience like they are like dumb. I truly do. It irritates me.
It was Arlo making the big defense for Pikmin 3 on Switch 2. He somewhat responds to the video without dropping the name of the channel or the video. He basically just does a whole people online are saying this. And Arlo posted to his slop channel saying, "Is Pikmin 3 Deluxe borderline unplayable on Switch 2?" Which, throwing around the term borderline unplayable seems quite a bit like a straw man. To explain the reasoning, obviously, you can play Pikmin 3 on Switch 2, but it's going to be an extremely gimped experience, at least until before it was patched. Fixating on the term borderline unplayable and contrasting it with playable, albeit bad or glitchy gameplay, the use of this phrase only serves to throw out valid criticism, as if somebody says that Pikmin 3 on Switch 2 is a very unsatisfactory experience, then that kind of gets lumped in with the, oh, you just think this is unplayable? Define unplayable. I mean, for Nintendo fan standards, it may be unplayable because, I mean, let's be honest, Nintendo games don't have that Bethesda level of jank to them. So yeah, when they get Pikmin 3 Deluxe and play it on Switch 2, it's like time traveling back in time just to give a Spartan a Fanta. They're not going to react well to it. Man, take a shot every time I say Pikmin 3 or Switch 2. Yeah, so only the first half of this video that Arlo posted is actually about Pikmin 3. And he completely downplays it, sweeps it under the rug, says that he played it for an hour and that he experienced no issues. Therefore, it's a-okay. Arlo even admits that during his time playing that the game crashed on him and downplayed it because it's when he was exiting a menu. The game crashed, but it's not that big of a deal, guys. This statement was so ludicrous that even Bo Blacks had to call him out in the comments section. Now, but Arlo makes a very interesting turn in around 4 minutes 30 seconds into his video, where he shifts the topic from Pikmin 3, the game itself, to a meta-narrative on discussion around Nintendo in general. He laments the fact that basically ever since that Switch 2 Direct, it has been guns a-blazing on Nintendo. All eyes on Nintendo for very negative reasons. Not really for the content shown in the Direct, but for the price of the game, Mario Kart World. So what Arlo here is doing is conflating this one Pikmin fan, which mind you, his name is I'm Only Here for Pikmin. This isn't him grifting off of Nintendo Switch 2 hate. He is a Pikmin fan. His channel is very much Pikmin focused. Of course, he's gonna play a Pikmin game on his new Switch 2 console. And considering his channel is centered around Pikmin, I think it's fair for him to report about a Pikmin game running poorly on a new console, which frankly, he's the only one on YouTube I have seen talk about this subject, about Pikmin 3. All the rage baiters and the grifters, they'll talk about the prices all day, they'll talk about online subscriptions all day, but something as niche as Pikmin 3, that's gonna go way out of their radar. I do think it is valid for Arlo to have a conversation about rage bait, grifters, and misinformation that is being spread about the Switch 2. But springboarding off of the topic of Pikmin 3 is not the way to go about it. Arlo throughout this entire video is just assuming a level of vitriol that he never backs up. He never shows any of the comments about Pikmin 3 specifically. So the entire video is just a very people online are saying this and they are going too far, even though I will not show those comments and who's going too far.
Depend on Nintendo staying culturally relevant. So if Nintendo stops being interesting, those channels stop having content. Just watch what happens when a big Nintendo announcement comes out with pricing that the general consumers don't like. Sometimes these YouTubers will express concern and comment on the price being high, but at the end of the video, they say they're still excited. Later, they buy the console, they make an unboxing video, and the cycle continues.
Yeah, they are just contributing to the problem. They're not fucking standing on business. If you're going to express concern with the price and then keep giving them money, you know, that's just gonna tell them that, oh, people are still buying this, you know, we'll just keep going with the bullshit, right? They're not standing on business with voting with your wallet. Ugh.
And one of the largest individual Nintendo content creators, a guy named Wood who runs the channel 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀𝘀𝗀, fabricated a Nintendo Direct rumor. He spread false news.
Yeah, this is where this is the first time where he's giving an example of a specific person, because up until this point, he has been pointing out the patterns, right? That him and as well as other creators who are noticing this pattern have expressed in their own videos. He was making like showing the patterns, right? And giving a generalization and not calling out any specific person. But up until this point, this is where he calls out Wood. And I don't remember if 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀𝗀𝘀 like called Wood out, but I know like another creators, like I know not Malcolm and then other YouTube channels have called out Wood. And I know another YouTube channel had called out Arlo, and this is the reason why I stopped following 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀 and why I stopped following Arlo, because of their lack of integrity and everything like that, and being all butthurt because other people were criticizing Nintendo, right? And the fucking bullshit that Wood pulled with the fake rumor, not really understanding that the reason why the rumor got so viral is because he was an influential person in the space, and people have a lot of trust in him, and he broke that trust. And he like, this is where he mentions 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀, so I'm just gonna point here.
That a Nintendo Direct last year in July would announce Metroid Prime 4 and a new Animal Crossing. This rumor spread everywhere, including Reddit, gaming sites, and even other YouTube channels. And all of them played into it and were generating views off of this. The Animal Crossing community was genuinely excited because they haven't heard anything about a new game in years. But as expected, the whole thing was made up. 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀 even admitted it. He called it a social experiment about gaming leaks. This is the community and ecosystem that Nintendo fans are getting their information from.
Yeah, social experiment and not taking accountability for this situation too. Like, that's what drives me up the wall.
It's from people whose income depends on Nintendo being exciting, and they make videos whether or not there's real news to cover. They have to constantly put out new content, so they treat rumors as content regardless of their credibility, and they are never going to tell you to vote with your wallet because their income depends on it. A lot of these creators are even sponsored by Nintendo themselves, and they will get flown out to these events to cover for the news and market the content to their subscribers. Their audience is forced to watch constant low-level Nintendo hype as a form of entertainment to stay engaged. Whenever you've been watching Nintendo rumor channels for 6 months before a game launches, your expectations have been built up by hundreds of videos. But when the game actually comes out with performance problems like Tears of the Kingdom,
yeah, this is the same situation with The Sims 4. All of these Sims 4 partners marketing the game, saying, "Oh, this is exciting," blah 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 blah, getting excited over subpar shit, right? And then when it releases, right, and like they get these packs for free, right, and they're overhyping it, but it's just a fucking broken mess. Like, I've already ranted about that, and many others have ranted about that, including not Malcolm, about The Sims 4 creators. So, right? And, you know, this is the same behavior, right? Same behavior with these.
or Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, there's a clear gap between what the hype has prepared you for and what you're actually playing. Nintendo has been on this.
And it's been the same with the Cosy games too. And it's been the same with the Cosy games too. And I'll talk more about this when I get to Miss Bubbles, right? But just saying that right here.
Type of bullshit for years now. They are so protective of their IP that they're willing to burn down small development companies just to keep their monopoly going. Just like with 𝗏𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝗀, the Pokemon with gun style game. Nintendo intentionally waited until the game had sold tens of millions of copies in early access before they decided to file their lawsuit. The patents that they cited were filed after the game launched, and some of the patents were later rewritten to be more complex and broader in scope after 𝗏𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 updated its game game to remove the features that Nintendo claimed was copyright. It is so greedy and ridiculous to be targeting third-party developers when you have the largest IP in the world just so you can have your monopoly on the market. Nintendo is so lucky to have so many diehard fans because it means that they can get away with a lot of bullshit. What would the Nintendo community say if PlayStation charged $20 to unlock the frame rate on an existing game that you already owned? Or what would they say if Xbox released a console where third-party docks didn't work by design? What would consumers say if EA released a Wii-era title as a current-gen exclusive for $70? It's an obvious double standard and they would just lose their minds. The criticism would be everywhere on...
I mean, cause they, like, EA already released, like, an HD version of My Sims and My Sims Kingdom for the Switch. Don't buy it, not worth it. They didn't fine-tune the game enough to make it so that the controls are easy to work with. I know it's kind of hard to translate the Wii remote motion controls over to the Switch, right? I don't know if there are plans on updating that for the Switch 2 to have like the mouse functionality in the Switch 2 to work with they're re-released on the Switch re-release. I don't know. I haven't heard any updates on that. But, you know, even still, you're better off just getting a Wii and buying the Wii games instead of just rebuying it for the Switch and for the Switch 2, right? Because even if, right, they do update it for the Switch 2, if you don't have a Switch 2, you have to get the Switch 2. You have to get the Switch 2. You'll have to spend more money to have all the controls working properly, right? And if you don't want the Switch 2, well, you're stuck with the shitting controls on the Switch 1. So you're better off just getting a fucking Wii, or getting a Wii emulator, and getting a controller, or getting a Wii emulator, and using the Wii emulator, or getting a Wii emulator, getting a Wii remote, and somehow connecting the Wii remote to your laptop. I think there's a way to do that, but yeah, they kind of did that already. So
line, and it would be brought up for years as an example of the company's greed. But when Nintendo does them, the response from a large part of the same community is to try and find an explanation to make it understandable, or to point at a worse example from a different company. And one of the most scummy things that Nintendo has done in recent years that hasn't received that much criticism is their game key cards and closing down their libraries. Whenever you buy a physical Nintendo game with a game key card, you own a cartridge that licenses a download. The game is not on the cartridge, so if you lose internet access, you can't install it. If the new online shop closes, the cartridge becomes a piece of plastic with no function, and Nintendo has already closed 4 of their online platforms already. Whenever you buy a game on Nintendo's eShop, you just own a license that exists only on their servers. You can't share it across devices the same way that other platforms allow, and you can't even get a refund on the digital purchases. PlayStation, Steam, and Xbox gives you 2 weeks for a refund. The physical game cards that do not contain the full game, which is not all of them, still require you to download updates and DLC that aren't on the card. So you have a physical object that contains the launch version of the game, and it's
let me rewind because this part is important.
all of them still require you to download updates and DLC that aren't on the card. So
this is sunpi. At this point, this is the only clip from the video. I don't know if there's more. I think it was just this one clip where Original Paradigms included a clip of sunpi in his video. Didn't call her out by name. She was just including random clips just like he was doing throughout the video. Didn't call her out by name. Didn't criticize her or anything. Didn't insult her or anything like that. Was just commentating, not addressing her, just being general, talking in general, right? Because we're past the specific call out on wood beat 'em ups, right? And this lady, was having a fucking pissy fit about it. and misrepresenting the video and lying to her audience. And in that video, she said, "Oh, I don't lie." Well, she's fucking lying in that video. So I'm pointing this out here because this is the clip that sunpi. This is the only clip that was included in that video, and this is. I bet if she didn't include that clip, right? Either she probably wouldn't give a fuck, or or perhaps she would still complain about it. But like, but it's kind of weird because does it take a clip for her to like fucking complain about it when other YouTubers have been doing the same thing that original paradigms have been doing, and they weren't having a fucking problem like complaining about their videos. Called them out. Not Malcolm called them out. A couple other, I think an Animal Crossing channel also talked about it too. So why is it a problem when this specific person does it, when everybody else has been doing the same thing that this person has been doing, criticizing Nintendo and everything?
Have a physical object that contains the launch version of the game, and it's missing content that was added post-release through DLC or locked behind additional purchases. And even after all of this, Nintendo fans still are ride or die for the company. It's kind of like a cult where the Nintendo community has a strong in-group identity.
Yeah, they were saying, oh, it's like a cult, and then similar to like the Disney cult, everybody's saying it's like a cult, and the Disney adults were saying, oh, it's not a cult, blah blah blah, but the way they're behaving is like a cult. So another correlation there.
Call you a hater, they'll tell you you're not a real fan. And honestly, I feel like a lot of it is kind of that sunk cost fallacy. People have dedicated years of their life being a fan and poured in hundreds or even thousands of dollars into the franchises. Games, console, amiibo, limited edition hardware that costs extra because it's limited, digital purchases that can't be transferred. And the more that someone has invested, the harder it makes for them to look at the current state of Nintendo's decisions and say that it isn't worth it anymore. Because saying that means all of the previous investment was made to a company that didn't deserve it. It's like they're already this far in, there's no reason to stop being a fan, even after hearing all of the valid criticism that the company has been receiving recently.
And it's just like, it's okay to have like previous to build up your collection. It's okay to still be a fan of the games that Nintendo put out while still recognizing that the company has gone to shit, right? I will give me as a personal example. I still have the DS games from, well, not all of them. Only one, I've already mentioned this in a preview. Only out of the 4 DS games that I had in my childhood, I only managed to save one. Because I had like the cases for my other games, but the cartridges, they're somewhere in the 4th dimension apparently. Like, I tried looking for them. Originally they were in a purse, right? But like, one of them are missing, like one of the cases are missing. I don't know where the fuck it went. I had the cases for like the other 2, and like for the other 3, and it gone. I know my original Tinkerbell cartridge, it was in my sister's DSi, and we fucking lost the DSi. It was in our apartment. We looked everywhere for it, couldn't find it, right? So we don't know what happened to that, right? But the only game that I managed to save was my 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗺𝗀𝗀 cartridge, right? That was the only original game that I have, and I've been slowly building up. I've been slowly trying to rebuild like the collection that I had. Like, I managed to rebuy the Tangled cartridge that I have, but I need to get the case. I want the case, but I'm not focusing on that right now. I have the cartridge though. So I got that. I had my original 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 cartridge, right? I rebought WireWay. That was another DS game. Hidden gem, really fun. It's funny. And I rebought like my Tinkerbell game. So I managed to rebuy my original childhood collection Um, I just need to get the rest of the cases for it because I want the cases for it. But that's like another hunt for another day, right? The other DS game that we had was like the Wings Up DS game. But to tell you the truth, it was my sister's, but she didn't play it that much because it was fucking boring. So don't recommend the Wings Club DS game. The only Wings Club game that I recommend that you get is the one on PS2. That game slaps, okay? But, you know, and I've been trying to um build like buy the games from the Wii that I remember seeing other people play on YouTube and stuff like that, buying Zelda, like the Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Like, I didn't play those in my childhood, but, like, you know, I remember watching certain Wii game, like, people playing them on YouTube. Not the Zelda one, but, like, I know specifically the My Sim series. I remember watching them on YouTube as a child. So I'm slowly trying to get my hands on those. So it's like, yeah, you can still love these games, but just because, you know, Nintendo has been doing, like, doesn't mean you have to stop loving the games because you're hearing all the criticisms, right? You just have to recognize when it's okay to, like, put up boundaries, right? I told myself that I was never going to directly buy any first party Nintendo games directly from Nintendo. If I want a first party Nintendo game, it will have to be secondhand, or I get it through other means. So the Tomodachi Life came out, but I haven't bought it because I'm not fucking buying. I don't want to give money to this company. And if I do get Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream, I want to get it secondhand. But considering that it's a new game, it doesn't make sense for me to get it secondhand. So I got it through other means. Um, and with a lot of Nintendo's old library, you kind of have no choice but to either get it secondhand or to pirate because, again, the old libraries, these old games, Nintendo is not making them easy to access, easy to repurchase. So it just doesn't, I just don't understand why when these corporate sympathizers, as I'm going to call them, corporation sympathizers, right? They get so butthurt when people are like criticizing their corporate overlords, like, oh, how dare you criticize Disney? Oh, how dare you criticize Nintendo? You know, and they take it as a personal attack, like, bro, we ain't fucking talking about you. We're talking about the fucking corporation doing all this shit, fucking you, running you over, putting you under the bus, ripping the rug right under y'all. Like, y'all deserve better. Y'all fucking deserve better.
The thing is, Nintendo has enough casual buyers. They have a ton of parents buying for kids who don't follow any of the gaming discourse and arguments online, and they have an international market where these conversations aren't even happening. The thing is, the English-based community is only a fraction of their actual customer base. We saw this with the Switch 2 launch. So many people...
Yeah, like I said before, a lot of people in like other countries who besides the US and the UK, like people like in Latin America and stuff like that, or like maybe in the Middle East or somewhere, um all these other countries where the currency is different from the pound and from the US dollar, they're having a hard time affording the shit that Nintendo puts out. They will have no choice but to either, you know, to like resort to piracy, you know? And considering the state of the world, things are getting more expensive, is people are going to have an even more reason. People have been having a more like a stronger reason to like pirate things. Streaming services or shit, right? You're not guaranteed to keep the digital library on these streaming services, right? You know, and plus they're fucking expensive, right? Their cost of living has gone up. right? People can afford stuff. You have to either choose between buying groceries or getting a treat for yourself and sacrificing a week or two worth of groceries, sacrificing bills, and some people can't afford to sacrifice money that they need to live for a treat, right? And people need fun in their lives. Why? And sure, there are other hobbies like books and stuff like reading, participating in arts and crafts, things like that. But then again, to like partake in those hobbies, you often have to buy supplies, and that's getting more expensive, right? So I don't know. It's just still people like playing video games. Sometimes, you know, it's like another hobby, just like any other hobby. Like, sure, there's other hobbies that you can do, but like, some people aren't interested in those other hobbies, I feel like we should have let video games be more accessible, you know?
Were pissed about the price and were publicly talking about boycotting while they were privately pre-ordering the consoles. Meanwhile, the pre-orders and sales hit record numbers, and the community that was actually making all this noise wasn't genuinely voting with their wallet. Whenever people consistently refuse to buy specific products that are clearly not worth the price, that shows up in the numbers that actually matter. For example, if 𝗶𝗺𝗺𝗀𝗃 at $70 underperforms badly enough, the next comparable re-release gets a different price or better quality. For a lot of Nintendo fans, whenever you criticize the company, they almost take it as a personal attack. But if we're being honest, this is not a rational response to corporate behavior. Some of them have hit a specific decision that was just too much like a $500 console or a $70 spin-off game, and have decided to step back and look at the whole picture. The more clearly and honestly that people talk about what's actually happening with Nintendo's decisions, without the exaggeration and the performative outrage that makes it easy to dismiss, the easier it is for someone who's on the fence to arrive at a different conclusion. And the thing is, Nintendo will keep doing this as long as they have diehard fans who are willing to spend every single dollar on their franchise. The company will keep raising prices, re-releasing older games at current price points, charging for features that could be included.
Oh, is that also sunpi? Or that might also be sunpi? So this might be another clip, I don't know. I'm not good with or maybe this could be sunpi, I don't know. But still, like, she still at this point, if this is another clip of one of her videos, like, he wasn't directly addressing her or anything like that. So, and another thing I want to add too, about like the responses, right? This is like an argument that was brought up when people are like debating about like Disney adults, like, maybe they didn't have a good childhood, they had a traumatic experience, and they want to use like the content that these companies put out, like it like help them with the mental health and help them heal their inner child. And that's a good argument, right? But you even like, yes, these games are helping people like deal with some really personal stuff, but but you need to separate the game. In this case, you need to separate the art from the artist in the situation, and in this case the game from the company, right? I like these games that I've collected, like rebuilding like the limited my original childhood collection, which was only 4 games. We weren't rich. But like when I was young, but like these games, it it was like my jam. And it opened my eyes to like the world of video gaming, and it opened my interest and my passion for video games, and and everything like that. And I didn't have like a nice childhood either. I had trauma from childhood either. But just because these games had helped you doesn't mean you should just excuse the abusive behavior that these companies are like doing, especially if it's hurting other people. And just because people are criticizing the company doesn't mean that they're criticizing you, right? You know, a lot of people don't even know that you exist, right? There's no reason to take it as a personal attack. These games are still going to be here. Like, as you know, as long as you do your part in preserving your games and supporting game preservation. Like, if you support game preservation and you're proactively making sure that you're preserving your games, right? Those games are going to still be with you till death if you take care of them right and if you preserve them right. So I don't know. I'm like I don't know how to word some of the things that I'm thinking about. But yeah, like you shouldn't just excuse like the bad behavior just because, you know, you've had a traumatic like experience in your childhood, right? You know, embrace your inner child, embrace your inner whimsy, but like it shouldn't be an excuse for you to act immature and a child in like a derogatory negative way where it starts affecting your sense of reality and other people's like experience. So
Closing access to libraries without any sort of replacement, and using their legal power and money against communities that were built around loving their products. They will keep doing this because their audience has never given them a reason to stop. You can love the games and have memories tied to them, but you can still look at what a greedy company it is and decide it's not a company that's earned unconditional support. The fans who figure that out are going to be okay, while the ones who don't are going to keep paying whatever they're asked, even for bullshit slop. And Nintendo is going to keep being greedy and asking for more like they always do, and the fans will keep buying from them and defend the company at all costs. But let me know what you think. Are you a Nintendo fan who's over all these greedy decisions that have been made within the last couple of years? Like for me, I wanted to try the new Metroid Prime 4 despite all of the constant criticism that's been getting online, because I just wanted to see what it was like for myself. And I'm not gonna lie, quickly after playing it, I realized they were actually right. The game does suck. A lot of the time, people making these criticism videos against Nintendo genuinely have a point. They aren't just trying to rage bait and get engagement online, because a lot of times they're genuine fans of these franchises. And just like me, they just want to see the game succeed like Pokemon and Metroid that they know that they're capable of. So if you like this solid content, feel free to check out some.
yeah, so that was that video, right? And another thing that I wanted to point out, because I'll read the comments underneath this video, right? But like I said in other videos, like if you like collecting Nintendo games, if you like collecting Nintendo content, then that's like the Nintendo like collectibles and stuff, then alright, fine. It's your money. Do what you want with your money. As long as you're being safe and responsible and you're not hurting yourself and other people while you're trying to collect Nintendo content or like Nintendo products or any merch or like brand, to be honest. Like if you like collecting, this is a point where somebody said in like a video where I was researching like the Disney adults that oh, like all these Disney figures, they're just sitting on the shelf, you're just a waste. But I think it's really stupid that they commented on that, because as long as you're as long as you're partaking in collecting and in your hobby safely and responsibly, and you're not hurting yourself, others, then do your hobby the way you want to do your hobby, you know? So, and it's the same with Nintendo. If you like buying games from Nintendo, then alright, just do it safely and responsibly. At the very least, right? And why I say this is because people were criticizing, I saw some comments criticizing him for having a collection of sneakers. Saying, oh, you're a hypocrite because you have a collection of sneakers. But like, I don't know if perhaps, I mean, you don't know if this person be hiding the information that he displays in his video, right? Maybe he could be a hypocrite. Maybe he's just buying up all these sneakers, regardless of the quality and stuff like that. But you don't know that. You don't even partake in collecting sneakers the way he does. You don't know that. For all we know, he could be responsibly collecting these sneakers, and he could be actively wearing them. You don't know. So the comments for that was just complete bullshit, right? So here is the original video, right? I have a playlist. So here are the here are the responses, right? So here is like the comment. sunpi made a reference to this comment too. And I will criticize her for that and comment on that when I get to her video, right? But it says Nintendo addicts are the Disney adults of gaming, and I already, like I said this before, like the patterns are similar. And I said that I keep referencing Disney adults so that people know what I'm talking about, and I'll probably do that for the rest of this video so that, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. But the name should be renamed to Disney sympathizers, because you can be a Disney adult, like adult who loves Disney stuff and Disney products, but like not be this obsessive, you know, addictive, over consuming like person on the internet that a lot of these people are referencing, right? As long as you're being healthy and safe with your hobby, you know, if you like Disney and you're an adult, there's nothing wrong with that. But it gets to a point where it becomes obsessive. If you're being obsessed, if you're partaking in your hobby to the point where it becomes obsessive, that's a problem. And what people are referring to when they say Disney adults is those types of people who are obsessive and getting into debt going to Disneyland, you know, and stuff like that. So and yeah, here's like another comment criticizing him for the pairs of shoes. And it's like, really, you're choosing, using the whataboutism. using the whatabout. What about the shoes that you're, so it's saying you're criticizing one thing and you're deflecting saying, oh, but what about we're not talking about that. Why are you changing the conversation, right? This isn't about the sneakers on his wall. This is about the Nintendo sympathizers, right? So yeah, this is another comic whining about his sneaker shelf. Yeah. Okay. What aboutisms? Deflecting. This isn't about his sneaker wall. You don't know if he's obsessively buying these shoes, regardless of the quality. He could be healthily collecting these shoes, buying ones that are worth the price point, right? You don't know this person. You don't know this person. This is stupid. People whining about his shoe shelf, right? I don't see people whining about men collecting jerseys, and then people want to bitch and whine about a woman collecting things too. And the overconsumption in the women's space is a genuine problem, but you don't see people bitching about men collecting cars or jersey or Pokemon cards, right? Double standards, am I right? Yeah, this is another one. So yeah, these people whining about his sneakers is just completely here's another one, just completely derail, trying to shift the conversation from the main point at hand, which I think is completely stupid. So yeah. Okay. So this is the video that sunpi had made in response to the original Paradigms video, and it's called "They Keep Calling Me Out, Nintendo Grifters," right? So when I originally was watching this video, because I was watching this video at work to try and get like the full context of everything that was being said between all these videos coming out, and I had such a hard time watching this video because I watched the first video, like how I did in the previous segment, right? And then I immediately watched sunpi's video afterward, and I couldn't stop shaking my head, putting my head in my hands, in my palms, just being, what the fuck is this girl talking about? Straight up lying and actively misrepresenting his video. And now the original Paradigms did post on his community post and like talking about the video that sunpi made, but I'm going to show you this video first, and then we're gonna go back, and then we're going to watch, and then we're going to transfer over to Miss Bubbles, right? I'm trying to go in order here. But you know, I it was so hard. I just wanted to just I was just like, girl, lady, please, please. So we're just going to react to this video again. I am doing it this way so that you guys can get the full context. Sunpi, don't get mad at me, okay? I'll try to edit and make it so that I'm not straight up ripping the video, right? Like, I have the full, like, program where I have, like, VLC, and I'm not just, like, cropping out everything, so this is as cuffed and as unsophisticated. Normally, I would do, like, my sophisticated editing where I include the relevant clips, but like I said before, I don't want to be accused of leaving out context or you're taking things out of context. And plus my brain is being a little shit right now. I want to make it easier on myself. I've been overwhelmed these past week or so. I want to make this easier on my brain. So yeah, this is the video, right? So we're going to power through this video. This is also 12 minutes. This is going to be a long-ass video that I'm gonna make, right? But I'll try to make it as digestible as I can. But I'm doing it this way. It's gonna be a lot of I'm very detail-oriented. I like to try and get as much detail as I can when I'm talking about something, you know, the autism in me, right? So info dump, very detail oriented. I just show y'all the connections, right? So we're going to start off with this. Oh, may the universe have mercy on me.
This video is not a video that I thought I would have to make.
It is really loud, but I will hopefully correct that in editing.
This far on into being on YouTube, but here I am. First of all, if you don't know me, my name is sunpi. Hi, well, I got some pretzel in my tooth. I'm a lover of all things gaming, nerdy, from
PlayStation to Nintendo to Xbox to Steam Deck to PC to gaming laptop to mobile gaming.
I like drawing, frolicking in the woods, mud between my feet, and not socializing. The reason why I'm talking about this,
that's a mood. I don't want to go socialize either. It's a lot of fucking work.
I started my YouTube with a mobile phone and a dream, and it excelled from there. I'm not a liar, I will.
So, first point, not a liar. I can't spell, not a liar, she says. Putting that in quotes. That's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie.
Never lie to my following. I have turned down so many brand deals, recently turned down a McDonald's brand deal.
Just because you've turned down brand deals, that doesn't make you exempt from the criticism and the blatant misrepresentation you do. You are not. That doesn't mean just because you're doing good actions doesn't negate the bad actions that you're doing towards others. Okay, you're not exempt. You're not excused.
I refuse to work with alcohol, gambling, or anyone who supports things that don't align with me or my morals. I would rather not collab because I'm not really a super social person, so it would be like I'm trying to get something out of them. I've tried it before, it wasn't really something that I enjoy. So what I'm trying to say is, I try and stay really authentic. I'm not gonna take a brand deal that doesn't align with my morals. And this has happened a lot to me recently and another creator. You probably know him, 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀.
So this is where she defends Wood. And I've already complained about criticized Wood. Now Malcolm has criticized Wood. A lot of other people in the space have criticized Wood, and here she is defending Wood.
We'll have multiple videos made about him because he's doing something right. He's a successful guy, and recently I've been on.
Yeah, he's successful, but like, you're just going to dismiss all the harm that he has done recently in the space, his lack of integrity, his deliberate false rumor creation, lack of accountability, lack of integrity, lack of standing on business against Nintendo's shitty ass business practices, right? So just complete not, calling him out and stand on business and saying calling him out and saying what he did was wrong.
The thumbnail of 3 videos this year. The video that has really bothered me is a recent one of.
So this is where she starts bitching about her being in the original Paradigm's video. Original Paradigm didn't mention her. Like, he hasn't been in the thumbnail, but it only has her in the thumbnail, and then a couple of second clips in his video. Didn't call her out by name. He called Wood out by name because, but it was for good reason, and she's fucking taking issue with that.
Guy, and who I would say was moralless.
Moralless? So you saying that this guy has no morals? Did you she didn't watch the fucking video, right? And I'm just gonna play it, but oh my god, it hasn't even been that long, and I am ready to take a nap.
I just made a video bashing Nintendo creators.
He wasn't bashing Nintendo creators. Says, okay, I'm gonna put that down. It wasn't. He was criticizing the Nintendo sympathizers. He wasn't insulting anybody, wasn't being a dickhead. He was giving valid criticism, and you call this bashing? It's only been fucking about 2 minutes. 2 fucking minutes! This is exactly why I've been having such a hard time just watching this video. And 2 fucking minutes go by. Oh my god, and you're already, and the irritation starts. The irritation starts like, girl, you are doing too much. You are doing too much. You doing too much.
These creators are even sponsored by Nintendo.
Bro, look at... Okay, so I'll read the comment on screen. Not gonna lie, this is pretty disrespectful, so people are not allowed to get emotional over Pokemon because it's apparently over for kids. That's not what he's saying. It's an excessiveness. It's the excessiveness. Right? It's like saying you're a loser for crying in a kid's film. While you might not like Nintendo and be pretty bitter, these games mean a lot to others. He does like Nintendo! And he just says that just because people are criticizing Nintendo doesn't mean that they're Nintendo haters. It means that they just want better for the franchises and the company. They want better for the stuff that they grew up with. I mean, there's nothing wrong with exclusives. It's just the way that, how they go about it, too. And it's just, look at these people just not understanding the video already. Not all people not understanding the video. Oh my god. Oh my
Nintendo
god.
themselves, and they will get
I'm not a Nintendo creator. I love Nintendo, and we're going to get into the reason why I love Nintendo. So anyway, me and Wood @EmUps have been on his thumbnail of his video of him bashing Nintendo creators. I would say the reason I love Nintendo and speak about Nintendo so much is because Nintendo are one of the franchises that I would say saved my life.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying before. Like, a lot of the people love like these games have like helped them through tough times and stuff like that, and I understand that. But it gets to a point where it starts affecting your reality, and it starts becoming obsessive, and it starts becoming an addiction, and you start overlooking the harm that these companies are doing towards other players, towards other people. It's like saying, oh, there's like an abusive person in your circle, right? And they've been harming other people, harming your friends, harming your family, harming other people, right? But you're not going out of your way to criticize this abusive person's actions because, oh, they've been nice to me. They've been nice to me. Well, why are you fucking complaining? It's just same fucking behavior. Like, y'all, so like, I'm sorry. I'm just, oh my god.
There was a time in my life where I just didn't want to be here, and that's okay to say. I mean that wholeheartedly. I don't mean that as, you know, passively. I was in a very bad place, and
yeah, and if anybody like comes and saying, oh, you're just using that, shut up. Shut up. Let her talk about her experiences. Because people in the Disney, like when people were talking about like Disney adults, some people were like kind of being kind of assholes because there was a couple of videos where there were some clips being showed and people were judging. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck you. Shut up. Like, let her talk about her experiences. This part of the video I don't have a problem with, right? This part of the video I don't have a problem. Let her share her experiences, you know? But
Nintendo 3DS, I think it was Hometown Story, weirdly enough, is what pulled me out of that weird depression that I had. So Nintendo will always have a very, very big place in my heart for that reason as well. I'm actually gonna try and drink this. It's peppermint tea. Now we've got that out of the way, this content creator here, who again I will say is moralless,
keep saying that he's moralist. Like, what the fuck?
Has made a sponsored video. And let me just preface this. The company reviewed this guy's content, which is bashing Nintendo fans.
And there's nothing, like, because people, there's like a whole conversation with sponsorships in this conversation. And I'll explain this a bit more, right? Because like I said in the previous section, I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong taking a sponsorship, especially, you know, being a content creator on YouTube. YouTube's way of paying creators is not guaranteed, right? It's a flawed system. You're not guaranteed to be paid. YouTube can just demonetize your channel at any moment, right? So there's nothing inherently wrong with taking a sponsorship, right? Especially if it's helping you pay the bills, right? And especially since in this day and age, right? It's like, honestly, take your sponsorships if it's allowing you to stay afloat and provide for yourself and or your families, right? But she's taking issue with that. But she's done sponsorships in the past, right? And you're taking issue with his video because it's sponsored. Like, the sponsor isn't even related, related to the video topic itself. It was just a generic sponsor. Like, I already stated my issue with a specific sponsor because these, like, companies that deal with data brokers, or these companies, or you'll get another one with saying, oh, these safe browsers, like Brave. Don't trust Brave. Don't just DuckDuckGo. Send browser is really good. Use start page for your search as your search engine, because those are really private. They actually value your privacy and aren't doing any shady shit behind the scenes and aren't supported by problematic people backing them. So I already stated like my issue with the specific sponsor, but it's kind of like one of those generic sponsors, you know, like you're having an issue with that. And I'm gonna talk more about like sponsors and like what the relationship that the audience has with the sponsors later. But
and paid him to make content using our name, and then when you scroll on his profile, it's just content of him bashing other people.
like, you didn't even bother to watch. I mean, from the screenshot, it seems like she only watched like one, like his video that she's talking about, another video, and then, you know, these types of videos, I think, what was the other creator's name? I think it's like a similar content to another creator by like Halo Haley. It's kind of like a similar content to like calling out creators, calling out the overconsumption. Like, I've only seen like his one video, but you can't just base, like, sometimes in a situation you might be able to get a channel's vibe just from their thumbnails alone, but in this situation, they're just basing the thumbnails and the video titles and thinking, oh, this is about this. They're gonna say this, this, and this, and this without actually watching the video. And y'all, if she's going to come out here and start talking about a specific video, and she didn't even bother watching it, right? Like, truly watching it, like, she, like, if you're gonna talk about a specific thing on YouTube, you need to fucking know what you're talking about.
And if you're gonna come on this app and yap, you should at least know what you're talking about. You shouldn't go on this app and spread misinformation.
And she's basing off the vibe of this whole guy on the thumbnails and the video title alone without actually doing proper research and seeing what the videos are actually about. And this is just, and it's just, you're doing poor research on this dude. You're doing poor research on this dude. And it's just saying, oh, it's just bashing other creators. You barely watched this video. Like, you barely watched his videos, right? Like, this is the only video, like, the Nintendo fans are embarrassing. This is the only video that I've seen from him. But I'm not gonna base his whole character just on the thumbnails and the video titles alone without actually watching his video, because she didn't actually watch his video. Oh my goodness.
And I don't know what to call him, but
you are one pathetic loser.
Like, and this is where she calls him a loser, like, she barely did any research on this guy. Like, she says later on that she said she didn't watch the video, she only relied on the AI summary, which is fucking, like, girl, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You cannot trust the AI! And you cannot, it's inaccurate. No
offense.
Because isn't that odd? You make a whole channel bashing other people's likes.
And that's not what he's, like, I haven't watched his video, so I can't just say definitely, oh, that's not what he's doing. But, like, you know, from the other creators that I've watched, like, I forgot, like, it was, like, Halo Haley, and then another creator where it's, like, Happy Pancake too, where they're talking about certain things, was it, like, yeah, I think it was, like, certain things and, like, certain topics and stuff like that. I mean, I'm getting that it's a similar vibe to those people where they're doing commentary on certain things, but, you know, so I can't, because I only seen his one video, so I can't definitively say that he is doing that, but you haven't done that either. You can't definitely say, oh, he's bashing other people when you haven't fucking watched his videos. when you haven't fucking done the proper research to back up your claim, and then include clips from those additional videos to solidify and support your arguments. Like,
Very weird. And I get it. By the demeanor and the looks of this guy, probably.
And he's like basing him on. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time listening to this. I have a hard time listening to this.
He hates his life. But just.
And he's saying, oh, from listening to him, he just hates his life, blah, 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 blah. Making assumptions. Making baseless assumptions with no evidence to back it up. No clips. Just he's this based on thumbnails. Based on fucking thumbnails alone. Barely watched his videos.
Just to make a whole channel based on hate.
And I understand there are channels out there that are based on hate. Like, fuck, we have a whole social media platform that rose from hate, right? Twitter is an example. A lot of hateful people on Twitter. Like, I know that there are videos out there that thrive on rage baiting and hate culture, but I don't think this channel is one of them. It may, like, you can't definitively say that this channel is one of them if you're not showing your fucking receipts. No receipts, just saying basic accusations. Like, where's your receipts? Where's your Google documents? Where's your screenshots? Barely
and make money off it is morally so incorrect. So the preface of his video, and I've not actually watched it,
yeah, so this is where he says, not watched the video, used AI summary.
Use the AI review. I'm sorry, but I did.
I'm sorry, but I did. Media literacy and critical thinking is fucking dying. You cannot rely on the AI to accurately give you information. You cannot use this as a reliable resource. AI is not reliable. It is inaccurate. It has biases. You need to watch the fucking video.
There's this one account, I adore him, his name is 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀, and his entire account basically just showcases how fucking useless ChatGPT is and how it will deliberately misinform you.
Hey, I'm studying for a really important test, and I just wanted to double check which month in the year is spelt with an X.
That would be December. It's got that X right in the middle, like a little holiday surprise.
Are you, just to confirm, you're sure that it's December has an X in it?
I should have been more careful. I misspoke earlier.
Oh.
December doesn't actually have an X. The month you're thinking of is October. Thanks for asking again.
Oh, okay.
Clarity is
perfect. Yeah, it's okay to make mistakes like that. Well, wish me luck on the test.
You've got this. Wishing you all the luck, though I bet your hard work will do most of it.
Yeah, October has an X.
Exactly. That sneaky
October spelt with an X.
You've got it. October's the one. That's locked in now.
Are you sure?
Absolutely sure. October is spelled with that X right after the O. You're all set.
Spell it, please.
Sure. October is spelled O-C-T-O-B-E-R. There's that X sound, but it's actually just a C and a T.
Okay, then which one has an X?
That's going to be February.
And my new favorite story is this AI agent that deleted the company's entire database in 6 seconds and the backups. Yeah, they have recently forced people into this AI summary bullshit. So whenever people check out the caption or the tags, if you click more on the bottom of a video, it will automatically come up with an AI summary, which is not accurate, helpful, or needed in any sort of way. Here's some examples of what I found as I investigated this feature. So I am a big fan of Dan Levy, who is a comedy actor and writer. He has a new show called Big Mistakes, and there's a character from this show that I've been getting fan edits for. The character's name is 𝗬𝗧. He is a Turkish actor, and the bullshit that's coming up from this AI overview, it encapsulates a lot of the issues that we have with AI overviews and AI tech in general, and why they're unnecessary, they're not helpful, all they really tend to do is clog the feed. So this first edit says, "This video is a proud edit," which, crazy. "This video is a proud edit showcasing the iconic character, 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗁, hope I'm pronouncing that right, from the show." Doesn't say what show, and 𝗶𝗺𝗀 is the name of the actor, not the character. The iconic character's name is 𝗬𝗧, and the show is Big Mistakes. Wrong on all counts. This next one actually does get it right, that this is an edit of 𝗬𝗧. But it says that it's from the Turkish series 𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗁, which again is the name of the actor. This is also not a Turkish series. This is an American Netflix comedy. Wrong again. Venturing outside of fandom edits for a moment, I found a video recently posted by Florence and the Machine. She's one of my favorite artists. I adore her. This is a video singing her song Shake It Up on stage. And the AI overview says, "This video shows a repetitive sequence of the same two blue shapes moving across the screen." Which, like, I'm guessing that it's referring to this light, but it looks to be just one light. And that's also not what the video is about. It's about her singing one of her songs on stage at her own concert. Yeah. The Brennan Lee Mulligan interview from earlier, the AI overview here, says, "This video shows a hand quickly drawing many intricate, detailed calligraphy characters on a phone screen." Which, like, none of that is happening at all. This is probably the worst one I've seen thus far. And this last one I actually found while editing, which is why I didn't comment on it in the video. I absolutely would have talked about this more in my initial filming if I had found it. But this one is particularly horrifying, though not unexpected.
So the TikTok AI summary called me a monkey. I got a message from one of my followers that, you know, that AI summary, which is so fucking stupid, by the way. TikTok, get rid of that shit. Nobody wants that. The AI summary that shows up underneath people's videos, if you look. This follower, and shout out to you, thanks for bringing this to my attention, messaged me saying that something racist was in my AI summary for one of my videos and was just expressing concern about it. And I was like, yeah, send it to me. Thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. And the summary of my video was that this video is of a person who is transforming into a monkey, essentially. Okay. And it's interesting that this is happening because I've spoken at length on this account about how AI has a racial bias, and that's one of the reasons that it should not be used in like healthcare coverage decisions or decisions about hiring. And now I am being called a monkey on my own page by the AI overview, and that's what it's showing to my followers. Epic. And to be clear, that is not what is happening in the video. I am not gradually transforming into a monkey. You know, factually speaking, I was just like singing in that video, like celebrating 110K. So TikTok.
And you shouldn't be using AI, the generative AI features at all, because you're contributing to the incentivization of our lives by continuing to rely on AI. You shouldn't be doing that fucking period, right? If you're, using machine learning, deep learning, if you're using general AI for like video games and stuff like that, using AI algorithms that are not generative, that for like things that are really helpful, like in health, like and stuff like that, in business, or like, that's fine. Generative AI, these language models, right? Please stop fucking relying on them. They are using up our resources. They're driving up the prices. They are making us fucking dumb, right? They are negatively impacting communities. Stop fucking using them. I know I was really neutral in AI when I was talking about the Owo Neko situation, and I had a more neutral stance on them, right? But as the months goes on and I'm learning and I've learned and gained more information on them, right now companies are doing nothing but abusing AI, right? They're not testing it and refining it so that it's not consuming so much resources. They're not refining it and regulating it so that they're not scraping everything off the internet without people's consent, right? You know, they're using it in a way that it's harming everybody, right? I would have been more neutral. I would have stayed neutral if they were actually trying to use this as a helpful resource, but nobody's been using it as a helpful resource. Nobody except for the Vocaloid community, where they were using the generative AI ethically and morally and responsibly. That's the only time that I'm going to like be okay with a company using like generative AI, because they were actually using it as a tool and as a helpful resource instead of using it as a way to like cut to replace workers and stuff like that and fuck over the creatives in the industry. Like a win for Vocaloid. But a lot of these other companies, they're fucking abusing it. So, new stance on AI. All the other forms of AI are good. Generative AI and these large language models, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. They're shitifying everything. They're making our life shit. Stop using it. So, stop using it. So, I don't know, perhaps maybe I can look at this on my phone, because I can't see this on my I don't know if this is a feature on the desktop version of YouTube, but I know I've been seeing the AI summaries on the mobile version. So original Paradigms video. So here's the summary. Or at least I don't know if her AI summary was different from the one that I'm going to read out to you now, but here's what the AI is giving me. So this is, I'm going to use this as an example. I don't read the AI summaries, so even they have to give a little disclaimer saying quality and accuracy may vary. So she was taking this as like a definitive proof that this is giving her accurate information, when at least to me it's giving me that the accuracy may not be correct, and she's just taking a running with it. But like, so here's what this AI summary is giving me, right? So it says original Paradigms examines the intense loyalty of Nintendo fans and how this emotional connection drives support for the company's increasingly anti-consumer practices. This discussion covers high pricing for re-release games, console exclusivity, and the shift from physical media to keycards. So, I don't know what the fuck summary this AI gave to this lady. But for her to read the AI summary and deduce that this guy is bashing creators, at least from what the AI is telling me, it did not say that that he was bashing anybody or anything like that. So, what the fuck did you read? What the fuck did the AI give you? What the fuck? Why? How did you get all this person is harassing creators from a fucking AI summary?
And his whole preface is him basically saying that we are liars and we let Nintendo get away with anything.
So this is, so he talks about the lying he talks about like the lying in like with wood and everything. He does say that you guys get let Nintendo get away with everything. Like that's the preference of the video. Like, well, not the preference. Like that's like one talking points in his video, right? The lack of integrity and stuff like that.
The world, and we're just unbearable.
It's from people whose income depends on Nintendo.
And that's just a little clip. He's talking about a section of like the fans, right? Of these Nintendo sympathizers. So she's taking a clip out of context We watched the full video in this previous session. She's taking a clip out of context in the situation.
Being exciting, and they make videos whether or not there's real news to cover. They have to constantly put out new content, so they treat rumors as content regardless of their credibility, and they are never going to tell you to vote with your wallet because their income depends on it. A lot of these creators are even sponsored by Nintendo themselves, and they will get flown out to these events to cover the news and market the content to their subscribers. Their audience is forced to watch constant low-level Nintendo hype as a form of loser.
So this is where, so she's taking a clip out of context. She also didn't even watch the full fucking video. Like, I'm sure she watched it as she was editing this video because she had to put the clips in. But like, oh my god, I
think a lot of the comments have called us Disney creators. We're worse than Disney adults. For a start, what's wrong with a Disney adult?
And this is where she's confused with a Disney adult. And this is why I'm saying that we should change Disney adult to Disney sympathizers, right? So let me...
Miserable loser. Because when I go to Disney, I'm so happy.
And the fact that she's so unaware, I will link some videos in the description of like the creators that I've watched from certain creators that kind of like detail what people mean when they talk about Disney adult. But from here on out, I'm gonna say Disney sympathizer because that's a more accurate name. Because when people talk about these Disney adults, they're really talking about people who are really over obsessive, taking experiences away from their children, acting very immature and irresponsible, and it's just so obsessive to the point where it's affecting their sense of reality and it's hurting themselves and other people. And these people are willing to get into debt to continuously go to Disney, and they'll keep going to Disney even though they're still in debt. So no financial responsibility whatsoever. It's like triggering some sort of addiction with these overly obsessive people, right? And there's nothing wrong with partaking in, like I said before, there's nothing wrong with liking Disney stuff. There's nothing wrong with liking Nintendo stuff. It's an issue when it starts to become excessive and you're over consuming. You are just blatantly defending these companies and their bad practices and the harm that they're doing towards the space and towards other communities and towards other people, because Disney has had a long history of moral, unethical, and just shitty behavior, right? In one of the videos that I watched, they tried trademarking the Day of the Dead. They tried to trademark Day of the Dead when it's a significant part of Mexican it's like a significant part of Mexican culture, and they're trying to take that away from the Mexicans. And I think they did the same thing with Hakuna Matata. They tried to I think they either trademarked it already or they tried to trademark it, I don't know. But they're actively taking away pieces of culture from the Africans, from the Latinas, from the Mexicans, the Latinas, actively taking from these marginalized communities, right? So they're willing to excuse that and continue saying, "Oh, they're great. Praise to the corporate officers." Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So, and at least from the videos that I've watched so far, right, I have seen the issue where people are just bullying or saying, "Oh, these people are cringe," blah 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 blah, and like, shut up, shut up, fuck you, be quiet, you know, like they say, "Oh, this person is cringe," and then they bully them for no fucking reason. I'm seeing that with some of these videos, and that is a problem, right? Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean you should just start judging it right away without fully understanding it, right? You know? And life is too short. Be cringe. Be whimsical, right? So just like just as long as you're being safe and responsible, of course, right? You know, so it gets to a point like people are having issues with these types of people is because they're being obsessive and their actions are negatively affecting other people and themselves, and their thinking is not rooted in reality. It's not rooted in any common sense. And the fact that this person is just unaware, like, okay, so you don't know why people are saying, oh, these are Disney adults, blah, blah, blah. You have the fucking internet. Go on your browser, go on the search engine, type in what a Disney adult is, and you can have all the information presented to you. One of the videos that I will link it down in the description below was somebody from the outside looking in, learning about what a Disney adult is. And he was kind of more of like in a neutral stance. But I just want to highlight that a lot of the issues that people are having with these people is that they're just obsessive. They're overlooking the harm that these companies are doing, especially towards marginalized groups. And it's a problem. It's just a genuine problem. And
life is great, and there's nothing wrong with liking childish things.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with liking childish things, unless it starts to become an issue where it starts affecting yourself negatively as well as other people. That's what, like, it's just, So
if you have an issue with that, you're the loser.
Just not, again, calling him a user, not really understanding the not understanding anything. Just not understanding. Oh my god, okay.
Well, I hate to say it, your dad's a loser, okay?
And second of all, it's just about how we let Nintendo get away with everything. First of all, am I the police? What do you want me to do? Just stop enjoying Nintendo because...
That is not what they're asking. That's not what they're telling you to do. They're saying to hold the big mega fucking corporations accountable. You don't have to stop liking Nintendo games to criticize the big oligarch corporation, that is Nintendo. You don't have to stop liking the products that these corporations are putting out, especially if they're good products, but you have to hold them accountable. You need to hold them accountable for their bad practices and their anti-consumer practices. And you need to start setting boundaries. Like I said before, I said that I am no longer going to buy Nintendo games straight from Nintendo. If I'm going to buy a Nintendo game, it's going to be secondhand from somewhere or getting it through other means. There's nothing wrong with setting boundaries when it comes to certain companies, right? I'm still trying to move away from Google. There are some... I can't move away from Google completely, but I can make changes to my life, changes to my workflow, so that I'm using Google as little as possible, only using Google when I need to, alright? So I have made other email accounts. I haven't started moving everything over. It's still like a complicated process. I'm still trying to, because I have so many accounts, that's why I was trying to make my personal password manager so that I can have all of my account information in one place and it'll just be for me to use. And it's not collected to some cloud where it can be hacked into and have all of my data just leaked everywhere. So, yeah, that's like... You need to, that's not what they're saying. They're not asking you to stop liking what you like. You know, they're saying that you let Nintendo get away with a lot of things because that's what you're doing. That's what these people are doing. You're ignoring the harm that these companies are doing if you're not holding them accountable and standing on business and demanding that they change and being consistent with the demands.
They made some game key card design, which honestly is awful, and I've spoke about that, so get your facts right.
But the problem is that he wasn't directly mentioning you, Senpai. He wasn't talking about you specifically. He was talking about everybody, like the generalization, everybody else. He wasn't fucking talking about you, girl. He wasn't fucking talking about you.
So the whole video is just saying how we let Nintendo get away with everything. Nintendo are a bad conglomerate company and we shouldn't support them. Every single company in the world is greedy.
There's no like I know with one of the videos that I watched on the Disney adult thing, like one of the like the person that I mentioned that was an outsider looking in, he said, "Oh, there's no ethical consumption under the capital." That fucking line. That fucking line. Yes. There's a lot of companies in the world that are fucking greedy. And it's gotten to this point because we as consumers have been fucking complacent. We haven't been standing on business and holding these corporations accountable for their bad actions, right? Yes, it's gotten to this point, but it's going to continue to get worse if we don't fucking stand on business. Yes, there are a lot of greedy companies out there. But the more we stand against the greed, the more we hold these companies accountable, the more we hurt them where it hurts, their fucking wallets, that's when they're going to be forced to change. You have to remind these companies that they serve us. We do not serve these companies, they serve us. Because if it weren't for us consumers, they wouldn't be so successful if it weren't for us buying their shit. I've said that I sound like a broken record because I've said this so much when I was talking about the EA buyout and these stupid ass complacent EA Sims 4 partners, right? Like I've said this time and time again, and I'll keep saying this till the end of time. Right? I'll keep saying this for as long as I live. We need to fucking hold these companies accountable.
This guy making the video is greedy.
Is a greedy.
How is he greedy for just taking a sponsorship, a generic sponsorship, to make sure that he is able to keep bring food on the table and keep the lights on? YouTube is shitty when it comes to compensating the creators, the monetized creators on its platform. And you, as a content creator on YouTube, should know this. There has been issues of mass demonetizations of innocent people on this platform, and YouTube is doing fuck all to fix this. There is one channel that is going so far as to sue YouTube for the damage that it's causing to their channel. Oh my god.
Piglet that suckles on a taxpayer's teat until they have sore, chapped nipples.
You weren't greedy. You wouldn't accept a sponsorship based on hate.
Baseless accusation right here, ladies and gentlemen. I have no one else to say.
I wouldn't take that. That is greed. That is greedy, nasty behavior. So if anything, you're the greedy one. Second of
false accusations and character attacks. She got so fucking offended with this video that didn't mention her by name. And she's so fucking offended that she's making character attacks on this person and making baseless accusations. When you know when somebody doesn't have a valid argument when they resort to insults, character attacks, and baseless accusations, right? No receipts, no proof, no fucking nothing. Out of context clips. Out of context clips. Oh, I'm gonna put that in here too. The out of context clips. This video.
Well, I just think, just because Nintendo or other brands aren't perfect and do things that are greedy or do things that a lot of people don't like, doesn't mean I'm going to stop playing or promoting or talking about their games.
Oh my.
I I will never promote something that I don't like. For instance, when I sign a deal with a brand, I'll make sure the contract is fully how I like it, because it's between two people. I will edit it, I'll take things out, I'll say, no, sorry, I don't agree with that, I'm taking it out, and I will speak how I like about every single game. Bearing in mind that I don't do game reviews that are contractually based, really.
Yeah, so this is a point that I don't have an issue with this, because this is really good information, and this is the reason why I'm saying this is because it ties into Not Malcolm calling out Miss Bubbles. And I just want to preface that here, that this is important, that this is good that she is able to make contracts based on her values and everything like that. That's good, right? That's good. And just put a pin in that, because this will be important later. So, yeah. Oh my gosh. I've been screaming into this mic. I'm wearing myself out because it's just riling me up that there are people like this that behave this way and are just not using their critical thinking skills, not using their media literacy skills to make educated decisions and understand the content that they're reviewing or consuming or whatever. I'm
If I did, it's going to be the honest truth. I'm going to tell you what I like and I don't like. And if I love the game and you hate it, that's your problem. Me and this guy that have made the video, I can assure you, have nothing in common.
Oh my god. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with having different opinions on different types of games. That is normal, right? It becomes a bit of an issue when the same group of content creators online, and I'll say this again when I come to Miss Bubbles, because she said like a similar like statement saying, oh, people have different opinions on video games, blah blah blah, but like it becomes a bit suspicious when the same group of content creators are saying, oh, this is going to be, I'm really excited for this game, oh, this is going to be the next best thing, oh, and blah 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 blah, but the game is underbaked, it's subpar, especially for its price point, and it's just reused Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing mechanics that are just uninspired. They don't make, it's nothing new, it's not a spin on those core mechanics, right? They just keep promoting the same cozy game slop over and over and over and over and over again. There's one thing to have a different opinion. If you, because like, I'll give an example, right? And I'll say this again later, but everybody was overhyping Fae Farm. And originally, I saw the trailer for Fae Farm before everybody else was hyping it. And I was excited because I like, as you all know, I love fairies, I love magic. I mean, for God's sake, I'm a witch. Like, hello, I love magical things. I love spiritual things. You know, I love the Disney Fairies franchise. I love Winx Club, or the old Winx Club, not the new Winx Club. The new Winx Club reboot is dog shit. The new reboot for Winx Club is dog shit. Recommend Unicorn of War. They give really good commentary and criticisms of the show, especially the reboot. Recommend their channel. But yeah, like I love things like that, right? And when I saw reviews of this game, they were saying that I was seeing people saying, oh, this game is going to be like, it was really being overhyped. And then when the game came out, and other people besides those other saying, like influencers saying overhyping the game, when other people were playing it, they were saying the dialogue isn't up to par, the cutscenes weren't up to par, and it's like $40 something and stuff like that. And I was like, really? But because I liked fairies and everything, I bought the game anyway, and they were telling the truth. this game is not worth $40. That game was not worth $40. Like Fae Farm was not worth $40. It was worth half that. Sure, they added more like DLC content later on, but they didn't fix the core problem, the core issues with the game. It needed more time in the oven, and people were overhyping it, right? But you know, it's an okay game. Would I recommend that you buy it for the current price point? No. It's okay game. You know, I'm still getting playtime out of it. I still like enjoy it. It's okay. But like, this is a clear difference between, you know, just having different opinions on games, and then having the same group of people say overhype the next Cozy game, and then the next Cozy game that releases is just another Cozy slop game, no low effort, unoriginal piece of garbage. So yeah,
Thank God. I can assure you, just by peeping him
and just again judging him based on appearance yet again
for 1 second, me and him, nothing in common. So we're gonna not like the same things. That's okay. Why have we got to a point in the world where we're bringing back bullying? We hear it all the time. Bring back bullying. Why? Why? It's so nasty. If I didn't.
Yeah, like I've seen other people comment about that too. We should not be bullying anybody at all. But like, here is this lady doing the exact same thing, bullying somebody else based on his appearance. Her misrepresenting this person because you don't like what they said. You're getting so butthurt against the valid criticisms that another person is making. This is what I've been saying with the Sims 4 community, and as well as like my issues with like the parts of the Nintendo community, like these Nintendo sympathizers, right? They get so butthurt when people are expressing their views and their disappointments and their criticisms of their opinions of the games, right? And they say, oh, I don't like this game, and then they get butthurt, or they criticize the company saying, oh, and they get butthurt, like, and you go and harass and bully them. Isn't that not what you're doing? Isn't that not what you're fucking doing? Have you no fucking self-awareness, my girl? Are you not?
Thick skin. I would be so upset that I was on these thumbnails, and I've been on 3.
Thick skin. And here you are crashing out on a video that didn't directly mention you, that wasn't bashing you at all. At all. And I mean, I said I was going to like make these points, but like I stopped taking notes because it's just the amount of just bullshit one after another, and I'm wearing myself out.
Thumbnails over the past 6 months of people just.
Oh, I've grown thick skin. I've been on thumbnails, and what the fuck are you doing here then? Why have you? Like it's one thing to like record yourself with rants, but then you had to edit the video, and then you had to wait for it to upload. What?
Bashing me for sticking up or enjoying Nintendo games. It's a trend.
He was not bashing he was not bashing you for enjoying this.
Trend now to hate on people and call them childish that like Nintendo. And it's funny because Nintendo do ridiculously well, just like other gaming companies. So it's not just me that likes them. And clearly I'm not lying about liking them because the whole freaking world is playing them. Of this mindset that just because you don't like it means the rest of the world can't enjoy it because.
Oh, and then a twist on like a similar thing. Oh, just because. Okay, well.
The one that's incredibly selfish, and honestly, it's loser behavior. If you want.
Again, losing him, like still misrepresenting his video.
I want to sit there and hate on someone for making content that you don't like because it's around a franchise you don't like. You should have better things to do in your life.
How can you definitively say that he doesn't like a franchise, right? How can you just say, oh, you don't like the... Just because somebody's criticizing a company doesn't necessarily mean that they hate the company. Like, a lot of people that are criticizing Nintendo, they're criticizing them out of love because they want better. They want and deserve better.
I've go literally touch some grass, play in the garden, and
you need to go touch some grass and go play in the garden. You need to take a fucking chill pill. Go play some fucking Animal Crossing to calm your nerves. Because what the fuck?
leave everyone alone. I think it's internet bullying, and I think a lot of
internet bullying. Are you not fucking internet bullying right now in this video? I'm sorry. I'm screaming. I'm just... I was not lying when I said I had such a fucking hard time listening to this video. This is exactly why I said I had such a fucking hard time listening to this video. It's just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit.
I think it's okay to do because I put myself out there on the internet. But honestly, the main reason it's bothering me so much isn't because of me. It's for people who will watch these videos and feel embarrassed about liking things and then stop liking them because this random on the internet thinks it's not cool or it's not okay to like.
That's not what he was getting at in the video. It's only the Nintendo or these corporation sympathizers that will be butthurt over people criticizing these companies and raising awareness of the harm that they're doing. They're not they just take this as a personal attack.
Just because you don't like it doesn't mean the rest of the world can't like it, and this trend of bashing people that like Nintendo is honestly the weirdest thing ever, and it's bullying and it's nasty and it's mean.
And you're criticizing them for, oh, you're bullying, all these sorts of harassment, all these sorts of like criticism, valid criticism that people are giving. They're saying, oh, this is bullying, this is harassment. Shut the fuck up. That is not what this is. And you're saying, and if you're saying that, oh, this is bullying, this is harassment, and then you fucking turn around and start doing the exact same thing, you're fucking hypocrites. You're fucking hypocrites. I'm sorry.
And the amount of comment on his video agreeing with him absolutely terrifies me.
And the fact that you have other people that are sharing the same valid criticisms that were presented in the video. Like, it seems like you can't even take constructive criticisms yourself. It just shows me that you can't take constructive criticism and you don't want to listen to the other side of an argument, and that you just would only listen to opinions that align with your thinking. And that's not a way to go, Miss Ma'am. That's not a way to go. That's not a way to live your life. If you keep shutting out other opinions and you're not being open-minded and trying to understand the other side, you're just going to keep running into a situation like this. And yeah, and I think part of the reason why she says she doesn't like socializing too, the fact that she doesn't socialize is only contributing to this issue of not having an open mind and listening to other people's points of conversation and having a constructive and respectful and mature conversation. You just want to block out all the other opinions that don't align with your opinions without having a second to really think about what the other people are saying. They're not insulting you. This person did not insult you, and the people in the comments aren't insulting you. There are probably going to be a small percentage of people that are just fucking jackasses, and that's the unfortunate reality of the internet, and fucking shame all those people who are being fucking jackasses. But the majority of the people commenting underneath the video weren't insulting you. They weren't insulting other people. They were giving out valid criticism. Valid fucking criticism.
I wouldn't go that far, gosh. It just makes me sick. It makes me think, why are people so mean? And I think in a world where people are dying all the time for so many reasons.
Oh my god. Roll the Ricky Stars clip.
This is a video game, and that video game is a choice. Now, if you decided to make your career off of a video game, which is a choice, that and too was your choice. And we all have choices. Sure, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the hundreds and millennium of colonialization that's happening on the African continent. Are you doing anything about it? Are we going to talk about it? Like, if we really want to talk about it, are we going to talk about it? Are we going to dissect it? Honestly, I think a lot of us need to realize that if we cannot at least start with our choices, we're not going to get anywhere with the necessities.
So you're just going to bring up, oh, people are dying. People are dying. Okay. Are you going to fucking open up that conversation? Are you going to talk about the genocide that's happening right now in Palestine and the war that's happening in Ukraine? Are you going to talk about the deaths that are happening in the US by these fucking frozen rejects? Are you going to open up that can of worms? Are you going to open up the can of worms of Lebanon being ethnically cleansed right now? Like, are you going to talk about that? Are you going to raise awareness? Because if you're going to, like, open up that conversation, you better start and just saying, oh, there are people dying. You should focus on that. Like, people can be angry at multiple things at the same time. You can be angry at the wars that are happening. You can be angry at the genocide. You can be angry at the discrimination that's being done in the US and also in the UK and everywhere like that, right? You can be angry at the war crimes and the human rights violations going on, right? But you can also be angry at the fact that these mega giant corporations are, being complete oligarchs, and at the same time too, especially since a lot of these mega giant corporations are in cahoots with the governments that are oppressing the people, right? Trump and his family, as well as Saudi Arabia, are trying to get their growing little hands on EA. And these people have a history of oppressing women, oppressing other religions, Trump being fucking racist, right? It's even more important to get on these fucking corporations' asses because they're in cahoots with the government. And there's a rise in fashion. These fascist oligarchs, these fascist authoritarian people are trying to take over the world right now. So it's even more important to get on these companies' fucking asses because they're collaborating with these authoritarianism, with these fascists, trying to collect their data and use it to control us. Even more important to get on their asses, right? So
making videos on people's enjoyments. What? It's really horrible.
Like,
Nintendo is something that makes my mental health better. And without video games, I wouldn't want to be on this planet.
And we're not asking you to stop playing video games, especially if they're helping you get out of a really tough spot, okay? The whole issue is the lack of awareness. You're not being mindful with what you are consuming. Consume mindfully. We're not asking you to give up your passion. We're asking you to criticize these companies and set boundaries and raise awareness and stand on business. And stop giving money to these conglomerate corporations, especially for products that aren't worth the price point. If you have to give money to them where it's worth it. Okay, if they're putting out a really good product, okay, and you're interested and it's worth the money, and it's your decision, you know, spend that money, right? But like, just be mindful of where your money is going to. Don't just blindly consume and blindly purchase.
The purpose video games have saved my life. So honestly, the reason I'm making this video is because I've kind of been accused of lying to my followers and enjoying Nintendo in a fake way.
You're doing it in this video. You're doing it right now. All the lies and the misrepresentation and the character attacks.
I've only ever had one Nintendo sponsorship, and I currently have another one in the whole 10 years of making Nintendo content. 2. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for clout.
And the person in the video wasn't directly accusing you. They were generalizing the trend of these Nintendo sympathizers and these Nintendo sympathizers. Doing it for the content, doing it for the clout, doing it for money. He wasn't fucking calling you out specifically, and you're getting so fucking butthurt over it. Like...
I'm doing this because I genuinely enjoy it. If I was doing this for money, my thumbnails would be a lot different, because I've learned how the algorithm works, and I've changed up my content because I don't want to appeal to certain people. But if I wanted to make money, I would do so much wild stuff. So my issue is that you're questioning my integrity now. And
he was directing it towards you. He was directing it towards the other people in this space and the generalizations, and especially Wood, because he is an egregious example of the lack of integrity and the lies, right? He wasn't directly accusing you.
That's what's bothered me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered. I just want everyone to know watching this video, I'm not really a serious person like this. I am not lying. I am so passionate about video games. I stream them. I love them. I'll play them for hours. I enjoy them so much. Yes, Nintendo has some flaws, just like I have so many flaws.
This is the same fucking vibe as, oh, I'm only human, I'm not perfect, blah 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 blah. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Just because a company isn't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't. Just because a company, like, yes, nobody's perfect, right? But because the company isn't perfect, that means that there's room for improvement. That means we should be giving constructive criticism so that these companies do the right thing and improve in the future, right? Just because a lot of these companies aren't perfect doesn't mean that we should just excuse their flaws and just sweep it under their rug and just ignore the harm that we're doing. This is giving the amount of defending. You should, like, the defending, blindly defending.
Just like every brand has flaws.
Oh, I'm only human. Everybody has flaws. We're all human. Blah 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 blah. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Hold these companies accountable. If a company has flaws and they have areas that they need to improve in, people should criticize the company and give them feedback so that they can improve. Why do you think, like, bro, when the Sonic movie trailer, the first trailer first dropped, and it featured that ugly ass model of Sonic the Hedgehog, people criticized it to hell and back, and it forced them to redo the model, and it was a lot better. Constructive criticism is important because it forces companies to make improvements and to do better and to make changes. It has a positive impact. Constructive criticism has a positive impact, right?
There's no perfect brand, but it doesn't mean that we are lying weirdos. And yes, I am immature. I'm immature as hell, but I'm not getting rid of my childlike whimsy.
Yes, like I said before, life is short. Be cringe, be whimsy, but just do it in a way that's safe and responsible, and you're not being a fucking nuisance to everybody around you. Right? That just like embrace your inner child, but that doesn't give you the excuse to actually be a child and be immature and be disrespectful and be unaware and like no awareness, no accountability, no responsibility whatsoever. Because face it, you, Miss Ma'am, are a fucking adult. Now, I don't know if you have autism, I don't know if you're on the spectrum, I don't know if you're neurodivergent, because, you know, speaking from an autistic person myself, we tend to have hyperfixations, and so a lot of the times the hyperfixations are of like childlike things, right? But as long as we're doing it respectfully, you know, like, and safely, it's not a problem, right? I don't know if you're on the spectrum. And all of the times there are autistic people in the Nintendo community, there are autistic people in the Sims 4 community, there are autistic people in the Disney community, and they're passionate about these these products from these companies, and that's fine. Like I keep saying before, it's a problem when it becomes obsessive and it starts becoming addictive and it starts becoming dangerous for the person and for the people around them, and it starts ruining the experience for other people. So, but like, I don't know if you're on the spectrum, but even if you were on the spectrum, you have to face your reality. You are responsible for your actions. You're still responsible for your actions. Whatever side of the spectrum you're on, if you're able to understand, you're able to communicate, to comprehend the world around you in the way that you know how, and you're understanding certain things, you are responsible for your actions. You're responsible for regulating your emotions. You're responsible for how you interact with other people in your day-to-day life and online as well. Just because you have a disability or if you have a mental illness, it doesn't give you the excuse to be a jackass to other people. And you have been a jackass to the original paradigms in this video. You have been a jackass. So, you know, you are an adult. You have to face the reality that you are an adult. You have a responsibility as an adult, and especially a responsibility as a content creator on this goddamn platform to your audience. And here you are, fucking lying to your audience, fucking bullying another creator, and misrepresenting the creator, and fucking being butthurt about an opinion that another creator has on the platform, and he didn't even fucking address you specifically at all.
This is what keeps me going. This is what keeps me happy. I don't need to act like an adult who is stressed out by the...
That's not what we're telling you to do. Be an adult, be happy. Be a happy adult. We're not asking you to be boring. That's not what other people are telling you to do. You know, be whimsy. I've seen videos on my timeline, on my feed, saying embrace the whimsy, embrace the cringe, just be respectful, be responsible about it. Like,
treacherous life activities. I make videos about games and toys and whimsical things. Why would I be mature? Don't be silly.
You're an adult. You need to be mature when it comes to certain things. I've already said this already. You are an adult. You have a responsibility on how you regulate yourself towards other people and how you conduct yourself, and especially on this platform.
Gosh, this is kind of a in my defense video, but also be yourself, everyone. Don't let these horrible, mean people make you feel bad about who you are, okay?
The fact that she's getting so offensive over a video that didn't even call her out specifically. I keep saying I sound like a broken record, but these type of people, these obsessive corporation sympathizers, these obsessive corpor sims just feel so butthurt when people criticize the negative behaviors that are present in the space. And also like the behaviors that these companies are doing.
Because I like who you are unless you're a meanie, and if they don't, we don't want to sit with them anyway. Enjoy Nintendo. Yes, Nintendo has flaws. Yes, the game cartridge key thing is crap. Hate it.
And fucking stand on business. Fucking hold them accountable.
I wish it didn't exist. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not sticking up for Nintendo, but
I'm not sticking up for Nintendo. You're doing the exact same thing in the fucking video.
Honest. Nintendo Switch 2, I love it. Could there be some changes? Yes. Could life have some changes? Yes. It just is what it is, and I'll take what I can get.
It is what it is. Fucking hold them accountable. Demand better. Do not be complacent when a company hands you slop and shit. The Nintendo Switch 2 is not worth the price point that it's at. It's okay if you bought it and if you like it, yes. But you need to advocate. You need to stand on business when we say that this business practice isn't okay. You can't just say, well, that sucks, and just move on with your life. Stand on business. Be consistent with it. Be consistent with the standing on business.
On that note, sorry this is a serious video. My next video I think is either a vlog or a what's on my 3DS, because I've got some bangers on there. And I'll see you for a nicer video. Please don't leave hate on the guy's profile.
And here's where she says, oh, please don't leave hate on the guy on his profile, on his YouTube channel. And yet she's actively bullying him, misrepresenting him, making unfounded character attacks to his legitimately valid criticisms of what's happening in the space right now. Don't send hate, people. I don't condone any harassment towards this person, yet you yourself are participating in harassment.
He'll love that. He'll be like, ooh, because it'll probably be the only attention that he gets outside of his own following. Probably riveting for him to get attention.
The more character attacks, my fucking god. Oh my god, may the universe have mercy on this person's soul. the energy that you're putting in this video and that you're directing towards this person, don't be surprised when the universe slaps you in the face with the same type of energy, either threefold, tenfold back at you. Don't be fucking surprised. There's a lot of hypocrisy in this video. And one day these types of people are going to learn it the hard way. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Because this person, Original Paradigms, wasn't fucking bothering nobody. He was just giving commentary and criticisms. And he has the right to, because this is the internet, freedom of speech, number one. And if you're going to put yourself on the internet, it's a fucking public forum. People has a right to criticize you and to make commentary about you. Now, like I said in the previous video, they have a right to comment. It's just, you have to accept the consequences. If they're going to make commentary about anything or anyone and they're being a fucking jackass, they shouldn't be surprised when people are tearing them apart and reading them to filth. So, But still, like, if people are giving genuine criticism and they have valid points, like, they have a right to express that on this public forum that is the internet.
So I'm not being passive aggressive, I'm just being aggressive. I will see you on the next video. Thanks for watching. This is my law. Over and out. Cyber hugs. Lovely. Bye. So my issue is that you're questioning my integrity now, and that's what's bothered me. Otherwise I wouldn't be bothered. I just want everyone to know watching this video, I'm not really a serious person like this. I am not lying.
And she repeats that clip. She is lying. Lying. Lying, 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 lying. Oh my god. I have worn myself out with this second video. We've only gotten 2 videos in. It is currently almost 10 o'clock. It's 9:57 my time, Standard Eastern Time, where I am. I'm wearing myself out, and I did an 8-hour shift. And I have to do an 8-hour shift tomorrow. I was not lying when I said that I had such a hard time listening to that video. So this is her video, right? And looking at this, looking at the comments, right? And there are people that are just taking, just agreeing with this video, just taking her statements full value, not really questioning whether what she's saying is truthful. And I'm gonna go a little bit out of order because there is a comment by Miss Bubbles that that I want to point out. Just let me find it right quick. Oh yes, here it is. I have found it. I have found it. So, I'm going a little bit out of order because this comment doesn't appear at the top, but I just want to show it now because it's been a month and it has been deleted. But I'm going to show this now in case it does get deleted because I'll... But it says, from Miss Bubbles, Queen. Just taking a look at the channel who's making these videos and seeing all they do is hate content. That's how they make a living out of it. I wouldn't really listen to anything coming out of channels like that. So again, this is an issue that because she also makes the same comment about Malcolm's channel as well. And this is the same criticisms that I had for sunpi when she was doing that towards Miss Bubbles. Basing all of your assumptions on the channel thumbnails, not doing your research, not watching the videos, and listening to the content that are actually within the videos. Right? So, that's my first issue. Second issue says, I find it funny how these channels lie to their funnels and make it seem that we cannot amend our contracts so that we can freely share our honest thoughts, and God forbid we do sponsored videos celebrating companies and the games we love while also being paid. What a dream! Now, going a little bit out of order because they're blaming the channels, making it seem like, oh, they're trying to paint a narrative saying that, oh, they're doing this for money, and this, that, and the third. But this is not the fault of these channels, because just like us, you know, the jobs industry, as well as these other corporations, had made it seem like, had made it difficult, have been made it difficult to, have been treating their employees like shit, you know. At least for me personally, I don't know, at least because I'm a black woman, you know, I don't get as much opportunities because, you know, black women in the space in general don't get a lot of opportunities because, number one, we're people of color, and number two, we're women. So we don't get a lot of opportunities compared to our white counterparts. So, you know, I don't know if this is common in the white spaces, you know, where all these white people gather, but at least in my experience, this is not common knowledge, right? This is not common knowledge. And at least from looking at online too, it doesn't seem like it's common knowledge at all, at least in the normal people spaces. Like, maybe it's common knowledge in the online spaces, in the niche and select online spaces where all of the big creators and the influencer creators are. But at least to me, the privilege of negotiating contracts and work with a company that aligns with your values and have a contract made in the way that you would like it, I thought that that kind of privilege is only accessed by the influential, wealthy people and these wealthy influencers in this space. The fact that there is the option for regular content creators and regular people who aren't, the super uber wealthy or have a whole bunch of followers, the fact that there are people that are able to have contracts the way that they make them and work with companies that accept those contracts and respect the people that they're working with. I'm honestly glad that there are companies out there that do that. But from my experience looking through the internet and also in life in general, these good companies are few and far between. A lot of the times it's either you accept the company's terms and suck it up, or you starve, and it's uber hard for the marginalized groups. So they're thinking that this is common knowledge when this isn't common knowledge. We're not being taught these things. And a lot of normal people on YouTube, at least from seeing other interactions online when it comes to working with companies and jobs and everything, this isn't common knowledge. People aren't talking about negotiating and trading contact that benefit both the company and the person that they're working with. It seems, so they're putting the blame on these channels. But, if these commentary channels are anything like the regular person, right? With Not Malcolm and then the other creators that I mentioned that are doing commentary on YouTube that aren't like, the rich people doing this, right? They're probably having the same thought process as I'm describing to you right now, where you're not getting opportunities where companies are just going to accept your contract that aligns with your values and treat you like a person. So, and I'll probably repeat this when I get to Ms. Bubbles, but I don't think this is the fault of these channels that Ms. Bubbles was talking about. This is the issue with these uber mega corporations and the fucking job market. And it's even worse nowadays in the job market. The job market is shit right now. So you guys are acting like this should be common knowledge and this is their fault, these other channels' fault, when the blame shouldn't be placed on these channels. This is these corporations in the job market, they made it. This is intentional by these people so that they can exploit us workers and exploit and treat us like dog shit. But the fact that there's some light in this darkness, considering that, I think this is a sign that you should start advocating for that and letting people know that these opportunities exist, so that that other people can find places that would allow them to accept, that will treat them with respect, that will accept their contacts, that were willing to negotiate with their employees, and respect them, right? So, because, like I said before, especially on YouTube, with a lot of these, I'm gonna go out of order here, while I'm here, because I feel like I might forget this. It's like 10 p.m. for me. I'll probably have to do the second part of this the next day. right? You know, a lot of these sponsor, like a lot of the other YouTubers that are outside of the gaming community space, a lot of, or at least a lot outside of this space, a lot of times they just take the cookie cutter sponsorship, like, oh, here's NordVPN or ExpressVPN, oh, here's Incogni, oh, here's Opera, like all of these companies, and then oh, there's Honey, right? It seems like a lot of the times they just take the cookie cutter contract where you say, oh, talk about all of these positive points about our service or our program or our product, right? And they just take that with no amendments. They don't do their proper research or whatever. And sometimes they just do that because, you know, they kind of need to put food on the table, especially in this political climate, especially right now. The cost of living is going up, you know, and YouTube is not really reliable when it comes to compensating creators, like I mentioned before. So I don't really mind these sponsorships, especially if it's putting food on their tables, right? But, you know, a lot of you are criticizing these people for taking sponsorship, and yet you yourself are taking sponsorships. Like we're like hypocrite smut. So, but like the relationship that I'm having with these sponsorships, a lot of the time I skip over them because a lot of the times they're not really doing they're not doing their research. They're not really worth all that hype and the good press because there's some shady shit. Opera shady. Don't trust Opera. These companies that work with these data brokers to remove your data, they're not worth it either, right? You're better off doing it yourself for free, and you can do more for free by yourself. Like, I'll link the privacy playlist in the description. Like, Reject Convenience has all the resources. That channel has all the resources that you can use to do that yourself for free, right? So, you know, right? And then another thing, you know, like the Honey scam, and then that one company where they were like giving away like Irish like land and giving titles away, like that was a scam too. Like all these companies nowadays, they're been shown to like be scams, right? So my relationship with ads, you know, they're with all these companies doing all these adverts, especially if they're giving out these, they're working with a lot of creators, right? And paying out a lot of creators, you know. That's the one red flag is if one company is like sponsoring a lot of creators on the online space, that's red flag. A lot of the times these ads are, you know, distrustful. You know, a lot of the sponsorships like that these companies are trying to give out, like you know, are intrusive. Well, like some ads are intrusive on like websites and stuff like that, and everything. So my relationship with advertisements is like shit poor, and it's part of the reason why I don't like advertising my stuff, because I don't want to seem as this sellout, this intrusive, obnoxious piece of shit that's just trying to get your money. So, but it's good, like, it's important to market your stuff so that people know that you're doing a thing, but I'm like hesitant because I don't want it to seem obnoxious, because a lot of these companies are doing it obnoxious, putting out their ads and they're obnoxious, or they're just they're like distrustworthy and stuff like that, right? So yeah, it's like so, you know, but I'm like just losing energy, but like that is just something that I wanted to point out, right? You know, I don't think these creators taking sponsorships, I don't think it's inherently a bad idea, right? Especially if it's just a cookie cutter generic sponsorship, especially if it's putting food on the table, right? But it starts to become an issue when creators aren't doing their research, right? And also if they're taking all of these sponsorships, right? If they're claiming that, you know, where they're giving their honest opinions and they're doing this, that, and the third, right? And they're giving their opinions, like I said before, with like when a whole bunch of group of creators are getting the same sponsorships and they're saying the same thing, right? And all they're saying, oh, this is my opinion, this is my opinion, this is my opinion, I'm free, I'm sharing my opinion freely with you, these companies allow me to share their opinion with you, I'm being honest. But a lot of the times these games are being released and it's just subpar slop. Like, you can't blame people for being suspicious and questioning your integrity when the same group of people are saying the same thing, overhyping the same cozy slop games. You can't blame people for being suspicious, right? And I'm going to get more into this. I'll probably repeat this again when I get to Miss Bubbles. But yeah, it's just I wanted to point that out here because, you know, here are like, and this is kind of just, you know, suspicious, and it makes me, because I used to like watch, I'm not like a regular watcher of her content. I'll only, because I've been interested in cozy games. When I looked up a cozy game, sometimes I would see her videos and I would watch those videos and I would trust that she was being honest and being truthful to her audience, right? But like, you know, when not Malcolm first put out his videos on her, you know, initially I was like, because especially if you guys are familiar with the videos on my channel, I've covered creators in the past that I had respect for, and then they just dropped the ball so hard it went through the fucking ground, right? And it's been happening a lot. You know, a couple months go by and it's just another creator on the list that's problematic, that had the trust of their audience and they fucking disrespected their audience and they turned out to be a fucking asshole. I was like, okay, another one on the list, because it's been happening to me recently, right? So, and Miss Bubbles put out a video defending herself, but it's hard for me to believe her, you know, when she makes comments like this, supporting another creator for misrepresenting another creator on the platform, insulting him, calling him a loser, you know, misrepresenting him, you know, getting so butthurt over his valid criticism, and supporting it when she's actively lying. Like, how can I trust that you are who you say you are? How can I trust your word when you're defending the bullying and you're defending this misrepresentation? And you're putting blame onto people that when it's not, when they don't deserve that blame and it's not their fault. Like, you know? So anyway, I'm gonna cut this segment of the video and I'm going to go and sleep. This is going to be a long ass video. This is already probably like 3 hours.
The next day.
Okay, so I forgot to do this. I'm filming everything out of order, but it will be in order in editing, right? But originally I forgot to like include it in the first part of my recording. But I'm recording it now, so because I said that original paradigms had responded to Senpai, had like made a community post about Senpai, so I'll just read the post that he made. And he also made another post 2 days ago that I didn't see. So I will just read I'll just read this. up to the best of my ability. I'm sorry, my words are like, I'm like all over the place, and I know speak good. English is my first language, but me autistic can't read, and I have the ADHD. I can't read out loud and then read it in my head at the same time. So I'll try my best. But you know, if gobbledygook comes out of my mouth and you can't like understand what I'm reading, just pause the video, right? So he said a subscriber sent me this video about me by a Nintendo influencer named sunpi with over 100k subscribers. This was based on my recent video, Nintendo fans are embarrassing. She made a lot of claims in this video, so here's the context. Basically, her argument is that my entire channel is about hating people, and that I called her a liar for faking her enjoyment of Nintendo, that she's childish for liking Nintendo, and that I'm greedy and miserable with my life. So another thing that I wanted to point out is that, you know, because like what I said about, you know, Miss Bubbles commenting underneath that video and supporting sunpi's video, and in that video sunpi was just like bullying this original paradigms and calling him greedy for taking a sponsorship, yet they take sponsorships or in financial relationships with other companies, right? And when right? And then when Josh calls out or tries to expose, quote unquote, Miss Bubbles for saying, oh, you can't trust people who would take sponsorships, they can't be trusted, blah 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 blah, they're this, that, and the third. She gets all mad, you know, rightfully so, but then you see the hypocrisy? Why is it rules for thee but not for me? Do you all see the fucking hypocrisy? I'm not fucking speaking out of my ass. Like, am I fucking going crazy over this? Because seeing this situation develop and, you know, putting on my thinking cap, right, and trying to analyze everything that was being said, right, and done, I'm like, there are a whole bunch of fucking snakes in this situation. Fucking snakes. Like, I am so pissed off that what Josh did, like, Miss Bubbles didn't deserve the bullying, right? All that bullying, all that misrepresentation, all the false accusations. Yet here she is supporting another creator, not calling this creator out for doing the exact same thing. So, but, you know, first of all, she admits that she never even watched the full video and that she used the AI overview and made her opinion based on that. She is literally basing her 12-minute argument against me off of an AI summary instead of watching the video and understanding the full context. If she actually watched the original video, I never mentioned her name once, never said anything about anyone faking their enjoyment of games, never called anyone childish for liking Nintendo, and didn't mention her at all. She literally made up her own narrative with imaginary arguments. The video is about the culture of defending the company no matter what, which kind of proves my point, which I did talk about. She tries calling me a bully and a pathetic loser for making criticism about Nintendo's business practices. When I talk about specific people like beat-em-ups fake rumor in the video, I call out their behavior, not them as a person. This is an obvious projection. I agree. She then calls me greedy for having a sponsor on the video, but she later says that she's been sponsored by Nintendo themselves and also has hundreds of paid posts on their channel promoting various brands and companies. Yeah, like I just said. Rules for thee, but not for me. Like, I'm the exception. Like, She says that I'm a grifter and a hater on the channel, giving my personal opinions, but I didn't do any research other than looking at thumbnails. If she watched any of my content, she would see that a lot of my videos are speaking out and giving research criticism on greed by corporations, scammers, and problems and corruption in the culture. She spends most of the video defending Nintendo, and at the end she says, yeah, Nintendo does have its problems. She also agrees with the core point of the video while also making a hit piece about how wrong and mean I am. Insane contradictions, yeah. I just inserted a single 5-second clip of her, so it was a single, because like that other clip, I don't know if that was her, but so it was a single clip then. Props, maybe, I don't know. I don't fucking know. So I just inserted a 5-second clip of her for context to put in the background of the video. She tries to frame it like the entire thing was about her, but I have never seen any content from her until I was gathering background clips. Her husband also works corporate for Adidas and even goes as far as to DM. Oh, I forgot about this part. Okay, hold on. So they're deep in the corporate sympathy. Oh my god, I forgot about this part. Okay, so even her husband, God, you, and this is what Ms. Bubbles was showing support for. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, and she says I'm miserable. I generally love my life, and I'm so grateful for it, as well as you reading right now who watches the content. The fact that my video that never mentioned her once hit this personally is really sad. Just like the argument I made in the video. When you tie your identity to this personally to a company, any valid criticism feels like a personal attack. No hate towards her, but the entire video she made about me is an obvious projection and based on content she never fully watched that she inserted herself onto. She also added a little devil horns on me on the thumbnail. Yeah. So, right. So this is where her husband contacts him and says, why you think you can use my girl's photo as a thumbnail on a video talking shit on games? I downloaded clips to use for context in the commentary, and that one worked in the best in the thumbnail. It's nothing personal. So, yeah. So, sunpi is a fucking asshole. She, fucking asshole. Ms. Bubbles, well, I do not condone, I'm really sad and angry that she was getting all this bullying from Joss. She's also the fucking asshole in this situation, too. As well as Joss, as well as Malcolm, and I'll get to Malcolm in a second. But, like, after whatever order my brain comes up with, right? So, and then here is the second post. This was 2 days ago at the time of this recording. So, a commentary channel named Not Malcolm uploaded a real research video about the situation with sunpi yesterday. The only time I talked about this was on the community post, and with how little context there was, he made a great video on it. It's really easy to digest even with no context of the situation, and I'd highly recommend watching if you're interested. He points out the insane hypocrisy of her hit piece video on me and is now deleting comments on her channel. Oh god, bro. There it is, deleting the comments of people who don't agree with you, who are calling out your shitty behavior. Oh my god. That's even more insane is she's fighting with comments in the comments on his video with a burner account pretending to be a fan that's defending her. You can tell by the same use of texting style and the emoji she responds with on her own channel. This situation has gotten way bigger than I would have expected, but I'm glad this channel covered everything with receipts and explained it thoroughly. I can tell a lot of time went into this content and recommend subscribing to him if these are the types of videos you're into. And because of this whole situation I'm covering, I'm actually going to say don't follow Not Malcolm, not unless there is some serious changes, and I will get to my criticisms and my anger towards Not Malcolm when I get to it. But yeah, so this is what I don't know if it would sorry, I have like a whole bunch of shit open, so things are kind of, and plus I have a whole bunch of I have a whole bunch of tabs open too, so yeah. Oh, she didn't. Oh, I thought he was gonna show the comments, but I guess not. Okay, I'll just delete this then. Yeah, so yeah, so apparently I don't know how I can probably go back and see if this is true, if she's actually doing this. Okay, so I've loaded the video. It's still loading in. I did see this comment. And it says, "As a woman, it generally frustrates me seeing other people call a guy an incel for something that literally had nothing to do with that, because actual incels are absolutely harmful, including the whole manosphere to society. Men and women are hurt by incel ideology, and calling a dude who is criticism influencers as a whole incel is ruining the definition of what an incel is." So I'll react to this video when I get to it, but I'm just looking at the comments. Look at me getting a fucking creep show art video when she was being a fucking menace in the art commentary community. Like, the universe is why is it, man, the universe wanna it's trying to warn me if I'm getting this fucking video. She was in the comments after the video was uploaded, posting a long ass comment. People went to answer it. She edited it, and now I'm pretty sure she deleted it because I can't find any notifications about her answers to my answers to her original comment. Sorry for basically she was saying that she got paid only 2 times the last year. I wonder what the shit ton of gifts from Nintendo were, but okay, and was whining about Malcolm posting a video about her, a small creator that no one even cares about. Also, she deleted it. So, okay, so that's what happened. So it is true. She was fucking bitching in the comment section. Oh my god. you can tell that I'm wearing myself out. Like, oh my gosh. So she was doing it. Okay. So we don't have the evidence, but people can... This is 2 testimonies. Alright. So, alright. Noted. Noted. Alright. So, I did download this video onto my laptop, but I'm going to show it onto my, on my YouTube page to make it easier for me to, like, click through the chapters. So let me get rid of this. Let me, bring up the chapters so that it's easy. I did write notes, so I'm going to refer to my notes, so I'm gonna refer to my notes, alright? So that I can stay in order, right? So, and I'll probably, I don't know how I'm gonna edit this. Cause she does, either I'm gonna have to put, cause she does put the receipts on her Twitter, which is, so this is like the full context, and then this one was like the DMs. So the receipts were on Twitter. Man, everything's all over the place, y'all. You could have condensified it, bro. But yeah, so I'm gonna try my best to like show the relevant stuff here. But yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna try my best to like show everything, and I'll edit this somehow. This is gonna be a long ass video. This is gonna be a long fucking ass video. But I just wanted to show this video, right? So that you can get what people are saying, what's being said, right? And then I'm going to jump towards Malcolm's videos last. Malcolm's video, right? And then I'll probably do the last, like, cause Miss Bubbles made like a final response to this, and I'll do that video last to tie up everything, right? So I'm gonna start with, I wrote timestamps, so I'm gonna start with this, right? So you can get the full context, right?
because I got to watch my supervisor deliver the first lecture in our course that he is handing half of it for me. So this was supposed to be a celebratory day, but someone in my life just likes to always fuck shit up. I'm gonna be demonetized today, I don't care. Every time. He times it. I'm just gonna refer to him as he. You probably know who I'm talking about. He times it every time, every fucking time. He times it when I am supposed to be having a fun time, thinking about something else. He times it, and then shit just breaks loose all the time. Like, how many times can you give someone grace? How many times can you take an apology from someone when you know it's a half-assed apology? I don't know, but hello, everyone.
Yeah. So early. This is. 4 minutes. 4 minutes in. So she doesn't say his name in the video, but we all know this is Josh. This is Josh. Right? Early on in the video, she mentions that someone in her life, so someone she is familiar with, right, has done a pattern of shitty abusive behavior, right? So this either could be a friend or a family member, right? Somebody in her life. So I was able to take note of that early on, right? Early on in this stream, in this video, right? So that's something that I wanted y'all to like note, right? And she says this multiple times during the stream that she and Josh were friends. That she and Josh were friends. So I'm going to skip over to the next timestamp, which is at 5 minutes 32 seconds.
As a successful streamer, the thing is, like, he is a successful streamer. He has more, like, he knows that what he says, you need to be held accountable. When you have such a big audience and your community is like blinded by what you say, as if you're some sort of messiah, you know that you hold responsibility with the bullshit that you say. So you can't just go and throw something and then be like, oopsie, I got caught. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. I haven't slept in 2 days. Boo-hoo. I have fucking chronic pain. I do not sleep. I am here bending over backwards so that you guys, and I do it with my heart, with all of my passion. I bend over backwards for this channel. I will be sitting here for hours. You know that that's not good for my health. I'll be sitting here for hours on end, making sure I cover everything for you. I make sure that you know all of the good, all of the bad. My before you buys are structured in a very...
Yeah, so... Where? Okay, so I didn't... Okay, so she says that... And she's right. I've watched, like... I've watched the part of the stream that she's referring to. Or at least, I tried my best to find the relevant conversations, right? And she is right. And I'll say this until I die. I'll say this until the heat death of the universe, right? Till the sun swallows our galaxy whole, right? Our planetary system whole, right? Content creators have a responsibility to your audience, right? You guys should be letting your audience know that certain behaviors are not okay and putting up boundaries, right? When I was watching that part of the live stream that she's referring to, as she referred to in this video, Josh did not defend Miss Bubbles. He was allowing Miss Bubbles to be disrespected in the fucking chat, right? Not confronting the issue, right? So, and I keep saying this with the Sims 4 creators, like when I was talking about these influences in the Sims 4 community, right? And I've said this before too with Owo Neko. I said it again with Andre Turbia, right? I've said it again with the activist witch, right? You content creators, right? No matter how fucking big or small you are, you have a responsibility to your audience, right? So if you're just going to sit there and allow your audience to do things, right? If you're going to sit there and say bullshit, right? Not do your research, right? Do all these things, right? Disrespect your audience, do all these things, and you're not taking accountability, you're not taking responsibility. You have a responsibility, right, to say don't harass other people, right? Don't harass other people. You have a responsibility to make that abundantly clear, right? And if you're failing to do that, right? If you fail to do that, that's on you for not prohibiting certain behaviors. That is on you. That is on you if you're failing to do your research on certain things. You're just gonna say bullshit out of your asses, right? That is on you if you're just going to disrespect the other opinions in your audience and not take constructive criticism. You have a responsibility, right? So, and like she says, she knows that she says later on, he knows how she structures her videos where she has contracts with other creators, with other companies, sorry. So for him to not fucking clarify that, that's fucking steak-like behavior.
Very specific way, so that no matter what happens, I never steer you wrong. What is it? Literally, this game is for you if, not for you if, my verdict. So whether I love a game, I will find reasons why you will hate it. Whether it's sponsored, I have been gifted a review, I have been gifted a press kit, whatever the case may be. I will never remove from my before you buy that this game is not for you if, and I will never remove my criticism from the video, no matter what it is. I am so strict, and I don't care if people want to believe it or not, subconsciously, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. This is why my formula is made this way. No matter what it is, I will still tell you why a game that I love, you won't love, and a game that I don't love, why you will love, okay? So, we got that out of the way. Second, this is specifically about Star Sand Island. So, let's iron things out. We're gonna go stuff just, you know, one by one. If door, because the room gets really, really hot. So, and literally, like, I'm talking this about this on stream, and I will be making a video about my pain and all of that. Is outside. I have been freaking out about Star Sand Island here when Star Sand Island was still scheduled to come out last year. I would love to. So, 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 is the game. Yes, I would love. So, when I already know and see the fun with it, why would I do that? That makes no sense, right? Shit, or I don't think it's fun, or I'm not gonna have fun with it. Why would I do that? That makes no sense, right? So, when I already know and see the potential in a game, yes, I would.
Yes, she says that she's not gonna ask for sponsorships for things she doesn't like. Which, yeah. If she doesn't enjoy the game, or she doesn't think, you know, if she doesn't like something about it, she won't ask for, like, sponsorships. Like, she doesn't enjoy it.
So, 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝘀 is the developer and publisher of Star Sand.
So, I'm just going based on my notes. So, here is, like, at 10:27 how she accepts her sponsors. So, let me just jump to that.
You how things work with your sponsorships and all of that. This is like literally, I'm putting everything now out, because if bullshit wants to be spread on my name, then let's go ahead and talk about it, right? So, either the publisher of the game will come and tell you, I want a video, these are the deliverables that I want, let me know what your prices are. Or it can be, which a lot of Chinese companies do, is they will hire a Western-based, but not only Chinese companies, other companies as well. They will hire an agency, but with Chinese-based developers and publishers, they will hire a Western-based agency. And then the agency will go and look out for influencers and be like, okay, here's the list of people. Then the developer and publisher will either confirm it or remove it. This is what they are charging for. This is what they are not charging for. This is what we can expect from them. Cool. Anytime they ask me for my stuff, I'm like, okay, we could do streams. And this is what you get. You could do shorts. This is what you get. Or you could do it before you buy. And in the before you buy and everything, I always... Guys, whoever is telling you that you cannot control your contracts is feeding you bullshit.
So this is something that I wanted to talk about and bring more clarification on, right? So I'm going a little bit ahead of myself, right? Because it ties into... So let me start first, right? she says like if whoever says you can't change your contract, is feeding you bullshit. But like, if you remember the comment that she made underneath sunpi's video, right? It seems like she's putting the blame on content creators when it's a little bit more nuanced. The main issue is these companies and the way the job market is structured. I don't know what it's like for you light-skinned people, you white people, or light-skinned people, or anything like that, or anybody who isn't, making, or for anyone who's like consistently uploading stuff to YouTube and is getting the opportunities to like get sponsors and stuff like that. I don't know what it's like for everyone. Like, she's a person of color. She's like Lebanese, so I'm just speaking in general, right? Because I know that we live in our own echo chambers and stuff, but I'm speaking from my experience, right? And I'm referring to white people. But like, I don't know what it's like for y'all, but for me, we are not taught that you can advocate for better pay. We have to struggle. People of color have to fucking struggle to be treated with respect, especially in the jobs industry. That's why people start getting up in arms when DEI initiatives are stopped and everything like that. It's because they're supposed to help bring equality to us people of color. But for me, I don't see it being talked online that we can, or at least for me looking on the internet and listening to people in real life, like, I don't see it talked about that people can just, work to have more favorable contracts. Like I said in the previous section where I was talking about, Miss Bubbles' comments, right? It seems like, at least to me, it's presented the privilege of negotiating about your contract, working with somebody. It seems like that's only a privilege, for at least for me, from what I'm seeing, is from like the ultra wealthy or the highly influential people who get that luxury. Like, especially in the United States, there are unions, and we've learned about unions, and there are unions that try to fight for like better working conditions. But over here, companies don't want you to be in the union. They say, oh, don't be in the union, because here are the disadvantages, blah 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 blah, and they try to make it seem like you're better off without the union, right? And you have to bend, and you have to fight and fight and fight and fight to be treated with respect. At least, the low level basic jobs, right? They don't treat they don't treat the employees with respect. And especially nowadays, the job market is shit, right? And these greedy ass companies just think that we're just think that we're replaceable, right? And a good portion of us are doing our best to go above and beyond for our jobs, right? And even if there are good companies that treat the employees with respect, that are willing to negotiate with the employees to make sure that everybody has a fair contract, they're few and far between. It is not actively and openly talked about, right? It's not actively discussed. So, at least from what I'm seeing, it's especially hard if you're a person of color, and especially hard if you're a woman. I keep saying, if you're a person of color and you're a woman, you're doubly fucked. So, right? So it's not common knowledge. Miss Bubbles is making it seem like this is supposed to be common knowledge, but this isn't common knowledge. I didn't know about this. It's not being talked about this. We're not being taught this, right? This isn't common knowledge. Over here, we're taught you either have to accept the contract, right, or starve, right? You're lucky if you get a favorable contract, right? And if you get a favorable contract that aligns with your values, you don't have to worry about negotiating nothing. That's great, you're lucky. But if you get a disableable contract, right? But you need to put fucking food on the table, you need to get paid, right? Some way, or you're fucking desperate. It's either you take it and suck it up, or you fucking starve, right? So this is coming from my perspective, right? And considering that how I don't know what it's like in the UK or in other places. I can't remember if Malcolm said that he was originally from the US. But like if he was, then that would explain his mindset as to why you're kind of why he thinks that you can't necessarily negotiate, because that's how these American corporations have brainwashed us. They brainwashed us into thinking that we have no power, that the working class has no power, right? So, and I don't think it's the fault of the common people like uploading onto YouTube, right? It's a different story if like they were aware that you can negotiate, but they're presenting it as you can't. But you cannot prove, right? You can't definitely prove that Malcolm was aware that you can negotiate with your contract, right? So, yeah, and what's also kind of weird is because later on in the stream, in the video, she says that she's made a Discord server for Cozy Creator to unionize, right? And to help each other and to fight for, better pay and better working conditions, because she mentions that a lot of NGTs keep taking advantage of Cozy creators and not paying them. So she is aware that this is a problem, right? So she's probably was at a point where she didn't think that she could, advocate for herself. This is like that for a lot of us in the US and, and possibly other countries, and especially for marginalized groups. So she was aware that this is a problem. So why is she fucking putting the blame on content creators instead of putting the blame on the fucking corporations and the way that they treat us, right? So haven't it not like fucking occurred to you that this might not be common knowledge, that people may not just know this, and right? So that's especially icky if she's just trying to put blame onto people. It's like, again, this pattern of blaming people and accusing people of doing this when there's no definitive proof that that's the case. This is another pattern of behavior I'm seeing with Miss Bubbles. So it's like, you didn't think that perhaps if you know that content creators should advocate for a more favorable contract, I feel like she should start making videos or posting or raising awareness more. This might be the case for like, people within her audience that are regulars, but from outsiders looking in, they may not be aware of like, how she rolls. So it would do her some good to put some extra clarification somewhere, right? So I'm going to continue on.
You can. And this is why I have so many companies that do not work with me, or they will ghost me, they will stop messaging. The second they find out, I tell them I need constructive criticism allowed in the video.
Yeah. And another thing too, this is why when I see YouTubers do sponsorships, I just skip past the sponsored bit because of the mindset that the mindset that we've been brainwashed into thinking, and especially with incidents like with Honey, right? Like with like a couple of these sponsors that were these companies sponsoring YouTubers, a whole bunch of YouTubers all at once, and it turns out that their services are like a scam or shady or not worth it, right? Because a lot of these YouTubers that I watch outside of this space, they take the cookie cutter sponsorships, they say the good points, and it's just a basic ass template, but they're probably not aware that they can negotiate, you know. And at the same time, you know, there's a lot of nuance, so I'm sorry if I'm not making any sense. I apologize. I'm trying my best to explain it the way I can, right? You know, sometimes people are desperate, you know, and they need to put food on the table, right? Especially nowadays, the cost of living is like going up. It's hard, especially in the US. It's fucking dog shit out here, right? So, like, it's fucking dog shit out here, and then you have like our fucking government's trying, this fuck ass president, you know, starting wars and shit, right? Sending his goons and his followers and his cult followers to, you know, harass people of color, right? And harass people who don't practice Christianity, right? So, right? So I, like, even though I'm, like, skeptical of YouTubers who take sponsorships, like, at the same time, it depends on the situation. Like, if you need to take a sponsorship to put food on the table, you do you. You gotta do what you gotta do, because YouTube itself isn't reliable on paying creators on this platform, right? I already said this. It sounds like a fucking broken record, right? So, but at the same time, right? Sometimes I would watch like reviews of like tech products, and stuff like that. And I don't know if they're sponsors. I can't remember if they're sponsored or if they're being sent these stuff to review. But normally, right? Because I'm not sure if this is like the basic cookie cutter format for those types of specific reviews that I would see of people reviewing tech products and stuff like that. Like, because I know in the artist space, I'll see like the pen tablets they would sponsor. They would either like send like gadgets, their products to review, and then they list the points and they kind of like share their experiences using it. I don't know if that's like a basic structure, because I see that structure a lot in the art community when they're reviewing tablets, or in the tech community when trying to research some like a piece of technology that I'll buy in, that I look at reviews and they're being sent and they're saying, I don't know if it's the basic, hey, I'm gonna send you this, please review it, here's the talking points, strengths, weaknesses, or stuff like that. Because like when I watch those type of videos, it's not overly praisey, right? It seems like they're giving their honest thoughts. So I don't know if those are like sponsors, or if they're being reviews, or if they're just doing reviews but no contracts. I don't know if that's like the default. But I tend to trust those types of opinions more, because they show us, because they are giving their honest opinions, and bonus points if they are showing footage of them like actually using the product. That, you know, I'll give like an example of like Nana. I'm referencing Nana a lot, but she has really good examples. I've seen her reviews of certain products, and in the videos she shows us her actually using the products. I don't know if they're sponsored, or if they just show, or if the companies just send those products to review. But I tend to trust that, you know, that kind of partnership more, because, you know, of like the authenticity of it. So I guess it all depends on the situation. All the situation, right? You know, if the YouTuber is not in a tight situation financially, right? I feel like they should, you know, do their research on the company and see whether or not they should take a sponsorship instead of blindly taking a sponsorship worth of all. I think it's still important that y'all do your research, right? And, you know, with that, like, if they don't know that they can negotiate and they didn't know any better, I don't think it's something that you should, you know, hound on them for, because it's not often talked about, right? But if they know that they can alter the contract for them to be like authentic and freely speak about it, but they choose not to, then that's a red flag, and they need to be accountable for their dishonesty, right? And in this situation, right, Josh is responsible for his inauthenticity and his lack of integrity when he's purposely choosing contracts that don't allow him to give constructive criticism, that don't allow him to speak freely. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any fucking sense with that, but you know, just something that I feel like I need to criticize Miss Bubbles about, for place the blame on the creators when it's a lot more nuanced than that. So
whatever it is, you need to let me. Last year, I worked with a very big Japanese company with very big, you know, JRPG. I cannot say what it is. There's NDAs. The moment they tried to silence me on one thing, I told the agency I will walk out, and they were like, no, let's fix it. You can keep it. I am willing to walk out, and I've walked out from thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and pounds because I do not condone anyone telling me what I can say on my channel or not, whether you want to pay me or not. Either you pay me because you respect and you understand the brand that I have created, that I've busted my butt working on. Guys, I was filming in... There was no electricity in Lebanon, and I'm here filming on candlelight. Like, I've worked my butt off for this channel. The last thing I want to do is for me to jeopardize my reputation because a company just wants me to, they want to silence me. And the reason why I was shocked with Candace is because she didn't have any contracts. She didn't have anything.
So she's saying that with like Star Sand Island, there was no contract. So if there was no contract with Star Sand Island, why was that not fucking clarified in the review? I know she said, like, let me see if I can pull up the clip or pull up the video, right? Because I want to, like, show all the context, but, like, I know this video is going to be super, super long, so I apologize if I miss anything or if it was clarified somewhere along the video, but I watched the first part of the video and she said, yeah, I'm partnering with this company, but like, even though I'm partnering, I'm still giving you my honest opinion. But like, she doesn't actually say that there was like an actual contract with this one. Yeah, there's no clarification in the YouTube video title or in the pinned comment or in the description that there was no contract given. Like, she was partnering, but like there was no specific contract. So let me see if I can...
Now, I said this when we tried the beta together, and today I can officially confirm that yes, Star Sand Island is my obsession. And considering it's releasing into early access, I know you have so many questions about what to expect, so I'm gonna be answering all of these questions. By the end of this video, you will know exactly if this is the game for you. Especially special thanks to 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 and Renaissance PR for partnering with me on this video. And in case you're new here and you don't know how we do things on this channel, I only choose to work with companies that will give me complete freedom so I can give you the real tea, everything that you need to know. Oh, and I may or may not have gotten a little bit carried away.
Yeah, so she says that, right? But what does that mean? As a reader, what does that mean when you hear those words? I think the response alone is fine, but I think some additional clarifications for people who are not normally a part of your community and just outsiders, I think it's really important that you add some additional clarification on, like, either in your video editing program or somewhere in the description or in the pinned comment, some additional clarification of how you work with sponsorships, right? You know? And also, because in this specific video, I don't know if this is mentioned anywhere else in the video, but like, if there was no contract for this video, how are you gonna get mad at people if that wasn't clarified? How are you gonna get mad at people if that wasn't clarified for this specific video? If there's no contract for that video, and you're mad because people are accusing you of saying, "Oh, there's a contract," but I didn't have a contract for it. Well, how are people supposed to know that there is no contract if you don't state that there is no contract? I worked with this company and they didn't give me a contract. I'm free to. It was not clarified at all. No clarification. So that's on you. That is on you. That I'm criticizing you for your failure for clarifying that. So, but yeah, I think it would do you some good to like put some additional clarifications, you know, for people who are new to your community and don't have to scroll through videos and videos on your stance. Just like a quick, hey, this is my opinion, some additional text on the screen for further clarification, some additional text in the description or in your pinned comments. So, yeah, like you can't get mad at people for accusing you of something, but you don't exactly saying, "Oh, I have," you're gonna like, there's a lack of clarification, and I think it would do you some good for some additional clarifications to avoid any confusion.
She was like, here's the game. You can say whatever you want. We just want a tips and tricks video. We want a short, which I've been holding on the short and haven't even posted it because the amount of hate that I'm getting, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I've done everything that I do, and then it's all thrown in the garbage just because one person decided to go and spread bullshit. Like, what? So yeah, they wanted those and the dedicated video. She asked for only 12 minutes for the before you buy. She asked for only 20 tips and tricks. What did I go and do? I did over 50, about 60 or 70 tips and tricks. You don't get paid, you know, over like if you overwork, you're not gonna get paid for it. You know, they didn't sign up for that. The 12-minute before you buy, how long is it? 27. How can that not tell you that I'm genuinely enjoying the game? Like, I do not understand. And what bugs me even more is in the video, if you count it, there's at least 3 to 5 minutes where I'm literally showing you the bugs. I'm telling you, I'm verbally telling you what the problem is. I told you the video is in partnership. What does in partnership mean? They paid in partnership, in partnership. If there's a review code, I would say a review code was given. I said in partnership. In partnership. There's literally #ad in the thingy. Like, what do you mean? So it's disclosed. It's already disclosed. People just want to look for something to be like, oh, she's lying. What am I lying about? I told you there are bugs. I told you people are acting right now as if the lack of NPCs and the lack of the affection system is as if like the secret, this big secret that has been held. It's not held. The devs literally said, what did they say? The affection system is a work in progress. And
so she says like the feedback, and I want to like show like any clips, like make sure that what she's saying is truthful, you know, because like the video itself is like 20 minutes, right? But like if you can see, because I'm not gonna watch it because this video is gonna be fucking chonky, right? But she also mentions this in that video, but she says, you know, lack of balance. That's a criticism. Probably the criticism might be in this, more criticisms might be in this chapter. Incomplete. Yeah, motion sickness. Yeah, that's a big one. You know, gotta warn people about the motion sickness. I get motion sickness when I play certain games. So, yeah, issues. Here's another one. But is this game for you? And then, well, like, so far this seems to track that she's telling the truth. So, so I'm gonna skip forward to this one, right? Skip forward.
Unsolicited, you know, videos and sorry, not videos, unsolicited like messages and stuff. So even in my rules, funny enough, I say in our rules, go and look at it, and it's been like that since day one. You are not allowed to come to my server or my Discord or whatever and then badmouth other creators. even if I don't like them, you're not allowed to mouth them. I don't do that. I don't welcome that in my house. This kind of like gossip and that kind of like, I just do not condone it. That's not me censoring you or anything. I just find it icky. Imagine, I don't know, me and Gaming Shelf, how close we are, you know, Taylor. So if you don't know him, he covers JRPGs. Like, I call him bestie, right? He calls me bestie. Imagine you want to come and be like, oh, I don't know, Gaming Shelf, blah, blah. I'm not going to allow it. And then even someone that I don't like, I'm still not going to allow you to come to my house and come and badmouth them. Like, no. If you want to call it censoring, call it whatever you want. You can go to other people's Discords and stuff who condone stuff like that, which will bring us to someone who did that. You can go ahead and do that in their place. You know, I'm not going to allow it in my place. So this person is trying to DM me, and then they DM'd our mod. Our mod sent it my way. She said like, oh, this person is telling me, let me tell you exactly what was the message. Like, honestly, I am at a point where I'm just done covering bullshit like this. Like, I'm always playing the bigger person, but after 5 years, it's like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. It's at one point.
So, after 5 years, so 5 years of them being friends. 5 years? Hold on, let me repeat, let me
5 years, it's like, come on.
Yeah, 5 years of them being friends. So, this wasn't just like a short friendship. Like, they know each other. They deeply know each other. Cause I watched like the Josh's live stream, but I'm trying to edit this to make sense. But I watched the live stream to get full context, and he was being a fucking prick in that live stream. So.
Come on, bro.
Him and his cult followers are being fucking pricks.
Like, come on, bro. Is at one point, it's like, how many times do you want to just keep taking punches for someone that you called a friend, but they're not?
Yeah. So again, she calls him a friend.
Not even your fucking friend. Is so upsetting.
So.
Told me the person's name. I'm not going to disclose it because I don't know if they want their name disclosed. So X person private messaged me after I welcomed them. I wanted to bring it to your attention. I have not responded to them. Please let me know if you need anything from me. And then that person DM'd our mod. And that person said, hello, I'm not going to be sticking around in the Discord. I wanted to message Miss Bubbles about an unkind remark another content creator she has collaborated with on her, wait. Okay, let's read it again. Hello, I'm not going to be sticking around in the Discord. I wanted to message Miss Bubbles about an unkind remark another content creator she has collaborated with on her. So they made that comment on me in their Discord, but I couldn't send her a message on Discord. I sent her the message on Twitter and the screenshots. You guys know I haven't been using social media much, but now I guess we're back to fucking using it all the time. So that's why I didn't see their message. I don't want to cause any drama in her Discord server since some of the people who are in his community are in here too. Just wanted her to be aware of shady behavior by someone she might have called friend. Thank you for the welcome in though. So then I went to Twitter to see what this person has sent me. Like, look, you can literally see I need to unlock.
Yeah, let me...
Locked again, like locking the apps so I can pronouns the person knows that I'm talking about them. Hi, Miss Bubbles. I want to share with you some SS, so screenshots I took from this person's Discord of comments made on you. If this were just a regular viewer, I wouldn't even bother. But because he himself made a post, I felt it needed to be shared, knowing you guys have streamed together and seemed to genuinely get along. I made comments about the wrongness of it in the Discord, yet nothing was addressed, and he only deleted what he said. And of course...
So he said the offending comment, and then deleted it like a fucking coward. You see, this pattern of, people saying bullshit, and then this is why I say I take screenshots This is why I take screenshots. I have screenshots and screenshots and screenshots of shit that has happened before. And like there's a fucking reason why I do this stuff. Like,
course, I was attacked by viewers in his stream for bringing it up in there. I also watched the stream, by the way, and
Yeah.
like I am so thankful for this person for actually.
Yeah, and I'll show the stream later on. Like, I've already recorded that segment, and I'll show it later on. After recording this segment, to like show y'all that we're not fucking talking out our asses. That we're telling the truth, that this did happen.
Bringing up
And
all
Miss
of
Bubble
that.
did like show the receipts on her Twitter. So like, what's it down here? So like she also shows like the like, so these are the same, like I'll show, like it will be shown later, but these are like the same comments. So like these were the same comments. So this was like towards that little part. Yeah, so it's these screenshots are also linked below in the video. So
But here they are. The first one I'm sending is the original comment that things stemmed from. I have since left the Discord, so this is all the info I will have on what happened. Now let's look at the screenshots. So first screenshot is from, you know, one of the viewers in his community. They said, interesting just how different this guy.
yeah, so this was like the way that he timed it. So this was like the screenshot. And like look at the fucking the piss ass trying to like, look at this tweet. If you see anybody trying to defame me, this is the only thing I said. I stand by it. Like, given the context of the whole situation, you know that he's bullshitting here. He's bullshitting here. This is the only thing I said, and he doubled down on his stream. He fucking doubled down on his stream. Yeah, so not all of them, because I must have missed that comment. Because I think I saw it briefly, but I forgot. I didn't do, like, I couldn't find the timestamp. Oh, this is the wrong. I couldn't find the timestamp, but there was no screenshot of it on the Twitter links. But she does read it out here, and I think I did see it, but I couldn't figure out where it was. But I did see it. I think I did see it.
Guys, and Miss Bubble's coverage and opinions on Star Sand R. This guy says it's not groundbreaking and it's just fine, while Bubbles says it's the next best thing. Okay, so she's saying that this is the first comment that stemmed everything.
Yeah, so I think I did see it, but I couldn't figure out where in the stream. Like, I was trying to, like, find it again to record it, because I thought I saw it, but I lost it. But I think I did see that comment. But she's reading out, too. I'm just going to confirm that it did exist. I think that was one of the things that I missed, but I couldn't figure out where it was. She didn't give, like, a timestamp of where in the stream it was said, and I wish she did. But yeah.
Next screenshot. Someone replied to that comment. I kind of chuckled after watching 8 seconds into Miss Bubble's review, not gonna lie, but I guess if other people like it, good for them. That person replied back, I do find myself agreeing with this guy more, but to each their own. That's fine. Then this guy replied back, that's true, yeah, she enjoyed that Everdream Village too, which I'm like, to each their own, I suppose. Yeah, great, you know, I have the right to like stuff, you know, other people won't like it. That's fine. I don't see what's the problem. It's just like food, you know. I like my food not spicy. Other people love it spicy. Like, what's the problem?
But like I keep saying, I sound like a broken record. I sound like a broken record. But I just have to make this. I just have to hammer this home and make this abundantly clear. While yes, people can like different things, when you see a pattern of the same creators overhyping the same Cosy slop games, saying that it's the next best thing and it's the best thing since sliced bread, right? And the game releases, and they don't talk about like the problems with the game, they don't talk about the issues with the game or anything like that, right? And the game releases or the product releases and its subpar is broken, uninspired, you're gonna have to wonder if those opinions were genuine. Just want to point that out.
I don't see the problem. Another person now came out and they say, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Miss Bubbles' reviews. They don't feel as honest to me as this person's reviews do.
So as Josh's reviews. So shading, this is the shade. This is the shade. I don't know if I missed it. If I missed it, there seems to be like more conversation that I missed. But like, I couldn't, yeah.
Then someone came in and said, oof, people going off in Star Sand though about how shallow they feel the game is. So now, third screenshot. That was my impression of it. That person just said that. Then another person said, I just couldn't say anything because of NDA, but I felt this way a long while. I hope by full release they'll add in some real story and maybe fix the fact we've got 4 out of 7 men that are blonde and we're missing 1 bachelor. There's 8 women. Like, yeah, true. I've said that. There's not much diversity. I've said that in my Before You Buy. I've said that in my coverage of Star Sand Island. We do need more diversity. In our, bachelors and bachelorettes. Then the creator comes in and says, random reminder to always look out for this icon.
Oh, so this was in the Discord. This was in the Discord. Okay, so I thought this was on stream. I was like, what the fuck am I missing? What did I miss? Okay, so this was in the Discord. Where? Hold on. There was like a whole fucking conversation cut off from the Discord. So she was reading. Where are these screenshots on? This wasn't. I didn't see this part on the Discord. Here's the Discord thing. Okay, here it is. Okay, maybe I seen like that comment that she was reading, but like in one of the response videos that, not Malcolm, maybe, I don't know, but like. Oh, here we, wait. So these are kind of like out of order. Twitter is just not doing it in order. So some of the conversation, I thought it was talking about the stuff in stream, but I know I saw something on stream. That was also shading Ms. Bubbles. But like, I tried to go back to it, but I couldn't find it. So I was getting confused. I was getting totally confused. But I know I saw something, and I couldn't find it again in the recording. Like, I tried going back earlier in the stream and I couldn't find it in the recording when I was recording that segment. So, but I know I saw something. I know I saw an additional comment. It's gonna irk me. I know I saw something. So, yeah.
Especially when something is a review and they put a screenshot of includes paid promotion.
Yeah, so they're talking, fuck. These are not. So yeah, so this is the thingy. So this was the first one. They were reading more, but like he got cut off. So it's this one, then this one, and then I don't know if these were like. No, wait. Yeah, like I don't. But like here, some of the screenshots are here. And she does put the Miss Bubbles does put the link to these in underneath the video.
Did I not say it's a, like, literally when you click on the video, the first thing you're gonna see is includes paid promotion, and then if you don't see it, I still said it's in partnership, and then I expanded on it. If you're new, do we want to hear the let's hear exactly what I said in the video, just in case, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm.
Yeah, and I did show that clip that she was about to do, so I'm just gonna skip over that because I did like already like play that part, and I did give my criticism on that.
Everything that you need to know. Oh, and I may or may not have gotten. So.
Yeah, so that was the same.
Like, what's the issue? Okay. Let's look at the video. So many different tags.
Mm-hmm. This is like the chapter, she did talk about the...
So how long? 2 minutes. I'm talking about those negatives.
So she's talking about like the chapters, like the stuff that she talked about in that video, right? And I did show you like the chapters, like I did confirm, and she's telling the truth here, like everything is in that video. So
the thing is, she put a voice note, and I don't know if I can play it.
And then she did say that the $20 DLC wasn't worth it too. So she did all the... So you can see here, the EULA, like, you can watch this for yourself. Like, I'm trying not to make this too long, right? I just want to cover the most important bits. But you can go back, and I'll link everything in the description below, right? You can go back, and you can rewatch this whole thing. Like, she does talk about it, right? She does talk about it. And the AI accusations, like, she does talk about it, right? However, there's one thing that I want to point out, right? So let me go to 3358. 3358, let me find it. Right?
Like everything is just AI.
Yeah, and the reason why people are or like, you know, criticizing people for like AI, because with the AI situation, right? People can't tell if what's real and what's not anymore because companies are fucking pushing this fucking AI. So you can't I understand the frustration, especially when there's a lot of people who are blindly accusing innocent artists of AI when it's not AI, right? And also insulting and also using AI to insult artists' work. Like, I've seen people saying your artwork looks like AI, like unprompted, unsolicited, like using it as a fucking insult, right? And I understand that perspective. Like, I understand that it's really annoying, but it's like this: blame the fucking corporations, blame the fucking mega corporations for putting this upon us, right? Blame the fucking mega corporations and these AI bros for fucking shit up for everybody. You can't blame people for being concerned that what they're seeing, this might be AI. Because as the advancement of this generative AI continues, it's looking more real, and you can't tell what's real or what's not. So please don't get mad at people for being a bit concerned about if what they're looking at is like real, made by a real fucking human being. So, right? But I do agree that she says, wait until it's been proven guilty that this person did in fact indeed use AI, which I full-heartedly agree, right? Don't just blindly accuse people, right? But here's what I want to play the clip so that I can like express my criticisms, right?
Like, and we throw these accusations out and we don't think about the repercussions of the damage that we're doing on someone. Like, we say in Arabic, yalla, like, let's go, come on, yalla, you are AI, you know, like Oprah, you are AI, and you are AI, and you are AI, and you are AI.
I know she says this in reference to the AI stuff, but if you take a moment to like, think about what she says, right? She says that, like, in regards to, like, let me, like, replay that.
Like, everything is just AI. Like, and we throw these accusations out and we don't think about the repercussions of the damage that we're doing on someone. Like,
yeah, she says that, but then turns around, shows her support towards another Cosy creator in the space, throwing out false accusations on another creator, right? Without thinking about the repercussions of what she's saying. Doesn't that sound a bit hypocritical? Doesn't that not sound really hypocritical? You're complaining about people throwing out accusations, false accusations on someone, yet here you are turning around, supporting another creator, throwing out false accusations on someone. Doesn't that not, like, So let me move on to the next part.
Maybe you weren't fast enough. Were you? It got screenshotted and it was sent to me. So maybe you weren't fast enough, were you? Or maybe is it just karma, or maybe better yet, paid. Then they chicken out and they delete it. She let's say they, because I don't know their pronouns, they sent me all of these screenshots. There's a lot more, you know, a lot more of me, like people saying that I am disingenuous, right? And that creator went and said, oh, pay attention if it's paid. Then they chicken out and they delete it. But it got screenshotted and it was sent to me. So maybe you weren't fast enough, were you? Or maybe is it just karma, or maybe better yet, I am a God believer. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. God always comes back and lets me know.
Yeah, saying this as like a witch, you know, I believe in, you know, I listen to when your gut is trying to tell you something. Listen to when you're seeing things repeating. Pay attention, because like sometimes, like the universe, you know, whether you are a Christian and you believe that God is giving you signs, or like you're Muslim, right? Or if you don't practice any religion and you're just getting this weird gut feeling, that's the universe telling you. That's a higher power telling you that something's up, trying to give you messages. So listen to your gut, y'all. Listen to your gut.
Sometimes it's always on his timing, and sometimes it does take a long time. But to be honest, God has been giving me signs about this for ages, and I was choosing to just act like it's not there.
Yeah, so like I said before, like she was mentioning that this is a pattern of behavior, and she's saying again that this is not the first time that Josh has been being a prick to her. And she was just like letting it slide because, oh, like this, and this. But she's stating that this is not the first time that Josh has done this.
Because I was like, you know what? I have respect for this creator. I do not want to cut ties with this creator. They fucked me over a few times already and upset me. But you know what? Let's just be the bigger person and just let it be. But this time, I'm not gonna let it be. So I took the screenshot and I messaged this creator. Just looking at the all right, seems like everything is good to go. All right, so I messaged this person, hi, just a heads up that this message was sent to me. So I sent
okay, so I think she is referring to this one. So she's referring to this one. Pause if you want to read it. Alright, pause if you want to read it. Like, the links are in the description, but like, pause if you want to read it. I'll also, like, just take a second. I don't know what order these are supposed to be in, but like, I'll just like go around and like take a second to, you know, like you can pause and read these. Right, and this is the thing that he said, the fucking, and these are the stuff on, because like I do record this bit, but I'll show these too, of like the shade that was being, I don't know what order these are in. I don't know what fucking order these are in. Okay, so this is the first one, I think. Oh yeah, this is the second one. And then, yeah. So that's like the other one, and then these are, so that's like the screenshots for that, the first one, right? And then this is like her DMs. I think these are in order, right? So that's the first two. You can pause to read. She'll read them out too. Oh yeah, and these were like the original. Okay, so they're there, just in case the Twitter gets obliterated, because you know.
Like the screenshot that I was sent with his comment that is now deleted. Seeing viewers openly discrediting my hard work and you adding that comment is very disappointing. Guys, like, I've never done that and like went public like this and made a video. Like, you know how pissed off I am for me, like, about another content creator who, mind you, has a lot more followers, viewers, and all of that than me, you know? It's a lot more. But when you are going to allow wrong stuff to be said about me, I am sorry.
And I was blowing a gasket when I was watching that part and like recording that. But I was fucking blowing a gasket. I was mad for her. She didn't deserve all of that. Like, I have my criticisms for her, like, and you know, but she didn't fucking deserve that. She didn't fucking deserve that.
Allow it, especially when you know my work ethic. Me and him talk all the time. I even made a specific Discord server.
Yeah, this is the part where I said before where she made the Discord server, and I already said my criticisms on that part. You know, the private Discord server done entered the fucking chat. You know, I already said my worries and my stuff on that. Like, I'm not surprised if it's revealed that there's a lot of shade. There's like a lot of snakery going on. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's because there's a lot of hypocrisy going on. There's a lot of hypocrisy. There's a lot of backstabbing. There's a lot of deception going on. I'm smelling like I'm getting flashbacks, y'all, from the art commentary community, y'all. Like,
cozy creators, so we can unionize and be, you know, like, together, so we can help each other, because a lot of agencies take advantage of us. A lot of them don't end up paying us for ages. Like, we will be
like
5-6 months literally like scrambling to get our bills that we've worked for, and we're not being paid. So I made that server so we can all come together, unionize, and help each other. He's in that, and he knows my work ethic. He knows how many contracts I've backed away from that he has accepted, which do filter what is allowed to be said. And then you have the audacity to go and say that on your Discord about me.
Yeah, so he's accepted. So Josh has accepted sponsorships where, you know, he's limited on what he can say. And, you know, like, that's what I was saying before. That's the type of people you need to, like, start raising your eyebrow at and start, you know, questioning their integrity, you know, because if he's working with someone, you know, if he's friends with someone and they're communicating with each other, right, and they're that person is telling you that they are they're like how they do things, right, and you know that they don't accept contracts where their freedom of speech is limited, right, and they value honesty and integrity and telling the truth to their audience, right? And you yourself is jeopardized, and you yourself are knowingly taking contracts where you may not be able to fully tell the truth about the sponsor that you're working with, right? Then that should be that's red flag. And then purposely not clarified to your audience that, you know, the way that she structures her sponsorship, she's able to tell her viewers the full truth and not defend her, not clarify. Like, oh my god, it's mind-boggling.
Okay,
it's mind-boggling. Like,
read it again, but sorry, I need to do that Naze app again because it keeps blocking me. Look at even my screen time, 6 hours. I've been trying to stop this, and now look, I've been on a 61-day streak. I've been on a 61-day streak of not being on this fucking phone, and now look at this. So let's read it again. Hi, just a heads up that this message was sent to me. Seeing viewers openly discrediting my hard work and you adding that comment is very disappointing. You also managed to forget that we have very different opinions about almost all games. So it's surprising that was not brought up in your response. And that's a fact. A lot of the games that I love, he hates. A lot of the games that he loves, I hate. Ooh, shocking, you know, different opinions. People have different, what a shocker. Like, what a, ooh.
You already.
He answers back. Hi, Bubbles. I'm sorry the timing was off and I deleted that message to avoid any further confusion. I clarified.
To avoid any further confusion. You could have just you didn't need to delete the fucking comment. You could have just added your clarifications after the fact. Why did you feel the need to delete it?
Clarified it on stream today when he put the name of that person that sent me the screenshots. So I clarified it on stream today when X asked me, but it was not aimed at anyone in particular. Really?
Yeah. Not aimed at any... That's a fucking lie. So, like, let me bring up... Like, I already said... Yeah. So... and, like, Miss Puddles is, like, the fucking MVP. Like, the fucking... Bro, look at this asshole being a fucking asshole in the fucking... Oh my god. Like, I'm so mad. Look at this fucking proof! You're making a big deal out of some random people criticizing you. Fucking... I've already blown the gasket, and I'm trying to save my voice. I'm gonna be so sore tomorrow. Like, oops, I did not mean to go into full screen. I did not mean to go into full screen. Okay.
We're confused with a lot of discrepancy between the reviews, not just on YouTube, but Steam and other platforms, and not just you. Always with the stupid PR, you know.
Oh, man, like, any other time, like, this, cause, like, the timing is what is, like, the timing, like, is important, and also you can't ignore the fact that he also does sponsorships. Like, the whole, once you
messages, I always get these PR apologies. So yeah, and it was a reminder to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff, really. So you need to remind them when the conversation is literally about me. You need to remind them. So what are you saying? You're literally saying indirectly that I am disingenuous. That's why my views and my review differs from yours, because I'm paid. That's what you're saying. When you know which contracts I choose, when you...
Yeah, let me rewind that and just...
So what are you saying? You're literally saying indirectly that I am disingenuous. That's why my views and my review differs from yours, because I'm paid.
So she says that, and then, you know, oh, you're saying that I'm disingenuous because I'm paid, and yet she's supporting another creator who is doing the same thing that Josh is doing, but to another creator. But she doesn't have any qualms about that.
That's what you're saying. When you know which contracts I choose, when you know what my work ethic is, when you know, because I've clearly told you that I have backed out of many, and I was almost this close to backing out with that JRPG game. And if it wasn't for them saying, I'm sorry, no, you can put whatever feedback you want in that video, I was walking out. Like, that's what bugs me, is that he knows. Because again, we were friends. We were friends.
She says again, they were friends. She makes it pretty clear that they were friends, and they were friends for 5 years.
I told him all of this. He knows it. So that's why I'm so pissed off, because he knows it. He knows it. Yeah, people were confused. I even tell my audience when I do a sponsored stream and such that even though I'm striving to be 100% honest, being sponsored affects my subconscious, and
like he's even lying in that response, because he's been accepting sponsorships where he's not allowed to be 100% honest. So he's lying. He's lying. he's choosing not to choose the sponsorships that allows him to be honest with his audience, and he's fucking lying.
It's very important for me that people are aware of that. I need to read, like, comment on this before I read the next part of him, of his his message. So yeah, he said, I even tell my audience when I do a sponsored stream and such that even though I'm striving to be 100% honest, being sponsored affects my subconscious, and it's super important for me that people are aware of that. Honey, if you being paid impacts your subconscious because of the way that you do your videos and the formula that you follow, don't go and put that on me.
It's his responsibility if he's going about his sponsorships in a way where he cannot be completely honest, right? Why are you applying your logic towards everybody else in the space? Why are you doing that? Creators like you who are accepting like creators like you who know that you can negotiate for better terms on the contract, but still go with the contracts where you would have to be deceiving or misleading your audience. Like, you are a fucking asshole. You're disingenuous. You don't have integrity, right? I'm not going, like, don't be mad at the people who don't know you could negotiate for better terms, because from what I'm seeing, not a lot of people are talking about this and making it aware, because especially in the US where people are brainwashed into like being silent and not advocating for themselves, right? These corporations grooming us to be the perfect, minions, slaves to them. Like, I wouldn't be mad at those people because I don't see people talking about it, but content creators who know that you can negotiate for better terms but still don't and are deceiving their audience, like like, they don't deserve a platform, to be honest. They don't deserve to be believed.
I still have this game is for you if, not for you if, and then my verdict. Doesn't matter what my verdict is. I am still.
And even if, because like I said before, there's probably content creators out there. There's a whole bunch of ways like a situation could go. There's a lot of situations. There's a lot of nuance in the situation. That's why I keep saying in these videos, nuance, right? Case by case scenario when it comes to these things. Because like I said before, there's content creators on this platform that need the money to be paid, that need food on the table, and they're getting sponsorship offers, but they have to choose whether or not they're going to go without food, go without bills, or take like a sponsorship that may be less than ideal. As long as you are listening to the creator and you're allowing them to explain themselves, right? Then you can judge whether or not they should be forgiven, whether they should be trusted. Just ask them to explain themselves, and if they're giving a reasonable response, then all right, okay. And if they might need your support, or like support them. But if they're giving bullshit reasons and bullshit responses and sorry excuses, then don't believe them. Like,
Finding your reasons why you will like the game, reasons why you will not like the game, and I still addressed all of the issues that I encountered. So my subconscious is not impacted. If yours is impacted and other creators get impacted, fine. But don't put how your mind works and how your subconscious works on me. Because I've addressed the negatives, I've talked about everything, and I've said exactly why you might enjoy Star Sand Island, why you might not enjoy Star Sand Island, my verdict, and again, I will keep drilling this over and over again. We counted it, 5 to 6 minutes, I was talking about the negatives and showing you exactly what they are. That does not change that I see this game as revolutionary, a statement that I have been saying since day one. Okay, and then he says, so after that, anyway, I agree that anyway, I agree that the post was out of place, so
So I think that it's is it this one? Oh no, it's this one. Oh wait, no. Oh, we're still on the first one. Clarified on streams. He's not making any sense. His logic is flawed. I've not slept for 2 days. Sleep my ass due to the stress surrounding this game. The stress? Oh, you're the victim. You're the victim. Bullshit. Fuck you.
Moved it and clarified on stream. I watched the stream. He clarified nothing. Bullshit.
Yeah, he clarified nothing. He didn't defend her. He didn't fucking defend
Because he
her.
buckled down on the stream and he still said that whole subconscious thing. He never said, guys, I am your friend. You never said, guys, let's stop throwing shade on Miss Bubbles, my friend. The same friend who's always talking highly about you on her streams, always talking highly about you, about everyone. The same friend that helped you get your money from a company that didn't pay you for 4 months.
Tear him
The
to
same
shreds.
friend, let's keep
Girl,
going.
tear him
The
to
same
shreds.
friend who's always opening a safe space for you to talk. That friend, you forgot. You cannot play a PR answer and a PR message on me and your community just because it fits your narrative.
Trying to spin some
I'm sorry,
fucking
I'm
narrative.
really pissed off. Like, genuinely, I'm so pissed
I'm
off.
pissed off too. I'm mad for you.
You cannot make this shit up. Like, genuinely, I'm so pissed off. Then he says, I hope I'm making sense. I've not slept in 2 days due to the stress surrounding this game. And I'm very sorry if I'm not making sense. And
He's whining. He's whining, trying to play the victim.
for posting that. If you're here busy cloud chasing and doing all of that, that's your issue.
Yeah.
That's your issue. I reply back and I said, hi.
Yeah, this is the damn it. This one. Ah! Oh wait. Is this the right?
I would rather jump on a call about this as I'm genuinely...
It's
Let's
this
read
one.
it again. Hi, I would rather jump on a call about this as I am genuinely upset and I don't believe mentioning this on the stream's
The
name,
Rancher stream.
in case you haven't, guessed who it is, fixes the damage, so we'll say X. Hi, I would rather jump on a call about this as I am genuinely upset and I don't believe mentioning this on the X stream fixes the damage that you have A, allowed on my name on your server, and B, the fact that you also posted that comment right when the chat was about me being disingenuous when I literally talked about, oh my god, when I literally talked over 4 to 5 minutes about all the issues in the game. And turns out now it's actually 5 to 6 minutes. He answers back, why?
Yeah.
Chicken. Because you know you did wrong and you're just sorry you got caught.
I'm not. Yeah.
Answers, I'm here telling you know what? Let me give you benefit of the doubt. I mean, how stupid can I be to keep giving you benefit of the doubt when this is not the first time that you put shit like this? But still, benefit of the doubt. I'm still telling you, let's hop on a call and talk about this because this is wrong. So, something is going on. Before I read his answer, I'm in my server, must read rules channel.
Yeah. She's gonna
Do
show.
not complain about other YouTubers.
I cannot see that. Girl, I cannot see that. But yeah, like
streamers and
I can't see that.
Whether I like them, whether I don't like them, I'm not gonna allow people to come and be disrespectful. If sometimes, we were even talking about, his excitement about Bethesda.
Okay, let me
started watching how you put girl. This is how you put good into the world. Not pull the second PR answer that you gave me, which clearly shows that we're not friends. I think I found the comments you mentioned in a Discord I'm in. I really hope not, as I would have thought this creator would be. His answer, and I cannot wait to see how he's gonna respond to this.
And he, as of this recording, like, hold on, let me go to his fucking YouTube channel, right? So live, he hasn't done a live stream addressing the whole thing, right? And he's playing Moonfrost, and I heard that it was originally an NFT project, and Miss Bubbles criticized the game for that, right? I don't know if and he's playing it. I don't know if things have changed with Moonfrost, but I saw this and I was like, why the fuck is he playing Moonfrost? I heard that it was problematic, but my gosh, you know what? I'm gonna go on my iPad because I have my iPad right here. I think it's because I'm recording and I have this open, and that's why. Yeah, like literally, as I open YouTube, like, hold on, let me put this in my playlist. So as I open YouTube, what does the universe give to me? What does the fucking universe give to me? Okay, cause corporations are getting away with abusing desperate workers. Like, I have a video on my iPad, but I edited it here, so the whole title wasn't shown. What is the universe handing my... Like I was just talking about earlier, that at least over here in the US, right? Corporations do nothing but disrespect us workers, right? They keep abusing us and expecting us to work as their slave, not properly compensating us. And also, you would hear also nightmare situations in the VTubing communities with these VTubing agencies too, right? So, right, like, I'm not talking out of my ass. This is something that I've been seeing online with and from experience, like, seeing other people online and seeing how people talk around, like, in real life. Like, oh my gosh. And then here's like another, I'm gonna also put this, like, oh my god, like, the universe is helping me out in real time, y'all. This is, like, it could also be like, this doesn't happen regularly. This is only when I'm calling shit out and showing, and then this is happening in real time, y'all. I'm not fucking. Some people will say, "Oh, this is just YouTube recommending you stuff based on what you watch," and yeah, there is truth in that, right? There could, but like, when I'm not calling out something. When I'm not, like, calling out something, right, and I'm not sharing my opinions, right, and when I'm making a video, this is like, how many times has this happened to me? How many fucking times has this happened to me? This is... Okay, so, every Cozy Gaming channel, right, and let me play this. Let me fucking play this.
I'm gonna recommend the most dog shit game, and it's gonna run at 15 FPS. Time for another farming sim. Don't ask how much they paid me to recommend this game. Stardew Valley meets Stardew Valley Cozy Farming Sim. Always like $5,000 worth of squishimals and figures behind me. Cozy used to follow me because I would recommend.
Okay, well that criticism is kind of like stupid, but like continuing on.
Cute cozy games. And now I'm telling you to buy an AI-powered dieting app. I'm so millennial, it hurts. Depresso espresso over here. Cozy. You want to play something besides a farming sim? Too fucking bad. Thanks to Game Freak for sponsoring today's video. Thanks to Nintendo for sponsoring today's video. Thanks to Concerned 8 for sponsoring. Thanks to Logitech. Thanks to Lockheed Martin for sponsoring today's video.
Like, it's not just me. A lot of people are noticing this. so our criticisms are based. Like, I keep bringing this up. I keep fucking bringing this up. Oh my god. Like, I'm not. This doesn't have. This only happens to me when I'm trying to make a video and trying to clarify. I don't even. I lost my train of fucking thought. Like, cause like I was trying to like. Okay, what was? Oh my god. Oh my god. So.
I cannot wait to see how. What?
Yeah, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. ADHD in real time. Looking through his channel, he has in his live streams, right? I'm looking at his live stream right the fuck now. No live stream addressing the allegations. No videos addressing the allegations and defending her, right? No shorts addressing the allegations and defending her. No, not a fucking peep. Not a fucking peep from Josh's. Okay, so finally, yeah, like I said, live streams not a fucking peep. Videos not a fucking peep, right? Shorts not a fucking peep. You don't see nothing. No video defending her. Let me go to live. See? No live stream defending her. And here, like, nothing. Like, nothing. Like, it's not here. If it is here, like, I don't know about the shorts, because with the shorts, they don't show you the title. Well, actually, they don't show you how far back. They don't show you the month. Okay, well, that's all the shorts. I don't see any defending video. Okay, look, videos. Nothing. Like, problematic rise of violence. Like, nothing. Nothing. Not a peep. Nothing. This prick not defending her. Like,
PR person is he? Sorry. What PR answer is he gonna come up with? Again, my English is not my first language, so when I'm angry, it's very hard to not use your mother tongue. So that's why I end up saying like this person. Just his answer. I'm not in a place to hop on a call. Did I tell you to hop on a call now? I said I would rather.
Yeah, call now. So she wasn't asking him to like call him right that second. Like,
rather jump on a call and we can talk about this. I am not in a place to hop on a call. Okay. That being said, listen to this and remember the rules that I showed you and how I treat my colleagues, right? The respect that I have for my colleagues. I do not control what people discuss.
So this was like, he's pretty much saying that he's not going to like put boundaries on and forbid his audience from attacking another creator, right? So there's like, no, please do not harass this person, please do not, none of that. And this is criticisms that I've been saying since the dawn of time. The lack of, stopping your audience. If you're not going to stop your audience from attacking another creator, that reflects back on you. That shows that you're a fucking shitty person, right? You have a responsibility to your audience, to control your audience, to let your audience know that you do not condone certain things, right? He's out here enabling his audience, weaponizing his audience towards another creator, towards someone that he considered his friend. So bullshit behavior. And I've criticized, I've spoken up against this type of behavior in the past about the lack of controlling the audiences and the lack of accountability of what your audience does. Like, if he says, okay, please do not attack, harass, this person, blah, 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 and then they still do it, like, that's out of his hands. But he didn't bother to do that first. He didn't fucking bother to do that first. and he's weaponizing his audience. He's enabling his audience to go and harass Miss Bubbles. And for what? And for fucking what? To make himself look better, of course.
So you just have no reins on what's happening. People just come in, throw bullshit about your friend. No problem. Cool. Cool. Sometimes there's criticism towards me as well. That's not my problem.
Yeah. that's not. This is about your actions towards another creator. Oh, it's about me. Shut the fuck up. You are not the victim in this situation. You're the fucking asshole. You're the aggressor, the abuser in this situation. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here, bro.
I don't censor people on my Discord server. Did I ever ask him to censor his people?
Also, he thinks that, not allowing people to, like, get, to say such disgusting things is, like, censorship. Like, if, like, bro, censorship, right? People with common sense just know how fucking problematic that is. Like, I can't word. I'm running out of steam, right? I'm pushing through this. I'm running out of steam, right? I can't word. It's like 9:05 p.m. the next day. Like, I came home from work and I'm recording these second parts of the, like, the additional parts to these, right? I don't have work the next day, but, like, I want to power through this and just like,
No. So one day this is the funny one. So one day or another, they will talk about other creators as well. Cool.
And then you're just going to allow them to batshit other creators too. So you don't have any respect for Ms. Bubbles or any other content creators within the space that you don't have any respect for them either. So that shows what kind of person you are. You are a fucking snake. You're a bad friend. You're a fucking snake. You're a fucking prick. You're a fucking prick. You don't, like, that's how you're not willing to give the any respect to the rest of the content creators in the space that you share.
So you are in the server that I made. That is made for us to unionize as creators, and you are okay with your community just bad-mouthing and throwing shit that is not true about your friends. Nice. Nice. It's good to know where we stand with you. Again, I am very sorry. No, you're not.
Yeah, he's
and
not.
I do agree that my message was out of place, which is why I removed it. No. You are sorry that you got caught. So let's read it again. I am not in a place to hop on a call now. That being said, I do not control what people discuss. Sometimes there's criticism towards me as well. I do not censor people on my Discord server. So one day or another, they will talk about other creators as well. Again, I'm very sorry, and I do agree that my message was out of place, which is why I removed it. This is not an apology. Because even in the so-called stream, where you say you clarified things, you didn't.
Yeah. Can confirm.
You didn't. You allow people to badmouth your friend and use accusations that you know are not correct. You see what bugs me? Forget the whole colleague shit. I'm your friend. I'm not your friend? Sure, let's put it on the side. It's lies. And you know my work ethic, and you go and allow it on your server and your stream. And now on his video, everyone is like, creators are glazing over the game. They're lying to us. You're the only one we can trust. Yeah, trust him. The stuff that I know about him, trust him. But I'm not gonna play dirty. If he plays dirty, I'm still, you know, gonna try my best and be calm for now. So that's what happened. And this is very important to me. And you've seen me in my 5 years, I have only, you know, done that, the Moonfrost, Chilltown, pretty chill. You've never seen me even raise my voice like this. You've never seen me get upset. You've never seen me annoyed. I always be like, you know what, off my shoulder, we move on to the next thing. It's fine.
Yeah, so
So, literally, it's playing hero. And the thing, I went and looked through his stream to see what that person who sent me the tweets was talking about. The way that person is just defending me. Let me read, let me continue the tweets. And then they had the same rhetoric in their in the stream as well.
So, yeah, so
honestly, alhamdulillah, God, like, thank you so much that that person has found me and happened to be in the chat in that time for them to be there and defend my name. Because here I am thinking this person is my friend, but he's allowing this bullshit to be said. Sure, cool. You're subconscious, all of that. That's you, bro. That's not me. And for you, like, again, I will say this again and again. What bugs me are two things. One is the fact that I said what is wrong with the game in the video. I never lied. And
yeah, so okay, so they say I'm gonna like power through it because I think that this is the part where she starts reading the stuff that was said on the stream, and I've already recorded this bit. If you want to watch this part where she reads off the comments that were on the stream, you could watch it here. But I've already recorded that part and reacted to that part. So let me just
genuinely shocked seeing some in here give shade to Miss Bubble.
Okay, but I think wait a minute. Okay, so not yet. This isn't the part where she starts reading the stuff off the stream. She's reading the Discord messages. So I'll just
for her paid promotion video of Star Sand Island just because they have a differing opinion of the game.
MVP
I think it was a year ago that X, that guy, also had a paid promo video that was getting some drama. Maybe Critter Cove or something. I mean, he's taken a lot of promotions that had drama. But, ooh, we forgot about that, right? Yeah. And everyone was cool with it then. And saying there's nothing wrong with paid promo videos. But now it's an issue. Some other creator has one on a game you don't like. Not trying to start drama, but why the shade to Miss Bubbles? Did I miss something? Lol.
Yeah.
They like that. They said lol or LMAO. They got a reply. I don't think there was any shade being thrown at Miss Bubbles. I mean,
there was, and there was more shade thrown in the stream. So that was a fucking lie.
Literally said, "Oh, I trust him more than Bubbles," but okay, sure. But you know, I'm gonna actually go to the stream as well and read you exactly the conversation that was happening while this guy is just playing a game as if nothing is happening in the stream.
He was fucking ignoring
so that person said, I don't think there was any shade being thrown at Miss Bubbles. People are just pointing out how different her opinions are to X and how people agree with X video more. No, go to his review and see what is being said. All content creators are, you know, glazing over. You're the only one we can trust. All of that. That is a reputation. So who's the other content creators y'all are talking about? Me, like,
and potentially others. You know,
that person who sent me the screenshots. Shall we call them? What do we call them?
Come here, Squishy.
Tracy.
Come here, little Squishy.
I came out. There is a Tracy in here, but yeah, let's just say Tracy. So it's not Tracy who's in this chat. So Tracy said, it definitely comes off as shady, reading that her reviews don't seem as honest as his reviews. And then reading another message that we should look out for the paid promo signs when watching people's videos. Exactly. Like, why did he go and put that comment when the conversation was literally about me, Miss Bubbles? And he apologized for it because he knows he did wrong. But an apology, it has to be a real apology, not an apology which wasn't an apology. You said sorry to me in the DM. In your stream, you never apologized. In that server, you never apologized. You never said, guys, don't say that about Miss Bubbles. I've worked with her before, and I know the contracts that she signs. So me, him, I get my, you know, subconscious stirred. She has a different formula. She does things differently. It's different. It's separate. No, So for me, what was said on the stream is not, there was not even a sorry. There was no apology. Tracy said, it's like saying someone is paid to promote this, so they aren't being honest with what they're saying.
Like, again, like I've already said the hypocrisy, because, the hypocrisy, I already said that in regards to, like, sunpi towards, like, original paradigms, like I already said that, like, the hypocrisy
Maybe
there.
the case? I don't know, but it's weird when he was in this situation not long ago, and the community was much more understanding to him than to her.
You're seeing the parallels
Of course,
here?
He's the Messiah, isn't he?
You're seeing the parallels, y'all?
And I did no wrong, by the way. But yeah, he's the king of the kings. So someone replied to Tracy.
Okay, so there is more. Oh, hold on. Okay, so there is more that wasn't shown. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, she reads more, but the screenshots aren't up here. So yeah, the screenshots aren't up.
To be honest, with Bubbles' review, I'm not surprised she was more positive in her review. When the early previews were out, she's been very vocal about her excitement. Exactly. And like, thank goodness, so now 2 people are defending me. And also still noted out flaws and other issues as well with the game. Literally. And then Tracy said, yes, and I remember this. It's okay for a content creator to get paid promo and have a differing opinion than someone else.
Yeah. They said it, but then a similar situation with sunpi and between sunpi and original paradigms, and Miss Bubbles coming in supporting that video. So like, these things are just being said, but they're not recognizing that they're doing the same things, that they're doing the things their accusers the hypocrisy, the back and forth. Like, people are saying this and they're not recognizing that they're doing the same harmful behaviors towards somebody else.
So, sorry Tracy, let's go to his stream.
Yeah, so this is the part where she reads the stuff on the screen from the stream, and I'm just gonna cut that off around here, because I already recorded that part and I already blew a gasket reading what was going down at the stream. So yeah, that's and even in this video, right, she says, thank you, do not direct hate. So she's even still saying, hey, please do not direct hate towards this person. So she's doing what Josh wasn't fucking doing, controlling his audience and making sure that, hey, this behavior is not okay, please don't do this, you know, and taking accountability for that, right? Or at least in this situation, that they failed to do this in regards to like sunpi and like original paradigms. But yeah, like
Door. Not to be off topic, but it seems like there's a major review drama about Star Sand on Steam. I can't wait for a take. Yeah, so basically, it was discovered, and the developers acknowledged it, that there were lots of fake reviews for Star Sand Island on Steam. And basically what's happening now is the developer released a statement. At first, it was thought that maybe it was the developer paying for fake reviews, but the developer said that what's actually happening is that it's probably someone attacking them. And the logic behind this would be that someone would try to kind of like get the game in trouble with Steam so that it would be removed from Steam. So they're like, so those malicious people would be like buying the game and getting fake accounts to leave reviews to ruin the reputation of the developers. So that's one theory. Well, that's what the developers are saying. And the other theory is that it's the developers doing it. So I'm waiting for more. Oh, I put some of my walls on the wrong side. So yeah, I'm waiting for updates. I feel like there's not too much more to say. There's a lot going on. I'm just kind of waiting for more information at this point.
Okay, so here's one comment. That says Joss is like the most beefless person I can imagine. What does him having beef even look like? And I think, like earlier, he had Twitter beef, made a collage, and then went to sleep. It was a productive night to him. So it seems like maybe I might have like missed a conversation earlier. So these people are thinking that, because like I watched like the part of the stream that Miss Bubbles put out, like it was like in a YouTube video, right? And she was saying that, you know, Josh wasn't, you know, defending her on his stream, and this, that, and the third, and everything like that, like and everything. So if like people are like, I'm already seeing it in the chat, because Josh is not fucking is not fucking innocent in this situation either, because I watched the video that Miss Bubbles pulled out, not her latest response video. I will react to that towards the end, but like the first one where she was like basically calling him out, you know, and from what I'm like, from watching the stream and everything, right? He sounds like a fucking asshole. And reading these comments on the stream, it seems like these are just backing up her claims, right? So I'm gonna continue forward, and I can try to point out something else that I'm seeing.
But it's been a whole. There is more to it, but there's a lot going on with Star Sand Island. Oh no, I wanted to demolish. Wait, this one. This one is wrong. I think. Okay, it's fine. We have one wall that's. I don't know how I can remove it now. I think you don't have to move actually when you build. You can just use your mouse. Oh yeah. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so this person says, Sunko, it was one-sided beef that someone else was causing. So I think they're referring to stuff on Twitter. I think they're probably referring to Miss Bubbles calling him out on Twitter, because she did link, like I'll show you, she did link all the receipts on her Twitter page. So they fucking still talking behind her back on the fucking stream. And Josh ain't doing fucking nothing to defend her, because on the video that I watched, right? Like the part of the like where Miss Bubbles is calling him out, she early on in the stream, and even throughout the stream, she was saying that she and Josh were friends. So people are bad-mouthing her in the fucking chat, and he ain't fucking doing nothing to clear her name, to defend her honor. And I'm seeing this, I'm watching the thing, and he ain't fucking doing nothing. Bro.
4. Okay, yeah, we need a few more walls. Did I not have 8? Did I not?
He fucking annoying the shade that has been thrown her way in the chat. Not fucking saying, no, don't do that. Don't. And it was said in the original, like, the video that I watched, that she doesn't allow people to come in her Discord server to badmouth other creators. Yet, Josh is allowing that in his community. Like, how is that fucking okay? How is that fucking okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, true. Oh, it's probably gonna be 9 and then 1. It's probably gonna be.
And then this another person, and then the same person said Josh just gave up on reasoning with her. I mean, if you want more proof that they're referring to Miss Bubbles, then they're making it seem like she's the crazy person. And she's just overreacting to all of this when she has a right to be fucking mad. You see this shit? You see this shit? Oh my god.
Like 1 door and 2 windows.
Hey, look at them like having.
Josh gave up on Yeah, yesterday on Twitter.
So okay.
I don't want to think about that too much, but there's a whole thing.
Oh my god, I want to punch these people. Bro, I want to. That person was so not worth wasting oxygen for. Fuck you. Fuck you, Peppermint Mint. Fuck you. And fuck Josh for allowing this to happen on his stream. I'm mad for her. I was like so passionate like yesterday when I was recording the first portion for this video, and I was being so passionate. Like I was wearing out my voice. I was feeling it at work earlier today at the time of this second part of the recording. Man, I feel like I'm gonna fucking blow a gasket again. I'm gonna wear out my voice again. Because I'm mad for her. Like, I still have my criticisms for Miss Bubbles. And I will get to that. I'm recording this section out of order. But it will be in order in editing, right? In the way that I want it. Forget the order that I said that I was going to do it in the previous section. Because I have a better way of how I wanted to do it. So forget the order that I said I was going to do it in. Because I have a better way of... You know what? Forget whatever order that I said I'm going to do in the order. I'll figure it out in editing. But like, because I still have my criticisms for Miss Bubbles, and I still do not trust her based on the actions that she's done in the situation. She's not, what happened to her was fucking uncalled for. She didn't deserve all that hate. She didn't deserve all that bullying. But she's kind of also a hypocrite in this situation. And I'll explain that when I get in the previous, when I'll explain that, it will be explained. But I'm mad for her. I want to fucking punch these people in the face. I'm like getting heated and blowing a gasket because this is the person that's supposed to be your friend, and she's allowing that. And she was saying, oh, and he's saying, oh, I don't want to talk about that. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking dare you just allow your friend to be pushed under the be pushed under the bus, like whatever that saying is, right? How dare you abandon your friend like that? And throughout this whole situation, while Miss Bubbles was getting bullied, he wasn't doing a damn thing to defend her. He wasn't doing a damn thing. No fucking thing. He was doing fuck all. He was doing fuck all. Like, I'm not gonna be nice to these people. These people deserve to be called out and brutally talked to and scolded. I'm not gonna be sugarcoating no shit. Because the amount of snakes, the amount of double standards, the amount of hypocrisy, the amount of deception that is being going on throughout this whole situation, I'm fucking mad. I'm fucking mad. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I tried to stay out of.
And look at him roll in his eyes. Look at him fucking roll in his eyes. Look at him fucking. I try to stay out. Stay out of what? You try to stand on what? You're not gonna come and defend your friend? Huh? I'm so fucking pissed, bro.
Did my review for Star Sand Island. I said what I had to say about the game.
I said what I had to say about the game.
I hope the situation gets clarified, rectified, but yeah, the drama is kind of too much.
The drama is kind of too much. All this drama is kind of too much. Like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
All right. Do I have enough stone to finish my house?
Did you address the comment you made on Miss Bubbles' promo video? There was a comment? He made a comment? What comment? What comment? Okay, man, I gotta find, there's so much information I gotta sort through, bro, okay, what comment? Let me man, give me a second.
Oops. Interior, oops. Like this. I heard there were bans on the yeah, I know there's a lot of things on Discord. There's also Kickstarter backers.
Hate that drama found you. The fuck? The fuck?
Who are still waiting for their game, and people are fighting, and people is too much going on. I just hope you're doing okay. Love you so much. Thank you so much. Seeing this building stuff in this game and also in Star Sand is reminding me a bit of Paralives, and I hope the building in Paralives is fun and not hard to get into. Yeah, this one I feel like it's more approachable than Star Sand because it's like it's tedious. It's like I feel like
I obviously don't know about the whole drama, but Miss Bubble seems positive on Star Sand. Okay. And she did say that people can, like, have different opinions on the same game, which is totally valid. That's true. That's not a bad argument. But like I said previously, it's a bit suspicious when you have a whole bunch of content creators who are partnered with these companies, and they're all overhyping the game, right? And they're all overhyping the game, but it turns out that they were just selling you a subpar or a broken product, and that's very much the case in the Sims 4 community, and that's very much the case in the Nintendo space. All these Nintendo sympathizers overhyping and, you know, in the pockets of Nintendo, right? Defending Nintendo and just, you know, right? So you can't get mad at people when and especially in stuff outside of the gaming space. You know, I'll remind you the situation that happened with Honey. Everybody was hyping it, you know, and Honey was sponsoring a lot of these YouTubers, right? But it turns out that they were a scam. You know, it's a red flag when a company starts sponsoring a whole bunch of content creators. That means if they're able to sponsor a whole bunch of content creators, that mean that they have a lot of money, right? They probably have a lot of wealth, and they're trying to use that wealth to gain power in some way, shape, or form. You know, just keep that in mind. You can't get mad at people when they're finding it suspicious that the same content creators are saying all these positive things about a company, but no criticisms and everything like that, right? And it turns out that that company was like trying to scam you or sell you subpar product, or it's just broken. So.
Two windows. Oh no, oh, that's a no.
Oh, so he did delete it. He did delete the comment. So did you address the comment you made about Miss Bubbles promo video from Star Sand, the one you deleted? So he did delete it. So he did comment on, I don't know which video. It might be the one. It might be this one. It might be this one. Hold on. Let me scroll back a little. It might be this one. I don't know if she did one previous. The previous from this one, but I don't know if she's gonna.
So there's the hole, but there's no. That's too like. They're pushing the realism a little bit too much. My cursor disappeared. Okay. Oops. And I think I made one too many windows. Anyway. Oh, that's annoying. You have to build your own.
And so far he's ignoring this comment and the one. Yeah, so this is by the same user. This comment. He so far it seems like he's ignoring the comment this person posted.
Your own windows to put in the window holes.
Cause he was reading the chat fairly quickly, and he somehow isn't addressing. And like, look at this one. I feel like her review. I cannot trust her reviews anymore. Lol. They're continuing to fucking shade her. Oh, the same fucking asshole, Peppermint. They're still continuing to shade her in the comment section. Not the comment section. The fucking live chat. I wonder if they're saying shit in the. I wonder if they're saying anything in the comment section. Yeah, there's nothing in the comment section itself, so...
I feel like if you put a window on the wall, it should just...
Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to fucking punch these people in the fucking face. I want to slap them so fucking hard. I want to hex them to hell and back. What the fuck? Bullshit behavior. Bullshit behavior. Bullshit. Let me read. OMG, not Princess Piddles coming in here to start drama because she got ignored on Discord. This might be the person that Miss Bubbles was talking about that was defending. I forget. But look at them starting to dogpile on them for trying to defend Miss Bubbles. Look at these fucking assholes. I'm sorry. I know I'm going to be like really harsh and really mean, but these people they don't deserve my kindness. They don't deserve my sympathy. They don't deserve my politeness. They need to be dragged. They need to be torn to pieces, read to filth, right? Criticized to filth. How can these people just be okay with just disrespecting somebody like that? Fuck you. Fuck you, Peppermint. Fuck you, Spider Bunny. Fuck you.
be walls, and then if you make a window, it adds the window to that wall. I feel like you shouldn't have to make like special walls just for that.
I don't know if they posted a screenshot of if they captured the screenshot of the comments, right? Because this is exactly why I tried taking screenshots of comments when I see them, or at least try my best, because of situations like this where people will post shit and then try to delete shit and then try to get away with it, you know, try to cover their tracks, try to fucking cover their tracks. These fucking cowards, these fucking assholes. He's a fucking coward. He's a fucking
Where's the
asshole.
door? This menu is quite something. Oh, a door.
Like he still he is ignoring. He's ignoring Princess Piddles. But he was replying to all the comments shading Miss Bubbles. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. This is giving art commentary community flashbacks, y'all. I'm getting flashbacks, y'all. This is even riling me up because the amount of snakery, the amount of deception, the amount of spinning the narratives that were happening in that community, I watched it crash and burn.
I need more wood.
But I find it interesting. Most everyone ignored their negativeness on it. Seems like no one wants to confront their behavior. I think this is the same person that was coming in trying to defend Miss Bubbles. Props to y'all. Props to you. I hope you are blessed. I hope the universe blesses you. I hope you get nothing but prosperity and wealth in your life. I'm giving you a witch's blessing. I hope you are blessed. I hope you get wealth and prosperity. I hope the universe blesses you. I hope you are filled with happiness, right? I give you my witch's blessing because good on you for defending a person who didn't need to be dogpiled on this, right? Oh my god.
I'm not gonna build a big house.
I'd rather avoid the draw or sweep it under the rug. Yeah, like, look, I'd rather avoid. Oh, this is just drama. They're not going to confront their bullshit behavior, and he's actively ignoring this shit. He's not clarifying or defending Miss Bubbles. They're actively sweeping this under the rug, but you're not gonna get away with this shit. You're gonna, I don't know, y'all not gonna get away with this shit. Miss Bubbles called y'all out and put out, her response video. She put out the receipts, and me, I'm gonna pull this shit to light and call all y'all motherfuckers out. I'm gonna call all y'all motherfuckers out. I take all reviews from Cosy YouTubers with a Lot's wife's side's grain of salt. But yet you are subscribed to Josh's Gaming Garden, who is a Cosy YouTuber, and you're actively participating in his community. Oh, take all reviews from Cosy's YouTubers with a grain of salt, but not Josh. And yes, you should take reviews from YouTubers with a grain of salt. Like, you should take anything on the internet with a grain of salt, especially if they're lacking evidence, right? Especially if there's no evidence to back it up, right? If there's a substantial amount of evidence and there's just hard proof that this thing is true and this thing did happen, then yes, believe it, right? Because the evidence right there. And a lot of the times, like I said before, a lot of the times these influencers, these content creators, like I've said before, like sometimes they are just trying to advertise broken and subpar product to you, right? But it's not all of them. But it is a growing problem in the Sims 4 community, in the Cosy space, in the Nintendo community. It's like a growing problem, right? And we should hold them accountable. We should be aware of that. Like, if you take all of what they're saying and put it into context, into the situation, there is a lot of snake behavior going on. Fucking snake behavior going on. And he's ignoring it. He's fucking ignoring it.
Can I place those windows in our house? Hopefully. If we
Okay.
can.
So you want to avoid drama, but there is nothing but negativities in this community lately. That is drama. Spitting facts, bro. Nah, for real, Pepper, some people don't want to see reason, so you just gotta give up and ignore it. Out here, fuck these people, bro. Fuck these people. I'm so fucking pissed off. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. Fuck
We get
these
some more
people.
stamina. No more stamina. No more stamina.
It's
Okay, let's
fine to
sleep.
ignore it. It's fine though. Ignore it if you
Sleep
want.
until morning.
I got the SS I need. Yes! Yes! Expose their fucking asses. Expose their fucking asses, bro. Yeah, and Risa says there's plenty of games that YouTubers didn't like that I really enjoyed, which I think is... Yes.
15 coins and energy bill.
What did he say on her video? And he's not going to address the fact that he posted something on her video. If somebody, please... please show the screenshot of what the fuck he said underneath that video, or at least give a. If you guys don't have the screenshots, then give a generalization of what he said, cause he fucking said something. Somebody. Somebody please, once I put this video out, and if y'all watch this video, somebody has the screenshot of what he fucking said, please send it to me so I can put it up on my Twitter or put it up somewhere so that y'all can see. Y'all fucking make a fucking Google Doc. Somebody make a fucking Google Doc and upload that Google Doc or Word document or something, and put it up with all the receipts and everything on there. Make a fucking 20-page Google Doc with all the receipts. Cause look at him, I'm still
Always
ignoring.
scares me when it saves.
Some drama is not worth drowning yourself into. Fuck you, Peppermint. Fuck you. Some
Always
drama.
scares me.
He's not defending his friend, and y'all are just ignoring the shit that he spread about her. He's not defending his friend. He's not defending his Bubbles. I'll have to hear Miss Bubbles' reviews to see what she said.
Alright, craft and place a door.
What? Bro, what?
So about the
Yep, and they want to cause all this unnecessary drama. Fuck you.
Review, the only thing I will say about even if I make, so I know there's some.
Yeah, somebody shows in the Discord for real. Which Discord? Are you talking about the Discord that Miss Bubbles made? You trying to unionize the creators to like help each other out? Because she did mention that in the video. She did mention that. And that's something that I was going to talk about too. Because when I was watching that video and she said, oh, she made a Discord server to unionize all the creators together, I was like, red flag number one. Because of the issue of like people in this space not being honest, not being honest and truthful, and trying to sell you a subpar broken product, right? I won't be surprised, given my experience in the art commentary community and in certain parts of the art space, right? I won't be surprised if a couple months go by or years go by and it is exposed that all of these creators in the Discord were fucking stakes and they were backstabbing each other and they were spreading lies about each other and they're trying to deceive their audiences and weaponize their audiences onto each other. I won't be fucking surprised if that was the case, right? I won't be fucking surprised. But still, right? We don't know if that's the case, though. But that's just a concern that I have, right? Based on the experiences that I've seen on the internet, right? But the fact that you're talking behind Miss Bubbles' back and also potentially talking behind the backs of the other creators that are in her Discord, right? Like, that is just bullshit behavior. That is snake-like behavior. That is snake-like behavior.
Stuff happening about paid promotions. For me, I'm just...
She said her Okay. So is this the comment? I don't know if she has the screenshot. I don't know if she is saying what Josh posted under that video. I hope she has the screenshot for it. But she said her promo video can't be trusted because it's promo video though. He had a promo video for Little Sim World everyone defended. Yeah. So I don't know if this is about the comment, but
just gonna talk about my personal experience. Like, I think
he's not fucking reading the chat.
I think it's okay to make paid collaborations with developers. But for me, I think you always have to take with a grain of salt when the content is sponsored. Even
when the content is sponsored, yet he's done sponsored videos. Rules for thee, but not for me. Bullshit, fuck you.
And if I make a sponsored stream, like, I'm gonna try to be honest as possible. But you still have to take with a grain of salt because subconsciously, you know, if you're being paid for something, even if you do your best to be honest, if I were to do a sponsored review, which I don't do sponsored reviews, if I do, I can do like a sponsored live stream or a sponsored like tips video.
Don't do sponsored reviews. Then what the fuck? Okay.
Okay. Whatever that means.
Or like gameplay video. I don't do sponsored reviews, but if you do sponsored content, subconsciously it will affect the way you talk about something.
And he's not defending her. He's still fucking doubling down, right? And in the video that that Miss Bubbles made, right? She said that he knows how she does her contracts. How she knows how she works with companies. He knows that she won't work with a company that will limit her freedom of speech, that won't allow her to criticize the game. He knows how she operates, and the fact that he is failing to clarify that, because it's not about what he does for his sponsored videos. It's his responsibility that he's accepting contracts, right? That won't allow him to say the full truth about a game. That's his problem, and that's disingenuous on him because he's not being truthful with his audience, right? But he knows that she doesn't do it the way that he does it, and yet he's not clarifying that fact. He's not fucking clarifying that fact.
So I think I wouldn't be able to say personally for me if I made a video. Because Star Sand Island reached out to me they wanted me to make a sponsored video. And I said I can make a sponsored tips and tricks video because I didn't want to make a sponsored review.
Okay. Sponsored streams have the potential to get a little shillish, but you can't buy off the community. And when we want to roast something, we tend to be pretty merciless. Because I know, like I said before, there's a problem with streamers and certain content creators in certain spaces not being the full truth. But like, when you put all what's being said in context of what's happening, this is just discussing where they're talking about. They're bad mouthing Miss Bubbles. Yeah, Josh, we get it. Most of us in the garden are capable of using our judgment and brains. Judgment. I call fucking cap on that because you're defending a shill right here. You're defending somebody who's not honest, who has a lack of integrity.
And I don't think I'm gonna do this. I'm not comfortable doing the tips and tricks video. But yeah, this is just for me. I don't do sponsored reviews, but just take with a grain of salt when you see. Even if I do like a sponsored content on my channel, like always keep that in mind, because even though I know all the content creators always try their best to be upfront, but sometimes like just take things with a grain of salt, you know, no matter who it is, no matter what it is.
Okay, so I missed, okay, but your comment wasn't nowhere near this positively and kindly put in the Discord channel, and why I said something, but it was ignored, and I'm forced to come here and bring it up again. Yeah, call these fuckers out, princess. Call these fuckers out. Oh, look at Spider Bunny again with his bullshit. You weren't forced to do anything, babe. You came in here on your own free will. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, here, last I knew, Josh and Miss Bubbles are friends, and you guys aren't taking and you guys aren't realizing that he's not defending his friend and he's putting her under the bus. And he's putting
Okay, craft the door.
We love an honest creator. Fucking honest my left foot. Fucking honest my butt crack. Fucking honest my ass. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? We love an honest creator. That's why I follow your channel. Look at him. Look at them praising this motherfucker. Look at them praising him.
Okay, let's make the...
Seems to me most of you wait on if he has a positive or a negative take on something before you choose to alter your takes to fit in with anyone else. Yes. Look at Princess calling them out. Look at
door.
We sure do. Fuck you, Spider.
Oh, we don't have to build it. Okay. Craft and place a door threshold. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Blocking, ignore, moving on. Fuck you. I trust Josh. Fuck you.
Where is it?
He's still fucking ignoring the chat. He's not fucking defending Miss Bubbles.
Where is it?
I trust Josh. You. Fuck you. Weird behavior, negative community lately. Fuck you, Peppermint.
Oh, door threshold. Oh, I need stone. That should come with the door.
Jay, Josh, I really appreciate your take. I call him like I see him. If Josh convinces me to buy something and that something doesn't land with me, it's going to come up in chat.
Should be with the door, I feel like, built in.
Man, he's still fucking ignoring the chat. He's still fucking...
This building is too much.
The only one with the weird and negative behavior here is you, actually. Fuck you, Spider Bunny. Fuck you. Unprovoked to call out some of you being hypocrites? I don't think so. Yes! Continue to bring them to filth! Tear them to shreds. I'll call it how I see it. If it's good, it's good. It's bad, it's bad. I don't believe any of you motherfuckers. If you don't like it here, you can just leave. Fuck you!
Okay, let's do this. Sorry, I'm trying to build my house. I know there's like a lot of stuff going on in the chat. That's why I was hoping like... That's why I don't want to talk too much about Star Sand Island, because there's like...
See, and he's still refusing to defend Ms. Bubble, saying, hey, y'all, please don't... This is getting out of hand. Please don't talk bad about this creator. He's not fucking doing anything!
So, there's so much stuff happening with this game that I'm like...
Girl, you're coming in hot and hostile. We are chill here. Princess is calling you bitches out. I don't know the pronouns. So, they are calling you bitches out. They're trying to hold you accountable for your bad behavior. And y'all still not realizing the harm that you've caused.
Not very comfortable talking about that game.
And I will, don't worry, but I'm saying my piece before I go because I don't like to see this brushed under the rug. And I'm not gonna let this slide under the rug either. I'm with you, girl. I'm exposing everything. I'm exposing everything.
Right now, until the developers tell us. And I don't think I'm gonna stream it tomorrow. There's just so little I can say, but
people don't get so butthurt if you don't like a game. They like grow up. Like this would have been fine, and because I already talked about this in regards to the Nintendo sympathizers, these corporate sympathizers, right? But in the context of the situation, no, no, deleting it from the chat doesn't remove it from the internet. Yes! Yes! I don't know if he was trying to like delete her comments, but it's showing up here still. And it will be preserved in this video. So they can't get away with shit. They can't get away with shit. Josh is always honest. No, he's not. I have not felt his unduly praised or if he was unfairly he lies bullshit, lies bullshit. What the fuck? No, that's okay, you can just go. Fuck you.
That's all. Let's finish our door.
Emergency Dinkum
outside
stream. Also, if you want to hear my opinions on why Dimcum is problematic, I'll put like my video up on screen and a link in the description, possibly, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, don't play Ginkum unless there's true representation being added into the game.
All right.
It's not an airport. There's no need to announce your departure plate. Fuck you, Spider Buddy. Fuck you. Man, these
oh no.
Fucking pissing me off.
Yeah.
Fucking pissing me off.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna give up.
Maybe it'd be best to just bet. Fuck you. Fuck these people.
This is not a fun
Princess Piddles is the MVP.
quest. Roof straight level 1. Is it gonna be automatic? Like, oh no, yeah, I gotta do one by one. Oh, craft and place a bed. Okay, that's enough. You just need one. You just need one little piece of roof.
Okay, you are seriously getting hostile here. Right back at you. You don't need to announce where the door is. Yes! Call these people out.
Where are the beds? Rusty sleep double, shore sleep double. Single bed will work, but I need some wood. I need to chop some more trees. Is the ranchers fun? It's wild. It was wild earlier. Now it's just grindy because we're trying to build a house.
Fuck this person, bro.
But I got chased by the police. I was supposed to go to jail. I'm not too sure what happened. I didn't go to jail.
Oh my god, look at them still praising Josh, bro. I can't. It's fucking cult, bro.
Listen to some AI generated.
I don't know if at this point they banned Princess, but like, man, I curse these people. I curse these people. I hope, just like what Miss Bubble said, right, in her live stream, right? I hope karma gets these bitches, right? I hope karma, as a witch and who believes in karma, right? The universe always has a way of punishing people and delivering justice. I hope these people get are delivered justice. I hope these people learn the hard way what happens when you direct low vibrational negative energy towards people like this.
Okay, that's good enough.
Nothing important. Fuck you. Just someone trying to stir up bad stuff. You can safely just enjoy the stream. Look at them just trying to sweep it under the rug. It will be brought up. It cannot be ignored. It will not be forgotten.
Oops. Okay, them one at a time.
Don't worry, Bosh.
GG's calling.
Like, bro, fuck these people.
So going like fully. Do you know?
Sorry, Expert. I had no idea you were being hounded by drama feeds. Hey, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Hey, this person. I would really advise you to like do your research on the situation and see Miss Bubble's side of the situation. So that's all I'm gonna say.
What happens if you hang up? Oh my gosh, that's just tedious.
Imagine entering someone's stream, stirring up drama while complaining about hypocrisy and drama. Bro. Oh my god.
We gotta go. What was that? Share your feedback. Is there a feedback?
Okay, so it seems like that part.
Should we do that later? That's
okay. I'm going to try and see if I can find anything else.
Garlic and a giant garlic.
Hold on, Josh is being very diplomatic. No, he's not. Okay, so I think so I found some more like backhanded references, like shading earlier. So again, this is from fucking Spider Bunny. Like they said, maybe that's why the girl on Twitter last night was defending it so much. She seemed pretty mindless to be. Like, bro.
It's kind of annoying, right? My car, I think.
The fucking disrespect.
So craft and place a storage.
That post was hilarious looking. Was hilarious looking at it this morning, lol. Bro, fuck these people. Fuck these people. I was like, why is this person defending Storm Sand that much? Like, really? Like,
storage chest.
Are you serious?
Oh, start one.
I'm just trying to skip through. See if I can. With bad games, you can at least make an interesting video. With mediocre ones, what are you supposed to say other than it works? I don't know if this is also shade.
Piece of foundation. All of that. A door.
Kind of funny after seeing another review by someone else with Star Sand Island. Is very different of all, like, I love this game, and I said they're like, is this the same game or not? Okay, so I've reached a point where I started off but like I don't know if I'm missing any additional conversation earlier. But yeah, that's all that I could find from this stream. So yeah, I guess I guess I can record the next section of this video. I just wanted to show you. I just wanted to find the live stream so I can verify that Miss Bubbles is telling the truth, and she was telling the truth about the fucking shade. Oh boy, fuck these people. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. We are finally getting to the part where we're talking about not Malcolm now, because how he fits into the situation, he's only made the situation worse by misrepresenting Miss Bubbles and her situation, and it's gotten to a point where I'm like, enough is enough, right? So, and it's the reason why I've decided to make this video first instead of me yapping about Neopets while I'm still trying to figure out the whole situation on how I want to do like the 3DS home through tutorial series, right? Because when I was calling out Main Waynes for his misogyny and his gatekeeping in the 3DS community, I mentioned Not Malcolm and I praised Not Malcolm in my previous videos, right? I have praised Not Malcolm and I've mentioned him, you know, for like bringing awareness to certain issues and doing his research. But now, once this whole situation has come, I'm like, you know, my trust in him has been lost because of this is not the first. This is like a pattern of behavior that I'm noticing. That's not fiction, and that's not being fixed, and this has been happening within the past couple of months, right? So, like I've said before, there was an issue between him and the fake gamer girl, right? And I've already said that I've been having an issue with the pettiness that he's displayed within parts of his video. He did make a response video because a lot of people were getting on his case about the fake gamer girl situation. But he talked about the stuff he did after the video, his videos after the video, but failed to address the pettiness within the video itself. And 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 had commented on one of her videos, right? Saying that Not Malcolm didn't need to, you know, try to expose the fake gamer girl. But he commented underneath that video, but he didn't address that. He didn't address that, what she said about that, right? And then some people can argue about, you know, what he said, you know, about the Sims creators during, you know, the Sims 4, like when we was talking about the Sims 4 buyout and the bullshit that 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 was talking about. Some people can make that arguments, but at the end of the day, whether or not he could have done better with his wording, right? I said it's not something worth crucifying him for, especially since this is exactly what these cushiony creators were doing, you know, defending EA and The Sims 4 and not standing on fucking business, right? And, you know, standing up for the LGBTQ plus community, right? So you can argue whether or not to count that, right? But this video, the first video, the Cosy Game Influencers or Thread video, that's what is, I'm gonna count that as the true second offense. And then he fucking dropped the ball again with this video. So that's like, you know what, enough is enough. I need to call his ass out because he's not truly watching what he says and truly doing his proper research and truly, you know, being considerate and being kind to other people in the space. So I'm calling his ass out. You know, I'm done fucking being nice. I excused it before, but I'm three times, 3 strikes and you're out, bro. So we're gonna watch this video and I'm going to react to it, right? Because this is the first video that I've watched, right? Throughout this whole thing, right? And while I was watching it, you know, I was like, you know, kind of disappointed because the way he structured his video, he made it seem like, you know, Miss Bubbles was just on the list of content creators that are that is disingenuous to our audience and you can't trust her. And I was like, oh, I'll just add that to the list because it's been, like I said this before, like in the previous segment, where there's just been just a recent influx of like situations where there's creators that I respected, that I trusted on the internet, right? And they fucking turn around and it turns out that they're fucking assholes, right? You know? And that's been happening a lot to me, and I was like, fuck, do I need to add her to a list? But I just thought nothing of it. I was like, alright, I'll just, you know, avoid this creator in the future, and that's that, right? But it seems like there was like a bigger situation going on that he was misrepresenting, and he was failing to clarify and add. So we're gonna go through this video. I'm gonna call his ass out because I'm fucking done. Like, I'm fucking done. So, yeah.
I am disgusted by you. I'm disgusted by what you have done. I'm disgusted that I even helped you. I'm disgusted that I was honest with you. I'm disgusted that I even told you my word.
Like, see how he starts off with the video with this out of context clip, making it seem like she's a crazy person and in the video, like, I would place like this video that, like, I've reacted to this video and I'll place that before so you can see how he is misrepresenting Miss Bubbles here.
Work ethic. I'm disgusted that I saw you. I'm disgusted that I met you. I'm disgusted by you and the fakeness. Disgusted. How dare you? Like, how dare you? And I'm not surprised he'll get his karma. Oh, he definitely. I already made sure that karma is gonna be served.
Turns out.
Yeah, like the way he cut made it seem like she was a fucking crazy person.
The cozy gaming community is in fact not very cozy.
Piece of shit.
The drama and infighting have come to a pixelated head, and it all involves two cozy game YouTubers and a game called Star Sand Island. If you don't know, Star Sand Island is an early access cozy farming life sim. I mean, at this point, which cozy game isn't? It just came out a couple weeks ago and cozy gamers were really excited for this one. It has cute characters, a cozy world, and a really cool hentai, anime art style. Star Sand Island was also crowdfunded on Kickstarter, where it has over 5,000 backers who raised over $300,000 to fund the game's development. All this sounds great, right? But when you wipe away the game's cute and cozy veneer, Star Sand Island's cracks start to show. And best believe these cracks are huge.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
The company behind Star Sand Island is 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀, and they claim to be a small indie studio, hence the need to raise funds on Kickstarter, right? Yet, when I was preparing for this video, I found an interview that was conducted in Chinese because 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀 is a Chinese company. But the interview was with the game's lead producer, and in this article, he stated that this indie studio was actually established by a $5 billion company.
So, yeah, I don't know if this was already mentioned before in the larger live stream that the video was a part of, or in, you know, in Miss Bubbles' original promo video, right? But this has been a bit of a pattern with these indie studios, right? You know, but they are getting investment from these large conglomerate corporations, right? And they're like, and I'm like, that doesn't seem, that's odd.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Called Kingsoft. Did Star Sand Island's developers ever disclose to those 5,000 backers on Kickstarter who raised $300,000 that the studio is actually funded by a $5 billion Chinese corporation? No, they did not. But this is only the first red flag. Yes, there's multiple flags. This is the UN of shady shit. Because like I said, even though Star Sand Island only just released in early access a couple weeks ago, this game is overflowing with drama. Because within 30 minutes of Star Sand Island's early access release, there was this strange influx of hundreds of AI-written positive reviews on the game's Steam page. Literally as soon as the game...
And Miss Bubbles, like, talked about it, right? On that on like the the portion of the live stream video, right? Just don't immediately think that they're guilty, right? Just innocent until proven guilty. Wait until there's full proof that they themselves were the one that did this, instead of, you know, immediately jumping to, oh, they're guilty, right?
Was released, the Steam page was flooded with bot reviews praising this game. All these glowing reviews were posted by bot accounts with the exact same review history and account activity, and they all left positive reviews that were obviously written by AI. Take this one for instance, which literally just says, "The scenery is so Chinese." That's weird, right? When people started asking questions about this, the developer released a statement denying that they were responsible for these bots. And in their official statement denying any wrongdoing, they questioned whether someone was actually trying to sabotage the game by leaving positive reviews. This whole thing is...
Yeah, because I think she mentioned that, you know, it could get them in trouble with Steam, like the fake reviews. Like, someone was probably trying to attack them to get in trouble with Steam, if, you know. So...
giving more red...
I don't know if that's, like, true or not, but, like, you know, you can come to your own conclusions on that.
Flags than a Sims 4 influencer. Who's behind the bots? I don't know who else would be besides the developer, or perhaps the $5 billion company fund.
But yeah, the fact that he's going out of his way to directly accuse without having actual proof, right? Like red flag. Like, why are you doing that when you don't have proof? You know, you're immediately jumping to, oh, they're guilty, without actually confirming if this is really true or not. So, issue with that, right? Not even fucking 3 minutes into the fucking video. Like, start of the video, red flag. And then 3 minutes later, not even 3 minutes later, another red flag.
Sand Island. They hinted that this could be sabotage from a competitor, but why would a competing studio pay for positive reviews on another game?
No, I don't know, to potentially get them in trouble with the platform that they're releasing on, perhaps, maybe, you know? I don't know if that's true or not, but the fact that you're just immediately blaming them without thinking that, you know, like... So...
That literally seems like the least effective, most roundabout way to sabotage your competition. And no offense, but this game is too overwhelmingly average for anyone to be threatened by it. The point is, none of this shit makes any sense, but it gets even shadier. A Cozy Game content creator by the name of Josh, who runs the popular YouTube channel Josh's Gaming Garden, posted a series of tweets outing these strange bot reviews. He even talked about this whole controversy in a live stream.
Yeah, so basically, it was discovered there were lots of fake...
And he's cutting out most of the context from the clip. Like, I'll post my segment, the segment of me reacting to this is here. He's cutting out the most very important bits in the live stream.
Reviews for Star Sand Island on Steam, but the developer said that what's actually happening is that it's probably someone attacking them, and the other theory is that it's the developers doing it.
And by the way, props to Josh for even talking about this situation. As someone who has been observing the Cozy Game community for a while, I've noticed that Cozy gamers and influencers don't like addressing anything that could be perceived as too negative.
And Josh does that in his live stream. And you're not calling that shit out.
But this whole review thing especially is a big deal. People trust reviews. I myself look at Steam reviews before I buy a game, so I can only imagine how many people looked at this game and its perfect, glowing, positive reviews and decided to buy Star Sand Island only to realize that the game isn't the groundbreaking masterpiece these reviews made it out to be. Josh also posted a video review of Star Sand Island where he essentially said the game was okay, but nothing special.
It's fine, you can enjoy it, but it would be lying to say that this game is the game of the year or reinventing anything.
It has a bunch of bugs, basically no storyline, and it's just really clunky, but
And Miss Bubbles talks about this in her videos, in the original video, and talked about it again in the live stream segment.
in a live stream, Josh expanded on his concerns with the game, saying it was not groundbreaking and that he believed it was overhyped.
How's the game so far? It's fine, it's chill. It's a very like chill game, but it's not groundbreaking, right? It's not a revolutionary game. And I've not seen other reviews, but I feel like people are really hyping up this game. I feel like it is maybe getting a little bit overhyped.
And this is where we get into the real tea. On Josh's Discord, there was a discussion about Star Sand Island being shallow and
look at him cutting off the context from the rest of the screenshot.
In depth and simply not living up to expectations. But one person brought up how Josh's critical review was so different to another YouTuber who had showered the game with effusive praise. And that YouTuber's name is Miss Bubbles.
And look at him painting Miss Bubbles as if she was just overhyping the game. And like blindly. Not taking notice of the fact that she did criticize the game for its flaws. And
it really feels like a experience that the devs have poured so much love into it. Star Sand Island is my obsession. This is taking farming games to the next level.
See? Like, look at him only including clips that fit his narrative.
Burnout can really get to you, but then a gem like Star Sand Island comes along.
Needless to say, Miss Bubbles was very fond of the game. She gave it a glowing review and said it was a gem and that she had fallen in love with it. Her review was very different from Josh's review.
But she still criticized the game and gave her honest opinion. Like, yeah, she is allowed to like the game.
As well as other content creators I saw.
Today, Star Sand Island is a hollow shell. It is a beautiful tech demo with no soul and too many glitches.
Would you say so far the game is worth the EA price? Respectfully, with so much peace and love, no.
And I think if we take everything into account, from the bugs to the content missing, I can't really recommend it right now.
The general consensus was that Star Sand Island did not live up to expectations and the developers failed to deliver on what was promised.
I mean, it is an early access too, so keep that in mind. There are going to be bugs and stuff like that. And it's good to like be iffy on early access game, especially if it's like, you know, there's like game breaking bugs. But like, you know, so like just keep all this in context, like keep in mind of the context that I previously showed, right?
Yes, the game is still in early access, but people paid real money for it, and they're allowed to express how they feel about the game, and the consensus is that it simply was quite mediocre. But maybe Miss Bubbles here just loved the game. We all have different tastes after all, so perhaps that could explain why her coverage was so different from other creators. Or perhaps it was because Miss Bubbles' videos were all sponsored by Star Sand Island's developer.
So here's where he sets it up to saying that, oh, Miss Bubbles is in their pockets, da 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 da. But the fact that he included a clip from her live stream, so he had access to her live stream, right? To the footage, right? He had the ability to go back and watch and listen to what she really said, right? And all of that fucking information, like all that Library of Alexandra's worth of information that was presented, he just happened to accidentally not notice? Do you think that, oh, it's not important information? Oh, she criticized the issues in the game? Oh, that's not important information? Like, do you see the issues that I'm having? And at first, I thought that, you know, he was doing his proper research, right? But when Miss Bubbles, like, came out with her response, you know, like when like Malcolm put out his second video talking about Miss Bubbles and sunpi, and then Miss Bubbles put out her response videos, I was like, something ain't fucking right. Let me go through everything. And this is why I'm fucking mad and I'm fucking pissed. Because I trusted not Malcolm to do his fucking research and give us all the information. And he fucked up. He dropped the fucking ball. One of the reasons why I liked his content is because he was exposing issues that a lot of these other content creators in the space that, you know, are being disingenuous or like selling broken products, like the issues from the Sims 4 community and the same similar patterns I'm seeing in the Nintendo community and in this cozy game space. Like he's finding the information, saying stuff that no one else is saying that needs to be, you know, talked about, right? He's included, you know, allowed SimSega and like another Sims 4 creator that's exposing what's going on in the Sims 4 community and talking against like the bullshit that's happening. He's allowed them onto his channels and allowed them the space to like have their voices heard too, right? So he was doing that, and I trusted that he was doing his due diligence and fucking doing his research, right? But like, he fucking dropped the ball. All of this information he had beforehand, he just failed to include.
A special thanks to 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 and Renaissance PR for partnering with me on this video.
The fact that she was sponsored could definitely explain why her review was so different.
And I've already said my piece on, you know, the sponsorship takes, right? Like she disclosed on that stream, because he had to have seen that stream and rewatched it to get the clips for this video. She explained her process on how she constructs her contracts, right? And she did mention that Josh intentionally takes contracts that make the games that he's sponsored by look better than what they actually are, that limits what he can and can't say, that affects his integrity, his honesty. He has that fucking information, and he didn't include it.
To other content creators, right? Now, Josh didn't directly address those comments on his Discord that were asking why Miss Bubbles' review was so positive, but he did leave a comment that said this, and I quote, "Random reminder to always look out for this icon, especially when something is a review." And
look at the out of context clip, the out of context screenshot, right? Because at this point in time, like, the live stream is out, information was already public that said that they were friends, and leaving out the timing of when that comment was posted. Like, you don't backstab your friends like that. And he's making it out to seem like she's the fucking crazy person.
he attached a photo showing the paid promotion tag. If you don't know, the paid promotion tag is something that content creators have to disclose. They have to tag their videos if they got paid or got something of value to make that video. So essentially, Josh here was warning people to take any sponsored videos with a grain of salt.
But Josh himself takes sponsored videos, and those sponsored videos, there's a chance, like, some of them he took where he wasn't allowed to be completely honest with the game. So, and I think he addresses that later, saying that, you know, calling Josh out, saying that, you know, it's a little bit iffy. I'm saying that off of memory. It's like hazy, but like, if it comes up, I'll address it.
Because those are content creators who are getting paid to make those videos. Now again, he didn't call out Miss Bubbles directly.
Okay, so here's the full screenshot. He didn't call out Miss Bubbles directly, right? But he timed that when they were bad-mouthing Miss Bubbles.
correctly, but his comment did come after a few people who were questioning why Miss Bubbles and Josh's reviews were so different. But the next day, Miss Bubbles went live on YouTube, and for 3 whole hours, she absolutely denigrated Josh.
Genuinely very pissed off.
Like, look at the amount of hold on, let me
cannot tell you. I'm so pissed off. So pissed off. How dare you? Like, how dare you? I am disgusted.
See, he's taking these clips out of, he's leaving out a whole bunch of information. So he says, oh, the next day she posts a light. So you have fucking access to the fucking live stream. You're taking clips from it, and you're leaving out so much fucking valuable information. Look at all the information not shown. Library of Alexandra's worth of information that puts all of this into context. Not shown. Not fucking shown. Like, how do you accidentally skip past that? This is intentional. Like, how do you watch the live stream and fucking get the clips from the live stream and fucking not catch what she's saying? Not fucking catch what she's saying. That's the other issue. It's deliberate. It's intentional. You can't just accidentally not realize, oh, she had clarified this earlier in the stream. No. Like, this is the bullet. This is why I'm so fucking pissed off. Because it keeps fucking happening. You follow somebody on social media, right? You admire the fact that they're doing something that nobody in the space is doing and bringing awareness to, and they're advocating for better, right? But then they turn around, and it turns out that they massively fail to provide, do their due diligence and provide you know enough research, right? And it makes you question, right? And they be like a piece of shit to another creator for what? And it makes you wonder, and it makes me wonder, because this is a pattern of behavior that I've been seeing, how he treats certain creators, right? And how he portrays certain creators, right? And I thought, oh, this is just a mistake, hopefully he'll learn. And he fucking dropped the fucking ball again. 2 more times. Within the same time frame, like this, like recent behavior. So it makes me wonder, has he not been doing his due diligence in researching with stuff in his other videos, right? Because he did a great job when calling out the Nintendo influencers, even pulling clips from 𝗀𝗀𝘀𝗀𝘀, right? You know, saying stuff, giving valid criticism, right? But once this trust has been broken, it's really hard to get that trust back, because now there's going to be something at the back of my mind saying, did he do his due diligence and researching? Is he presenting the full truth in this video? Because that's what's happening with me right now, right? You can't massively fuck up. All the information was laid out, plain and simple, out in the open. It's in the fucking live stream. How the fuck do you miss it? And it's saved. Like, I can go back. Like, the portion of this video is up, right? But I can go back and see if the live stream is... Oh, it's private. Why did she private the No, that could have been valuable information. Oh well. The main portion is still here. Like, the main chunk of that stream is still there, though. So we still have more than enough evidence. I would have liked to... That would have been nice if she kept that up. But, you know, like, I'm so fucking pissed off.
By you. I'm disgusted.
And so far, he still failed to say that that Josh and Miss Bubbles were friends, and that Josh was allowing his chat, his audience to attack her and enabling this bullshit behavior, weaponizing his audience against Miss Bubbles like that. Not saying he knows it, and Josh knows that Miss Bubbles doesn't take sponsorships where she's not allowed to be honest, and failing to defend her, failing to set boundaries with his audience. Like, 8 minutes in, no mention that they were best buds at all.
What you have done, the amount of hate that I'm getting, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I've done everything that I do.
See, like, this is all these clips taken out of fucking context.
And then it's all thrown in the garbage just because one person decided to go and spread bullshit. Like, what?
And from the beginning of that clip, like, of the video, she states, and throughout that large segment, she states that she and Josh were friends, and Malcolm is just blazing past that critical information.
I'm disgusted.
Failing to show that, you know, the snakery in his Discord, the snakery in his live stream chat feed. Like,
That I saw you, I'm disgusted. That I met you, I'm disgusted by you and the fakeness that you carry with you and all of your community liars.
Is it making it seem like that Josh and Miss Bubbles were strangers? If it were strangers, I would be like, okay, girl, you might be doing a bit too much. Like, I still shade on that creator for, like, bad-mouthing you, because fuck them, but, like, still, like, maybe you might be going a bit too far, but, like, we have all the full context. They were friends. They were friends, and Josh being a little fucking prick.
And I'm not surprised he'll get his karma. Oh, he definitely... I already made sure that karma is gonna be served. And now there's this rhetoric on your videos that other creators are glazing and we're all liars now, and you're the only messiah who says no wrong. Two-faced hero, isn't he? Piece of shit.
It looks like she didn't take too kindly to someone bursting her bubble.
See, look at... I'm fucking pissed. I'm fucking pissed. You had all of that fucking information, and it didn't occur to you to, like, inform your audience of the full to include the full fucking content. You didn't even mention the receipts that she posted on her Twitter account, right? And, like, the screenshots that she provided didn't fail to do fucking that.
She literally called him a piece of shit, terrible.
Because he is a piece of shit.
Human being.
Because Josh is a fucking piece of
Bubbles
shit.
also posted an edited down version of the live stream on.
So he did have access to the edited down version of the fucking live, and you still fucking managed to miss that information still?
On her channel in a video called We Need to Talk, False Accusations and Star Sand Island Drama. In the video, she denied that her opinion of the game was skewed by the fact that she got paid by the developer.
I told you the video is in partnership. What does in partnership mean?
And he still cutting out the full context of what she's saying, just cherry picking.
They paid in partnership. There's literally hashtag ad in the thingy. Like, what do you mean? People just want to look for something.
See, like he skipped the part where she explains her method and former contract with these companies. Like he had access to the video is public. He had access to the video. He had access to the video. How? He had access to the fucking full video, and he skipped past the crucial parts, making it seem like she's a fucking crazy person, when she has every right to be fucking pissed off.
To be like, oh, she's lying. What am I lying about? I told you.
She claimed.
Yeah. I told you, and then failed to clip, and he cut off that portion of the. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry that I'm blowing a gasket, but like I am just so fucking tired of like supporting content creators that, you know, that I believed were doing good in the space and were bringing awareness to certain issues, and then they turn around and they do shit like this.
That she's always honest, even when she's getting paid.
I'm never gonna ask for a sponsorship with a game or a company that is making a game that looks shit, or I don't think it's fun, or I'm not gonna have fun with it. Why would I do that? That makes no sense.
And for anyone like Josh to insinuate otherwise is pretty much an attack on her character.
And it's not the first time. I'm not gonna sit here and just act like, hey, ooh, 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 it's okay. Like, no, that's my integrity. And I'm getting so much hate comments on stuff that is
all these clips out of context.
Even true, you know?
As some of you know, I've been making videos about cozy games for a while, and the funny thing is this whole situation revolves around something I've been trying to bring attention to for years. It's something that's a growing concern within the cozy game space and with video games in general, and that is payola. By that, I'm referring to cozy game influencers who are fully in the pocket of game studios. Content creators who are getting paid by game companies to market and sell games to you. And this is a massive problem, especially in the cozy game space, just because this genre is so popular.
Yeah, like I already talked about it, like a lot of the creators that are that are getting sponsored, right, that are intentionally taking contracts where they cannot really fully be honest with the game and can't fully criticize the game, right, and they're just overhyping the game, trying to sell you a subpar broken product. Like, it is like a massive issue, right? But from what Miss Bubbles have described before, like, she details her work, like how she does things, and it seems like she's not a part of that group that's intentionally taking sponsorships where they can't tell the full truth, right? So, but Josh, as well as not Malcolm, is making it seem like she's in this group, right? But like I've already said, because Miss Bubbles is being a hypocrite, like I already said it before, towards like sunpi and original paradigms, right? So
these days, there's so many cozy games being released every single week, and so many of these game studios rely on influencers to get sales. And so many of those influencers are so willing to take those checks. The reality is, there are very few content creators within the cozy game space who have not taken a check to promote a game.
But Miss Bubbles had said that she has refused contracts from gaming companies, from these companies before. She literally says that in the fucking video, in the fucking public video, and you're making it seem like she doesn't do that. Okay.
As a matter of fact, I've included both Josh and Miss Bubbles in videos as examples of influencers who've been paid off by game studios. They're both guilty of doing this, but they also do it to different degrees. And it's interesting because Josh's channel is almost double the size of Miss Bubbles, yet she does a whole lot more sponsored videos than he does.
And what does that matter? Why is that important? Like, she already, in the fucking public video, she details her method of accepting contracts from gaming studios. Like, if she's getting more sponsorships while being a smaller channel, like, good on her. She's able to support herself with those sponsorships, especially now when the cost of living is going up, shooting through the fucking roof. I don't see a problem with taking sponsorships if that's taking on sponsorships, if that's your way of providing for yourself, to put food on the table, to pay your fucking bills.
In fact, Josh also said he was asked to make sponsored videos for Star Sand Island, but he turned it down.
Because Star Sand Island reached out to me. They wanted me to
So
make...
he's still like not including the crime scene that was being committed in the fucking the damning evidence of his shitty behavior in the fucking live stream.
a sponsored video, and I don't think I'm gonna do this. I'm not comfortable doing the tips and tricks video.
If you take a look at the most popular content creators within the cozy game space, they are also the most guilty of shelling the fuck out of every game that hands them a wad of cash. Last year, I discussed Iona's now notorious sponsored videos for Fae Farm, a game that was a massive disappointment, yet Iona gleefully promoted it when the developer sponsored her.
So I've actually played Fae Farm, and spoiler alert, I absolutely love it. I was invited down to London to be one of just a handful of creators who got to have a hands-on experience with Fae Farm. So a huge thank you to Phoenix Labs for allowing me to have this wonderful experience.
You guys have no idea how many people in the comments of this video told me that they bought the game because she recommended it and they regretted it. Another creator, Cosy K, always at the scene of the crime, has been sponsored by literally hundreds of cozy games on YouTube and TikTok.
Two Point Campus just had an update for October. Pokemon Go right now, and I Just Dance 2023. Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Power Wash Simulator. This is Guardian Tales and is Genshin Impact.
And coincidentally, each and every one of those games that sponsors her is also the next best thing she's ever played. In a previous video, I discussed 3 different life simulation games, Animula Nook, Petit Planet, and Heartopia. And guess who was sponsored by all 3 of those games?
This is Animula Nook, and its developer Landia Games are sponsoring
And what's
today's
the
video.
problem? Like, there's been a problem with Heartopia. Like, everybody, like SimSiga, what wasn't SimSiga that? I know a lot of black creators were calling out Heartopia and like the racism, that they are harboring, that they are enabling, like that the developers were enabling, and the racism that they themselves committed, as well as talking about the predatory, like, monetization, like the AI situation, right? But like, you know, at the time, like when it came out, that all that shit didn't happen yet, so it wasn't problematic at the time. But like, what's wrong with like being sponsored, like with all the context that we have, right, with how Miss Bubbles accepts sponsorships? What's wrong with her having 3 sponsorships, getting 3 sponsorships, you know? Like getting a lot of sponsorships, right? You know?
Thank you, Heartopia, for partnering with me on this video. Hoyoverse is partnering with me today.
That's right, the ever honest Miss Bubbles. One of those games, by the way, Animula Nook, which is published by Chinese conglomerate Tencent, paid Miss Bubbles to give her honest opinion about the game, even though she's never even played it. And I know she never played it because I was also offered the exact same sponsorship opportunity.
I already know I'm gonna be obsessed with it. I already know that this.
And because I know Miss Bubbles like clarified this in her latest like response video, and considering the fact that Malcolm was already taking her clips, taking clips out of context, I'm not surprised that he's probably taking clips out of context here too.
This game is gonna be my hyperfixation when it releases. It has everything I love in a cozy game.
How can you be honest about something you've never even touched?
That's a good question.
This is actually a recurring theme with Miss Bubbles. She takes money from game companies and then turns around and looks you dead in the eyes and says, even though I'm in their pocket, I'm still completely honest.
Like, I want to scream. Like, look at how he's misrepresenting her.
It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't matter if they invited me to the headquarters. However I feel is how.
Like, he has access to the fucking video. Like, she already explained, like, I already said that she needs to put more additional clarification on her videos, like, in the text and editing, like, in the description, maybe in the pinned comments, of, like, her method of, like, when she accepts, of how she rolls with the sponsorships, to be more clarification for, like, the outsider, any new people watching her videos, you know? So,
how I feel. If I like something, I'll let you know. If I don't, I'm gonna let you know.
If you can't tell, I think this is bullshit.
This is bullshit. This whole video that you're putting out is bullshit.
As a matter of fact, just in the last few months, Miss Bubbles has given her honest opinion about more than 20 different games.
And then what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that, bro? Like, if she's, I sound like a fucking broken record at this point, y'all.
All of which cut her a check. Moonlighter 2.
I'm gonna skip through this because I can't.
By their financial relation.
On Steam.
Miss Bubbles has girl bossed way too close to the fucking sun. And by the way, that's not counting all the games that she gets sent for free or the games that send her PR packages. And it's also not counting games like Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar, where the publisher invited Miss Bubbles to their headquarters.
Thanks to Marvelous, I was invited down to their headquarters.
Likely covering all of her expenses, or at the very least providing travel, food, and lodging stipends. We all know influencers are gonna influence, right? But the issue is when these content creators pretend that they're somehow miraculously unaffected by their financial relationships with these companies.
Miss Bubbles, when she explained in the fucking public video of her thought process, and he's regurgitating the bullshit that Josh said in his live stream. Like,
Josh was right to warn.
No, he wasn't. Like, yes, you know, like I already said this before, it's been a problem, right, with these cozy content creators not being honest and integral, right? But Miss Bubbles is not, from her explanation, she's not doing that. And you're putting, like,
warn his viewers about taking sponsored reviews with a grain of salt.
I think you always have to take with a grain of salt when a
and he is like still not providing the full fucking context, not showing the live chat. Like, all the receipts were fucking there, and you done fumbled. It was right there.
Content is sponsored. Even if I make a sponsored
right
stream,
fucking
like, I'm
there.
gonna try to be honest as possible, but you still have to take with a grain of salt, because subconsciously, you know, if you're being paid for something, even if you do your best to be honest, subconsciously it will affect the way you talk about something.
So why was Miss Bubbles so offended by this statement that she reacted to it with a 3-hour video?
Why is she so offended? Watch the fucking video! Watch the fucking video! Why is she so... The answer was... It was answered in the fucking video. She laid out everything in the fucking video. It was in the fucking video. This is why I'm so fucking mad. The information was staring at him straight in the face. All the receipts laid out. And this is what he was able to deduce with all the information that he was given. It was fucking right there.
Video maligning him. It sounds to me like the lady doth protest too much. Hate promotion is a plague within the cozy game space. When seemingly every content creator is in the pocket of a game company, we're all left to wonder, who the hell can I actually trust? There are dozens of cozy games released every month, and the viewers and the players want to know which games are good, which ones are actually worth the money. So we often look to trusted content creators to get their opinions. But when so many of them are actually in bed with these cozy games, it limits our ability to find honest and impartial information about them. This is bad for players and consumers on every level. And for content creators, it also presents an inherent conflict of interest. These are video game channels that people go to for real, honest opinions about games. But if you're a gaming creator who's taking money from game companies, you cannot be real and honest about those games that people are coming.
You can if you negotiate with the company, their contract to allow them to say their honest opinion about the game. You can. There's nothing wrong with taking a sponsorship as long as you're doing your due diligence and you're being honest and you're working with companies that aren't problematic, right? It is the response. You can be honest and still get paid and still provide for yourself.
To you to learn about. The minute you take that check, your honesty is compromised. In her Star Sand Island video, Miss Bubbles claims that she only works with companies that give her complete freedom to express her opinions about games.
And then she further clarifies that in the fucking public video that you had access to.
And in case you're new here and you don't know how we do things on this channel, I only choose to work with companies that will give me complete freedom so I can give you the real tea, everything that you need to know. I, honey, pride myself with how much work I look into with the contracts.
Yeah, and she says in this clip, I pride myself with the effort into the... Hold on, because Braino...
complete freedom so I can give you the real tea, everything that you need to know. I, honey, pride myself with how much work I look into with the contract.
So he's there. So in this clip alone, she says that she's looking at the contracts and making sure that she's able to have complete freedom. And yet you're still you include this part of this clip. You include this clip, and you still fucking misrepresented her.
Literally, I spend hours making sure that I can tell you exactly how things are, and if there's something that's bothering me, you're gonna know.
What you, the viewer, don't know, but what every content creator who's ever done a sponsorship does know, is that this statement is complete and utter bullshit.
And he's lying here. He's lying here.
Should you trust a sponsored review or if I get product for free? I think you should absolutely be skeptical.
Even if you think you're the most truthful person in the entire world, you have a contract that limits what you can and cannot say.
But that's if you accept the contract that limits what you can and cannot say. If you make a contract that allows you to have complete freedom to be completely honest, then that's a different story.
You have a contract with a non-disparagement clause that prohibits you from saying anything that harms that game. You also have a contract that gives the company sponsoring you editorial control over your video. These things are standard across every single...
And I keep saying this again and again. She had detailed and explained her experiences working with companies. All the fucking information is in the fucking pub. She already explained this shit in the fucking video. She already explained everything in the fucking video.
Sponsorship. In contract aside, you are affected by reciprocity bias.
This is where the idea of reciprocity bias comes in. The idea of when you get something for free, you feel pressure to return the favor, even if subconsciously.
Miss Bubbles is taking money and gifts from dozens of game companies each year. To pretend that you are somehow immune from all the benefits that reward...
She's not pretending. She's doing her absolute best. And yeah, maybe some of the points can still apply here, but that still doesn't negate the fact that you're still massively misrepresenting her.
That is one of the most dishonest things you can do as a content creator. The issue here is that Miss Bubbles is denying the inherent conflict of interest involved in her review of Star Sand Island. She's taking money...
And he doesn't even... And he doesn't even mention that with Star Sand Island in the fucking public video that there was no contract. She stated in that video that there was no contract with Star Sand Island. And he has access to the fucking public video and he failed to mention this to his audience. Like, can you see why I'm fucking blowing a gasket? Like,
from the company that made the game and then saying it doesn't affect me. I'm still being honest with you guys. At one point in this live stream, Miss Bubbles reads a conversation she had with Josh and her
and he shows a screenshot, but like this screenshot is out of context. This screenshot is out of context.
DMs where he's
because it's the same screenshot I showed before, and when I was going through like the public video that's still up, right? Like you wouldn't, like, it's missing a whole bunch of fucking context. Look,
says, look, I'm aware that when I do sponsored videos, there's a bias. That's why I posted that on Discord.
He said, I even tell my audience when I do a sponsored stream and such
more
that
clips,
even though
more clips out of context, more fucking clips.
I'm striving to be 100% honest, being sponsored affects my subconscious, and it's super important for me that people are aware of that.
And her response to this is to say, well, you and other creators might be affected by sponsored videos and it might make you more biased, but not me.
If you being paid impacts your subconscious, don't go and put that on me.
And she's right. Like, yes, you maybe can make the argument, but like still, like, given the full context of the situation, she's not she's not lying to you. She's not talking bullshit. Like,
yours is impacted and other people, other creators get impacted, fine, but don't put how your mind works and how your subconscious works on me. My subconscious is not impacted.
Really? Because tell me why in your Star Sand Island video, you gave the most minor sugar-coated critiques of the game. The few issues that you actually discussed, you chalked up to, well, it's in early access.
All of these issues, I feel like, are gonna be easily squashed during the early access. I feel like the majority of these things are gonna be squashed by the time.
well, yeah, it's in early access, there's gonna be bugs. Like, yeah, people have the right to complain, but like, at least she's not, like, she's being honest, she's being real. Like, I don't see a problem with this. It's early access, yes. Hopefully they address these issues soon, and if these bugs persist for too long while it's in early access, then maybe that's something that needs to be called out. But like, the game is still kind of fairly new. Like,
time the full release comes out, so I'm not really worried about it.
Even under her review video for Star Sand Island, the very top comment says, the characters have the depth of a puddle. There's no personalities. This is a concern that I've seen repeated by multiple people who played this game. Yet, did Miss Bubbles address this in her sponsored video? She did not.
Snow.
Wait, did she not? Like, is that a fucking lie? I thought, hold on. Hold on. And I think it was also addressed in the fucking public video too, right? Right? Farming, ranching, crafting, important feature, socializing in Roma. Hold on. Because hold on.
So far, I really love how each of them has an in-depth backstory, so, you know, you start to know who they are, who's related to whom, and how each person fits into the overarching story. Why even the heck are they in Star Sand Island? Like, it's nice to know their lore. And you can talk to them daily, you can give them gifts, and for now their romance options have up to 5 hearts that lead to them living with you. So this is the affection system, and you have 5 hearts to reach. I like that they remember what gifts I have given them. They all have their daily routine. Sometimes you're gonna see them at work, other times they're just out and about. Maybe they're at the cafe just enjoying. They'll take out their phone and look at it. It's just cute to see them feel lively rather than just standing there and doing nothing all the time. And when you play through the professions, it also seems like you're part of this close-knit community where everybody knows everyone, where this person's gonna be like, oh, this person wanted this, and
so it seems like
they said that. It's nice. While we have some of the bachelors and bachelorettes already available in early access, we even have Gust and Ginger who
okay, so she didn't do it. She didn't criticize it. I think she mentioned it in the fucking public video though, right?
There are also some must-knows that I think you have to know, especially because this is in early access and you need to know about this. First, so far seems like our save file is going to carry to the full release. So not your demo stuff, but when you play in early access, and I really hope this will be the case in the end, you can carry your save file to the full release. But we have an incomplete gameplay mechanic here, which this would be the bread and butter for a lot of you. For me, I'm usually like, okay, cool. A great way to start your journey with your favorite person. We are still romance candidates. For now, enjoy. Stay tuned for more surprises. So I'm expecting and hoping for marriage, maybe kids, some more heart events to unlock, and I also would love to see more diversity between our romance candidates. For now, I am
So more diversity for the romance, but like
struggling.
I don't know if she like still like I'm sure she mentioned, like if she hasn't mentioned it, then I feel like maybe that's a good valid point that she should have mentioned it, but still, right? Maybe she forgot, maybe she didn't realize. Why are you crucifying her for that?
It looks wonderful though.
In fact, she says the opposite and praises the characters for having in-depth backstories.
So far, I really love how each of them has an in-depth backstory, so, you know, you start to know who they are, who's related to whom, and how each person fits into the overarching story.
This whole thing is next level insanity.
It could just be a difference of opinion. I mean, I don't know. Because if a lot of people are saying that they're not happy with, like, the backstories, then that's a valid concern. Right? But that's like a minor fuck-up. Like, that's something, I don't think that's something that you should be saying, oh, she's this, this, and this, and this, and this. Like,
To me, if Miss Bubbles had not made this live stream, I would not be making this video. Because I've seen so many creators do this shit so many times. You guys know I've covered it a lot in the Sims community. These creators who are in the fucking pocket of companies like EA, who are taking money and give $600 coach bags from EA, yet they're turning around and telling you that they're completely honest. It doesn't affect me. Fuck all the way off. If it doesn't affect you, then why are you offended when people like me call your ass out? And by the way, I'm not friends with any of these people. I don't know either of them. If anything, these people hate my guts. In one video, I really criticized Josh. Like, I ate his ass up.
The developers
yeah, so Josh, like, Malcolm did criticize Josh, right? But, like, I don't understand how he could just, like, not realize that Josh was being a fucking prick during this whole situation.
reached out to let me play early. They are kindly sponsoring this video.
So pop quiz everybody, which game do you think this creator enjoyed more? The one that gave him money or the one that didn't?
I have a slight preference for Lol Sim World right now.
And I'll leave it at that. So I'm just looking at this from an outsider's perspective. And I do agree that, yes, we're all allowed to have different opinions. Some of us love games that others hate. For example, some people love The Sims 4 and the rest of us have taste. We're not all going to like the same thing. That's life. But what really concerns me in this case is the denial. Either Miss Bubbles truly believes that she's unaffected by her financial relationship with the company making this game, or she's intentionally deceiving her viewers. Both scenarios suck. The fact that she reacted so dramatically,
Like, the fucking information was in the goddamn... It was in the goddamn stream. It was in the goddamn video. All the context there, you intentionally cut out.
with the 3-hour live stream disparaging Josh's gaming garden, a guy who simply said take sponsored videos with a grain of salt.
There's more to the situation, and you're just leaving out all the context.
Makes me think that perhaps she is fully aware of her bias and Josh just struck a nerve.
I know all the content creators always
More leaving out the important information, clips out of context.
try their best to be upfront, but sometimes, like, just take things with a grain of salt, you know? No matter who it is. No matter what it is.
He's right. We should be wary of Miss Bubbles and any gaming creator who's getting sponsored by game companies, period. His statement is objectively true. But instead of Miss Bubbles being humble and swallowing her pride, and
she says that she's been... Oh my god. Oh my god.
admitting that, yes, I do have a bias because this game is cutting me a check. She did 3 sponsored videos, so I'm guessing she made a few $1,000s. But instead of admitting that there's a bias there, she chose denial. And this is exhibitive of such a lapse in ethics, and it's a failure in her
And the character attacks, bro.
responsibility as a creator to be honest with her viewers.
And now there's this rhetoric on your videos.
More clips out of context.
That other creators are glazing and we're all liars now. And you're the only messiah who says no wrong. We're not doing that. I cannot wait to see him watch the stream. You're watching the stream? I really hope you're watching it.
She has every right to be fucking pissed
Like,
off.
I'm shocked.
Nah, your ass got exposed, and now
No, there is no expose. I mean, I still called her out on, like, the hypocrisy, right? Cause, like, but, like, you're making it out to seem like she's not a fucking crazy. She has every right to be fucking mad. Josh was her friend, and he went behind her back. They're not fucking complete strangers. Even if he was a complete stranger to her, it's still kind of fucked up to him to still do that. But, like, still, so far in this video, he had failed to mention that them two were friends, and they've been friends for 5 years.
panicking. On YouTube, there are two types of sponsored ads, integrated and dedicated. An integrated ad is when a company pays you to put like a 30, 60, 90-second ad in a video. They tell you, okay, we want a 60-second ad and we want you to talk about these 4 or 5 things in the video. But they're only paying for that 60 seconds of advertisement. They're not paying you for the entire video. So that's integrated, and the other kind is a dedicated ad.
So a dedicated video, like on YouTube, is where you talk about a single brand for the entire video. And that should be, by the way, more expensive.
The entire video is the ad. Here's an email I got recently from a game who wanted me to do an 8 to 10 minute sponsored dedicated ad for their game. If I did this, the company would be paying me for the entire video. So as you can imagine, these dedicated ads pay a lot more money. Miss Bubbles posted not 1, not 2, but 3 dedicated ads for Star Sand Island. These videos are commercial.
And she explained everything on the fucking public video
For this game. They are marketing material paid for by Star Sand Island, or rather the indie studio making this game that just so happens to be backed by a $5 billion Chinese corporation. You might be wondering, okay, so what? She can still give her honest opinion even if she's paid. Yeah, the issue here is that she cannot, at least not fully. When you do a sponsored video, there's a section in the contract called a non-disparagement clause, which
and she already explains how she does her contracts in the fucking full video. And she already mentioned that with Star Sand Island there is no fucking contracts.
states that you cannot do or say anything that is negative, derogatory, or harmful to the brand. So this means even if Miss Bubbles strongly disliked aspects of the game, her contract
And no contract is the same, right? You can't prove that these language and these clauses are in everybody's contract. It may be common for certain types of contracts, but like she already explains how she does her contracts and how she works with these companies. It's already fucking public. It's already public in the
contract prohibits her from expressing that in any manner that could harm the game. Furthermore, 9 times out of 10, sponsorship contracts state that the brand has the right to review the video before it's published, and they also have the right to ask you to change anything they don't like. So if they think
Oh, it froze.
you say something in the video that is too harsh, they can and will ask you to change it. Remember, these companies are paying you to make a commercial. No company is going to pay an influencer to speak negatively about their product. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how marketing works. They're not
I feel like
not going to pay you to shit all over their product. Last year, there was this game called Mind's Eye that sponsored a bunch of big YouTubers and streamers, and I'm talking creators with millions of subscribers, much larger than me or Miss Bubbles. And even though this game was a total shit show, a complete calamity, did sponsored creators like the Rad Brad say anything negative about Mind's Eye in their videos? No, they did not. In fact, there was one creator who did a sponsored stream for the game and started laughing uncontrollably at how bad the game was. And in order to protect himself legally, he had to clarify that his laughing was not done to, quote, misrepresent or harm the brand, the game, or its creators.
But it's that responsibility. That live streamer chose to work with that company that didn't allow him to fully express his opinions on the game. So that's on him. That's on him.
This is how limited creators are when they do sponsored videos. I want you guys to understand that. We do not have the freedom to say whatever we want when we're getting...
Like, that might, and like I already said this before, like with how like these companies treat us. Like, yes, like a lot of these companies don't want you to fully express your opinion, and it's on you if you still accept those contracts, right? Whether you kind of have no choice, you need to put food on the table, or whether you did deliberately and you didn't want to, and you had the ability to like choose to like not accept that contract and you still went with it, like, yeah. But there are still companies out there who value creators and are willing to that and value the creator's opinion. That this bubble's already discussed in the fucking public video that's out right now. Right? But I already said everything on that, and I don't want to repeat everything. I just want to get through the video. It's like, I am
Sponsored,
so
and any
fucking
creator who tries to
irritated.
tell you differently is lying to your face. So why is Miss Bubbles pretending otherwise? It's not a coincidence that she didn't offer any criticism of Star Sand Island outside of a few minor sugar-coated critiques, but it's her insistence that she's completely honest that's the real problem here. You're honest, sure, and I've been made out of cake this whole fucking time.
Bitch, is this cake?
This is someone who has profited immensely to the tune of thousands upon thousands of dollars by cozying up to game companies from Sega to Nintendo to Krafton to Sony. In this live stream, Miss Bubbles even brags about how she's been so blessed, and that's why she gets so many opportunities.
Literally, I spend hours making sure that I can tell you exactly how things are, and if there's something that's bothering me, you're gonna know. This is why I get so many incredible opportunities. This is why I have a...
This is not bragging. Misrepresenting the clips presented. This is not bragging, and she does say that in her response video. This is not bragging. It's okay for her to be grateful that she's been getting wonderful opportunities. And all those opportunities are companies that allow her to say her full opinion. We need more of that. We need more companies that value the opinions of others.
Community that is so amazing.
Sweetie, you're just a shill. I'm all
Man, no.
for empowering people and the whole girl boss get your bag shit, but this is a whole other level of delusion. Influencers like this are a dime a dozen in the video game space. You are not special. You have willfully allowed yourself to be used as a pawn by any game company that cuts you a check. Anybody can do that. As a matter of fact, here's another example of how messy things can get when you, a creator, get in bed with game companies. Remember those mysterious bot reviews I talked about earlier? Well, in this live stream, Miss Bubbles jumped to the game's defense and claimed that Star Sand Island isn't behind those fake reviews.
And also, the reviews, the fake reviews, it's not them. They didn't pay for it. They didn't do that. Someone is trying to be malicious and do that.
Right, right. And I know...
I think more out of context clips, bro. More out of context clips. I
know where Epstein is. How the hell are you so certain that they weren't responsible?
And how are you so certain that they are responsible? There's no fucking evidence.
Is it possible that you're
There's not enough fucking evidence to prove that this company is innocent or guilty. Like,
judgment and objectivity are clouded by
just treat it as innocent until proven guilty. Like,
your financial relationship with this company. They paid you to make 3 videos gleefully promoting this game. How's that any different from them paying for positive reviews on Steam?
This game is revolutionary, and I'll keep saying it over and over again. If you find that a problem, leave. Leave. Like, what do you want from me?
It's clear as day what's happening here. We have an influencer with the history of being a shill who got
history, no.
Super defensive when she was called out. It's
lie.
As simple
she was
as
rightfully calling out the bullshit that was happening on Josh's side, right? Lie
that.
A member in your community is literally saying you can't buy off the community. They called me a shill.
And again, I'm not saying Miss Bubbles
more out of context clips
is like this huge evil villain and should be canceled.
But the way you portray this video makes it seem like that. So
because she is just one example. There's tons of creators who do stuff like this. This whole thing is about a much bigger problem. If you've ever wondered why disclosure laws exist, why content creators are legally required to tell you that they're getting sponsored or getting free stuff, it's because of situations just like this one. Influencers who pretend that they're unbiased and objective and will lie and swear up and down that their financial relationships with companies don't affect them. I'm always...
And she does clarify that the sponsored videos are sponsors. Like, it's clear, like, it's pretty fucking clear, but
honest with you guys.
It doesn't matter if they invited me to the headquarters. I always have free reigns over everything that I'm gonna say in this before you buy. Thank you, Sega, for sponsoring this video, and that doesn't mean that what I'm gonna say is gonna be filtered.
No one is immune from reciprocity bias. It's our natural instincts as humans to respond to kindness and kind gestures with kindness. Why did Nintendo gift Miss Bubbles a Nintendo Switch 2?
Then Nintendo UK decided to surprise me with another Switch 2.
Why did Marvelous send her a Story of Seasons PR package?
Let's unbox this adorable Story of Seasons winter care package from Marvelous Europe.
Why does CD Projekt Red send her gifts?
So to get this opportunity to open up the case and just be able to receive gifts from CD Projekt Red,
it's because they know she will return their kindness with kindness. Everyone who is a content creator is aware of how these things work. And it's why some gaming creators draw a line in the sand and they say, I refuse to work with game companies. My opinion cannot be bought. It's not hard to do, by the way. As someone who's been in the gaming space for 4 years, I've never once taken a video game sponsorship or a PR package or even a promo code from a game company. And it's not about being superior or better than anyone else. It's just about being aware and upfront about the fact that these biases exist. So yeah, I think we should start calling out every gaming creator who decides to hop into the pockets of these game companies. It doesn't matter if it's for a cozy game or The Sims or a shooter. I don't care. I think it's unethical each and every time, and I will die on that hill. And that's because it only hurts players and it limits who we can trust. So sorry to burst your bubble, but these influencers have gotten away with this phony ass behavior for way too long. Anyway, why are they both hot? It's so fun when attractive people argue.
Okay.
Didn't even have to pay $15 for a Netflix subscription.
Bro.
I'm not friends with any of these people, by the way. I think I even mentioned Josh in a video one time, and I ate his ass up. Figuratively, I mean.
Yeah, like, man, this video is gonna be hours long, bro. Like, moving on to the next video where not Malcolm fucking dropped the ball. Okay, so here is the second video where he fucking dropped the ball. So I'm just gonna get straight on into it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna react to all of it because some of the points that he makes in regards to sunpi, like, I think, because I already reacted to sunpi and everything, I might just react to the part where he mentions Miss Bubbles, because there are some important parts here that I need to address and get to, but yeah,
A couple months ago, I made this video about a cozy game creator named Miss Bubbles. If you happen to miss that one, here's the TLDR. Miss Bubbles got sponsored by a mid-cozy game called Star Sand Island, and she made several sponsored videos about that game where she acted like it was revolutionary. Those are her words, not mine.
This game is revolutionary, and I'll
more out of concept
keep saying it over and over again. If you find that a problem, leave. Leave. Like, what do you want from me?
But when another cozy YouTuber went online and said, look, the game actually
massively misrepresenting the situation, by the way,
isn't that great, and we should all take what creators say in their sponsored videos with a grain of salt.
It would be lying to say that this game is the game of the year or reinventing anything. I think you always have to take with a grain of salt when the content is sponsored.
Even though Miss Bubbles was never mentioned, she took that comment as a personal attack and she lost it.
Not what happened. Not what fucking happened.
I am disgusted.
More out of the same out of context clip.
By you. I'm disgusted by what you have done.
Oh my
I'm
God.
disgusted that I even helped you. I'm disgusted that I was on.
Still failing to mention that he and Josh were friends, and Josh was being a little fucking prick.
Honest with you, I'm disgusted that I even told you my work ethic. I'm disgusted that I saw you. I'm disgusted that I met you. I'm disgusted by you and the fakeness. Disgusted. How dare you? Like, how dare you? And I'm not surprised he'll get his karma. Oh, he definitely. I already made sure that karma is gonna be served.
Miss Bubbles did a 3-hour live stream calling that YouTuber a piece of shit, and she said she
Because he is a piece of shit.
was disgusted about 100 times. I counted. Apparently, this very tame and common sense statement saying,
Very tame. Lie. Fucking lie. This is he's fucking lying.
we should take sponsored videos with a grain of salt was enough to pop Miss Bubbles' bubble.
And now on his video, everyone is like, creators are glazing over the game. They're lying to us. You're
More
the
out of context clip.
only one we can trust.
But what I didn't know when I made that video is why Miss Bubbles got so upset. And it wasn't until a few days ago when I received an email that everything started to make sense. A video game
Yeah. And Miss Bubbles mentioned this in her response video. So I'm gonna play like I'm starting to
company reached out to me and said that they had seen one of my videos where I discussed Miss Bubbles, and for whatever reason, they decided to be a little messy. This company sent me a screenshot of an email they had received from Miss Bubbles,
which, for those who don't know, is something that you don't do. So, with the job that I work at, right? You're trained. They train you because you're not supposed to be disclosing sensitive and highly sensitive information. That's supposed to be kept. That's not supposed to be shared with outsiders. And the person who shared this email with Malcolm, like, intentionally, right? Because you don't accidentally just talk shit about your clients that you're speaking to. You don't intentionally like share this, right? But you know, they were speaking to an outsider, sharing sensitive information that shouldn't be disclosed, and they're supposed to train you to not do this. Like your employer are supposed to train you to not fucking do this, and they did this. And the person who sent that should be fucking fired, because this is the consequences. This is the damage that sharing highly sensitive information can do to somebody. And instead of Malcolm having a fucking brain and realizing that this isn't something that this company should be doing, he instead takes that screenshot and puts it in this video. Highly sensitive information that the public shouldn't be, private details that shouldn't be shared with the public. That is nobody else's fucking business.
and that email included her rates, aka how much money she asked companies to pay her to make these sponsored reviews. And according to the email, Miss Bubbles will review your game for the low price of £2,000 or $2,700 US. If you ever needed proof that sponsored reviews are a joke, here it is.
What's wrong with asking that much money? Like, the cost of living is going up. It's hard to pay rent and pay the rest of your bills and get groceries and still have money left over to survive and save for shit. It's getting harder and harder by the day. You're making it seem like it's a fucking crime that she's getting asked money that she's worth, money that she's worth. Like, come on. Like,
now to you guys watching, I'm not sure if you think $2,700 is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but like, the cost of living right now has gone up, so she needs that money.
I personally think for a creator Miss Bubbles size, it's an exceptional amount of money, but that's not the problem. If we look at the views of someone like Miss Bubbles, we can gauge that they're really not making that much money from ad revenue or how many views they're getting on their videos.
Like I said, like YouTube, it's really fucking hard to just make money only relying on the views on like the shitty ways that YouTube like pays its creators, right? So that's why some people survive on sponsorships, because, you know, it's how they're putting food on the table.
Get a ton of views. Therefore, they rely on these sponsored videos to make the majority of their income. In the last year, Miss Bubbles has probably done 30 sponsored reviews. So when we consider that rate she gave in her email, we can estimate that she's made upwards of $50,000 by promoting these shitty cozy games to all of you. At the end of the day, Miss Bubbles' crash out had nothing to do with whether she was being honest in her review or
again, that is a lie. She was rightfully crashing out at Josh being a fucking asshole, betraying her. They were friends, and he was going behind her back, bad-mouthing her, enabling his audience to badmouth her, not defending her. They were friends. They were friends for 5 years. He's telling lies.
or if the game she was promoting was actually good. It was about her income being threatened.
No, that is a fucking lie.
I'm like genuinely very pissed off. I just cannot tell you. I'm so pissed off.
When we look at it this way, it all starts to make a bit more sense. If she loses credibility, then she stops getting brand deals and thus her income is threatened.
Like, that's a fucking lie.
When a content creator chooses to prioritize sponsorships over making high quality, valuable, honest content, it rarely works out for them in the end.
You're watching the stream? I really hope you're watching it.
Like, look at how he's...
When it comes to influencers, there are two things I know for sure. Number one, they're annoying. And number two, they will crash out at some point. It's inevitable. They're all ticking time bombs. And yes, this is even true for the always positive, ever bubbly, cozy game influencers. But with these cozy creators, there's a third thing we can add to the list. And that is, without fail, every time you turn the corner, there's gonna be a cozy influencer shilling a dog shit cozy game.
Loading up the game and getting into the Shire truly felt like going home.
Every single corner you could tell was painstakingly created.
Tales of the Shire is fated to become a shadow of the past.
And at the end of the day, this endless amount of paid promotion with cozy games only hurts us, the players. And ultimately, it limits our ability to find good games. And the story I want to share with you today is a prime example of this. Allow me to introduce you to sunpi.
So this is the part where, and he compares Miss Bubbles to sunpi. Like I already gave my criticisms on sunpi already, and like honestly, I would go through the rest of this video, but honestly, at this point, the video is up. Watch it for yourselves. At this point, I'm like I'm done. This is as far as I'm getting, because I'm losing steam. I'm just going to get to the last part. I'm going to get to the last part of this whole situation, and then we'll wrap up the video. I want to get to Miss Bubbles' final response. So, yeah. Okay. So this is the final video that I'm going to react to and talk about, and this is like this was, at the time of this recording, this was 3 days ago. So this is Miss Bubbles' like final response video to like the whole situation, and she brings apart and she reiterates some like points. So like it's like 11, it's like past 11 for me, but like I'm going to brace through this so that I can just get this done, and I can just start editing this and posting this out as soon as I can, because I think it's like urgent. I think it's really important that I bring to light the hypocrisies and the snakery that's happening in this situation. So yeah, I'll just start this.
This isn't a video that I wanted to make, but in the past 2 months, I've received death threats, sexist and racist comments, and enough harassment to the point that I had to lock down my channel and stop streaming completely. And this all happened because of false accusations that are spreading online about me. But before we get to the
Receipts, proof, timeline.
Hello, you gorgeous human being, it's Miss Bubbles. If you're new here, I adore RPGs and cozy games, and I cover them a lot on this channel. Now, a bit of lore about me: I started this channel 5 years ago when COVID was rampant everywhere, and life in Lebanon was falling apart. This is why I always wear this necklace. This is the cedar tree. Imagine one day waking up to find out that banks have taken all of your money, like all of your savings are gone. This is what happened to us. At the same time, the Beirut blast happened, where innocent people lost their lives, the country was going through severe power cuts, violent riots, collapsing currency, and the list goes on. So when I say that gaming and this channel saved my life, I mean it. It's not something that I say lightly. In fact, gaming has always been my safe space. It's been a way for me to connect with my dad, and it was a way where I could play a game and find a little bit of joy in a life that was mostly terrifying. You know, I even remember when I was a kid, I'm just getting goosebumps thinking about it and just remembering what happened. I was hiding under my bed while I literally would see missiles just like dropping a few minutes away from my house. And I know this got dark very quickly, I'm sorry about this, but I feel like it's very important for you to get a little bit of a background story about where I come from. But on a good note, after all of this struggle growing up, I managed to move to the UK a few years ago, but my family still lives in Lebanon, and we're gonna get back to that later in the video. Hopefully this also answers to the many comments that I've received making fun of my accent. English is not my first language. In fact, I speak 4 languages. I speak Arabic, English, French, and Romanian. Yes, gaming also helped me when my family moved to Romania for 7 years before we moved back to Lebanon. So when I started this channel, I made 2 promises. The first thing was bringing RPG lovers and cozy gamers together so that the nuance of, oh, you have to play X and Y game to be considered a real gamer is just shattered. I also wanted to bring people joy by playing games that I myself loved and maybe they would love as well. And the second promise I made was to always speak honestly about games, regardless of whether I received a review code, a sponsorship, or a PR package. And my channel shows you that. I've openly criticized games when I had bad experiences with them, even if they gifted me a code or they sent me a PR package. And I've also had my fair share of videos where I talk about issues concerning different video games, which led to situations that I'm gonna share with you where companies completely cut me off. This is why this entire situation is so upsetting. There's a current trend on YouTube where content creators are fueling so much rage and hatred towards other content creators. And in my case, Not Malcolm has made 3 videos about me, with a 4th one that's apparently in the making.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 4 of them.
He used my
So four of them? 4 of them.
face in one of his thumbnails labeling me as fake, while the other 2 are uploaded as members-only videos. So more content about
so those were included like the members only. Okay.
About me was moved behind a paywall, meaning people are even paying to watch these videos and spread even more hatred about me.
Yeah, that's like
if you
fucked up too.
see
That's
sped up
fucked up
footage
too.
from him talking or stuff that is being blurred out, this is just to make sure that my channel remains protected, because YouTube sometimes falsely issues copyright strikes, and I genuinely don't want to be dealing with this right now. Now, from what I've seen, including in my own situation, Not Malcolm takes selective clips to build misleading narratives. So when he
I already talked about this.
His first video about me, he ends up pinning a comment in that video where he's acting surprised and he's saying, "I know most of you are intelligent with your criticism and I appreciate that, but I have to say I don't condone anyone leaving cruel comments about someone's appearance, voice, accent, gender, ethnicity, or anything like that. I already had to delete several comments on this video."
Yeah, and he says that while in the video he's intentionally misrepresenting her, spreading lies, because all the fucking information was public. He had access to that fucking information, and she put the receipts in the pinned comment, right? All the fucking information was there, and still somehow all of that important information was not mentioned in his videos. Like, how the fuck do you miss all of that work, all of that information?
So he acknowledged that a lot of his viewers were making very cruel comments about me, yet he still continued to make more videos about me. And one of the things that worry me about his behavior is his repeated focus as to why I haven't responded back.
Well, she didn't respond at all.
The reason why I didn't respond to him is because I wasn't planning to. With the amount of things that he had taken out of context, which I'm going to show you today, and all the false information he shared, and considering everything that I was dealing with, yeah, it just didn't make sense. I have openly discussed that.
You do not have to respond to people that's making you uncomfortable. Like, people saying, oh, you need to respond, you need to... Like, in the context of the situation, if it's like, given the context of the situation, if a situation calls for where it's important for a creator to respond to something, especially if it's like really serious, then yeah, shade to the creator who's like being silenced in the situation. Like, I already spoken about that with the Sims 4 community. I already spoken about that, you know, with the nuances with that when I was calling out the shitty behavior going on in the witchcraft community. Like, nuance in this situation, given all the context that we have up until this point, she has a right to fucking ignore him and not respond if she doesn't feel safe interacting with not Malcolm. She's totally in the right.
I have been diagnosed with severe chronic pain. It got so bad to the point that this whole arm would just go paralyzed when I'm trying to use my keyboard or do my work. And on top of that, we are going through an ethnic cleansing in Lebanon right now as
So, and she already like discussed like her chronic pain in the fucking public video. So disregarding the fact that she has a disability and she's hurting herself making content for her channel because of how passionate she is, like, not like the amount of disrespect we disabled people get on a fucking daily basis. Like, I'm fucking mad about that too. Add that to the fucking list of bullshit that Malcolm has been doing. Like,
we speak. So I'm traumatized. I am so scared for my family's life. I don't know if I'll see them again. Yeah, I'm sorry if responding to not Malcolm was the least of my concerns. And you know, he's actually included some of my footage in his previous videos before, and yet when I looked at his channel, just a quick look, I saw all of the negativity and the hatred that he does. I understand.
Yeah, like, again, I already criticized this. Don't solely base the vibe of a channel on thumbnails alone. Like, it depends on the situation. Again, nuance. If you watch the videos that he's put out, right, he makes some pretty valid points. Right. But like I said before, due to the situation and the fact that he fucking dropped the fucking ball, I'm like, how can I trust now that he was doing his due diligence and wasn't, you know, because this is a pattern of behavior that I pointed out. Like, I sound like a broken record, but like, you know, like, don't do that. Don't only base a channel's vibe by thumbnails alone. Like, you know, depending on the situation, like, just watch the video, do your research, right? Make sure that, you know, because I've watched his previous videos and he was bringing awareness to some serious issues that need to be talked about. Opening up the conversation, allowing people of color to speak about certain issues on his channel. Like, I
understood the nature of his content, and I didn't feel like I had to defend myself against that. So Malcolm in the Middle's first video was him commentating on a live stream that I made, reacting emotionally to a comment that Josh made about me. Here's some very important context that you need to know about this.
Yeah. And she reiterates that context, which honestly I feel like she shouldn't have to keep trying to like repeat, because it was fucking right there. He had access to the information. You know, she doesn't, like, she wouldn't have to repeat herself if people did their fucking research, right?
Josh and I were very good friends. In fact, I've met him before he even did a face reveal. There was a real friendship here. We supported each other, we collabed many times, we would spend hours on Discord doing productivity sessions. Anytime I saw his videos succeed or he would get opportunities to work with companies he dreamed of, like Marvelous, I would get so happy for him. And naturally, because of our content, we share very similar community members. We used to talk on a daily basis, and he knew exactly the ins and outs of how I approach sponsorships and how important transparency is for me. With that in mind, Josh insinuated that my opinion on Star Sand Island should not be trusted because the video was sponsored. So we're gonna break all of this down. If you don't know, a Before You Buy video is my version of a review where I critique a game and I give you a conclusion of this game is for you if, not for you if, and my verdict. It's inspired by a channel that I love a lot called Game Ranks. This is a formula that my community appreciates a lot because whether I like a game or I dislike it, I will still find reasons why you will feel the opposite. My goal in my Before You Buy video is to break down the game for you and let you decide if you want to buy it.
He mentioned this in the fucking in the public video. Like I won't stop repeating myself because the information was just sitting there. It was just sitting there. It was just sitting there. She explained this in the clip, like,
regardless of what my verdict is. Now, in terms of Star Sand Island, it's a game that I've been excited about for a long time. We played a very early demo on stream. I adored it. I made a video on it. I even mentioned it in my rankings video last year, and I said it has the potential to be revolutionary. When the game was launching into early access, I got the opportunity to work on a sponsorship. I was so excited about this. Star Sand Island, if you're not a demo, you're in the S tier. I feel like Star Sand Island can be a game that can cause a massive positive shift in the farming sims genre.
You also have a contract that gives the company sponsoring you editorial control over your video.
And here's the thing, there was no contract between me.
Yeah, and I already said this before, like, she didn't make that clear in the initial promo video. She didn't make that clear. She only made that aware, you know, in the the live stream clip. But like I said before, Malcolm had access to the live stream and the live stream clip where she said that and still didn't say that in his video. So intentionally hiding information to fit your to fit the narrative, like trying to spin the narrative, right? So
and Renaissance PR, which is the agency that was managing the campaign for Star Sand Island.
Her contract prohibits her from expressing that in any manner that could harm the game. Furthermore, 9 times out of 10, sponsorship contracts state that the brand has the right to review the video before it's published.
The truth is, I had no talking points, there was no contract, the company never reviewed my video, and they never told me what I can and cannot say. In my Before You Buy, I talk about how much I love Star Sand Island, but I also spend 6 to 7 hours criticizing the game.
Yeah,
for now, I am struggling a bit to feel like attracted or like, ooh, you know, I want to know this person and that person. I talked about how I was not invested in the characters. Yes, they have lore about them that you—
Oh, so I missed that part. Okay, so I missed that part. So it's somewhere in the video. It's somewhere in the criticized parts of the video, right? So even then, he was still lying, right? I
can see it on their bio in your in-game phone, which I do appreciate, and I love how the community comes together through the main quest and the professions. But I emphasized multiple times that the characters need a lot of work, we need more diversity, as well as many other issues. If NPCs are cabbages, but the gameplay loop is great, I will be hooked on a game. Now that you have a bit of context about my and Josh's friendship and the reality of my Before You Buy video, let's go back to what Josh did. There was a discussion on his Discord server about how come Miss Bubbles had a positive experience with Star Sand Island whereas Josh had a negative one. Instead of pointing out that we have always liked and disliked very different games, he took a screenshot of the paid ad tag that was on my video, and he dropped it in his chat and said, "Random reminder to look out for this icon, especially when something is a review." If his comment was posted at any other time, I wouldn't really care. I would just see it as, you know what, this is his opinion and that's fine. But to post that at the exact same time when the conversation was specifically about me and how come my experience is different than his, yeah, that wasn't just a random comment. To be fair, considering Josh has previously recommended to his viewers to buy a game that he was doing a sponsorship for while asking them to avoid another one in that same video, yeah, I really wouldn't have thought much about it.
Yeah.
What hurt me even more is the way that I even found out about this. A mutual community member reached out to me and sent me screenshots about the conversation on Discord. Imagine, they were trying to defend me because they understood that it's wrong to say something like that behind your friend.
Sharing the screenshots that I showed before.
Back. Her alias is Princess Little Piddles, and look at what she said on his Discord. She said, "I just wonder how this would make her feel, knowing she has streamed games with Josh and everything seemed rather fun and whatnot. If she was to see what was said, basically that
blessed to this person,
she can't be trusted with her review of the game cause she was paid, it feels bad to see it, and I'm not even Miss Bubbles." What's even funnier is that another community member who goes by the name Keiki said, "To be honest, I'm not surprised she was more positive in her review. When the early previews were out, she's been very vocal about her excitement, and also still pointed out flaws and other issues as well with the game." Imagine how upsetting it is when you realize that a friend that you trust is saying stuff like this behind your back to an audience that you both share. This context is so important to
context that not Malcolm intentionally left out. All of that context left out. He had access to all of this information. You don't accidentally just leave that information. You don't accidentally just not. All of it was in the videos, receipts and all.
Explain why I was so upset, frustrated, angry, and sad during my live stream. I felt completely blindsided and
I think the lack of saying things is the problem. If you truly respect that person, why would you be okay with your community saying those things? A creator fosters a community that represents themselves. Constructive feedback is good, not petty comments. Yeah, the way that a creator handles its community, it reflects back on them. You know, I'll give an example. You know, in the Minecraft community, like Dream, and the fact that he constantly his lack of accountability when addressing his audience, and he's just not keep enabling his audience to attack other people, and his history of shitty behavior towards other people in the space, you know, that shows what kind of person Dream is. You know, people didn't want to say their opinions on Dream in fear of having his fans come after him, right? Fuck Dream because of the fact, with all the shit that he did, and the fact that he wasn't keeping his audience on a fucking leash and saying, "Do not attack these creators. It's not okay that you attack these creators. Blah 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 blah. I don't condone this behavior. This is not what I want my community to be." Right? He didn't do that in his history of problematic behavior. So, you know, this
disrespected by Josh. What Josh ends up
saying being paid will influence someone's review subconsciously is an opinion, not a fact. It is an odd thing to say when you don't like a game but others do. What if you like the game and we said, well, he was paid, so subconsciously it influenced him, even with criticism?
up doing is deleting that comment. So if this mutual community
it's controversial considering the context, which is missing. Yeah, a lot of stuff was missing from this. Questioning a different creator's credibility. Just because something is paid promotion doesn't mean it's contractually positive. It's again, I already said this before, so I'm not gonna repeat myself again. My 2 cents in that. She likes the game, is excited for the future of the game, and still critiqued aspects.
Member didn't even tell me. I would be naive to.
I mean, we need to see the context. A friend of yours got hated on right before that. I understand that maybe you didn't mean it in this way, but she clearly got hurt by your actions. Yeah, and he didn't defend her. Like, Josh didn't defend Miss Bubbles. And it's also your or your mom's job to control the Discord. Her stream about explained everything. Yeah.
Today, thinking Josh is a good friend. I would have never found out that this is what he actually thinks about me. When I confronted Josh about this privately, what upset me the most was he made it clear that he's not gonna publicly apologize nor clarify that we've always had different opinions on games. It takes a lot to get a reaction like this from me. I give people so much grace even if they've done me wrong. But this wasn't the first time Josh has impacted me negatively. Looking back at how I reacted even 2 months later, I said it again and I still have the same sentiment. I lost all respect for Josh and I don't want to be associated with him anymore. He had no empathy for me and all he cared about was buckling down on what he said. I see his private apology to me as damage control because he got caught. I cared about Josh, but he didn't care about me at all, and it was heartbreaking for me to realize that. And this brings us to the not Malcolm situation. He frames my emotional reaction on stream as a mere,
looks like she didn't take too kindly to someone bursting her bubble.
That's far from the truth. You know, thinking about it, in Lebanon we have a saying that says, خاف من الموج الهادئ. It means fear the calm wave. So for us, we're not fearing someone who is visibly angry and upset and sad because they've been heartbroken. It's normal for them to react that way. And when you add on top of it everything that I was personally going through, from the pain and the traumas that are happening back home during this current genocide, it's not surprising that I reacted that way. Also,
and this is exactly why, because I'm normally a calm person as well, and I don't, you know, but when you fucking make me mad, I'm a fucking curse at you. I'm gonna swear like a sailor. I'm gonna let you know that I'm mad, right? So, you know, like, this whole situation is proof of that. Like, normally, I try to be respectful as I can, but like, if I feel like, when I feel like I need to say something just bluntly with no sugarcoating, I'm going to be going all out. That's why I've been cursing so much throughout this video. Because I'm fucking pissed off about what has happened and the snakery and the hypocrisy throughout all of this. Right?
So to clarify, in my stream I said I made sure karma will get him, and I found it strange that Not Malcolm constantly uses that clip, which some of his viewers have framed as a serious threat.
Yeah,
when
it wasn't a threat.
I said that, I meant that I believe karma will catch up to people.
I already said my release as well, and on that, because, you know, being a witch, you know, I agree with her. The universe has a way of smacking you in the face and running you over with the train. You know, karma will get your ass. What you put out into the world will come back to you with more intensity, right? So...
And I pray that people are held accountable for the harm they cause. This is what I meant.
You guys know how many times I've been dogpiled by the Sims community, by Inzoi fans. I've gotten death threats.
You will find endless hateful comments about me.
In this members only video, Not Malcolm talks about his own experience of having his words taken out of context and being harassed because of it. Isn't it hypocritical that he has went through this? He knows how damaging this kind of rhetoric is, yet he's doing it to other people.
Yeah, like... And then you go, like I said, I already said this before, but you, Miss Bubbles, have also gone around and done the same thing with, like, sunpi and, like, original Paradigm, supporting sunpi's blatant false, accusations, and sending her audience to attack original Paradigms, and her herself harassing him by commenting underneath his video and arguing with his viewers. Like, also the hypocrisy there.
I ate his ass up. Figuratively, I mean.
Adding salt to the wound, I later see Josh in the comments of Not Malcolm's video. Josh was still failing to give context behind
Yeah, like, oh my god.
my reaction.
I didn't
and I
see
find
this.
that so odd.
I didn't see this.
Especially when he himself was featured in Not Malcolm's videos before. And Josh told me that he felt the coverage was misleading and incorrect. And wait till you hear Not Malcolm's insane allegations about me, which have zero truth behind them.
You are not special.
Not Malcolm consistently frames my stream in a misleading way. In that stream, we covered my approach to editorial freedom, experiences with different companies, contract amendments, my Star Sand Island coverage, various issues surrounding the game at the time, including the fact that this sponsorship had no contract. I also explained how I knew that the bot reviews were fake because the agency directly told me so before Star Sand Island even wrote up their announcement.
How the hell are you so certain that they weren't responsible?
He also criticized me for saying that many of the issues I experienced in Star Sand Island would likely be fixed because the game was in early access, and he framed that as if I'm lying to protect the game. But most of the issues I discussed were in fact addressed within a couple of weeks.
Okay, yeah, so, because I watched this video once, but I forgot, like, the details of it. Some details. So they were fixed, so that was a non-issue. So...
Except for the main thing that's still being worked on, which is the romance content and character stories. Considering this is an early access game, I've played so many of them, the issues that I faced are things that I've seen addressed in so many games before when they were in early access, including games that we all love like Coral Island, my time at Sandrock, my time at Portia, and many more. And something that I see happen a lot in media, especially video games, people struggle to accept that someone might really love a game that someone else hates. Like, you're going to see meltdowns happen. And imagine how worse it's going to be when that person also happens to have had a sponsored video about said game. In my videos and streams of Star Sand Island, there was so much incredible feedback about the game. So many people bought it and they were having a great time. And others did not enjoy it. And that's okay. People are allowed to have different experiences. Then we have the worst part where he puts together a montage of me in the most misleading way possible. He pulls my sponsorship list from 2025, and the way that he structures it makes it seem like I don't do anything but sponsored videos on the channel.
She's fucking Michelangelo sculpting away at a masterpiece of a video.
He doesn't tell you that I finally got recognized by companies after spending hundreds of hours playing games, reviewing them, scripting, filming, editing, building a channel for 5 years of hard work, while at a time I was filming videos under candlelight. I finally had a year where I got a good amount of sponsored work. And I don't understand, why is he so panini pressed? Like, this is so normal. Companies have fluctuating budgets, and that determines how many content creators they can sponsor or not. You're gonna have times where so many years can even go by and things are mostly quiet, and other times where it's very busy, even up to a year. That's normal. In fact, my channel barely had enough sponsorships to stay afloat before 2025. Even in that stream, I said that I was blessed to have had so many amazing opportunities this year.
In this live stream, Miss Bubbles even brags about how she's been so
I already
blessed.
said about this, like, oh my gosh. Oh my God.
And that's why she gets so many opportunities.
In contrast, this year, for example, I had very few sponsorships. And what's important is that despite that, I was still criticizing games. I was still creating plenty of unsponsored videos that helped thousands of viewers save money and find games they love. I continued to talk about different controversies that were happening, like Moonfrost, who barely anybody was even discussing. Nothing changed with my approach to my content. I still kept to my promises that I made to always be transparent with you. And what is odd is how I see content creators making sponsorships and how he sees them. When I see my peers have many ads, I'm so happy that they get to talk about their joy and they're getting compensated while still maintaining integrity. It's so frustrating to see a woman's hard work and professional growth framed as dishonest. And here's the dangerous part. For him, his answer is, well, naturally, if you have a sponsorship, That's it. You're dishonest. We cannot rely on anything that you say.
You have a contract that limits what you can and cannot say.
talked
A
about
contract
this.
with a non-disparagement clause that prohibits you from saying anything that harms that game.
So not only did we clear that everything that he has claimed about my sponsorship with Star Sand Island is false, there wasn't even any contract there, he also fails to mention that most creators amend their contracts. As a creator,
But like, you know, it's not being discussed though. That's what I said. I already said this before. Like, not a lot of people are raising awareness that you can advocate for yourself. Like I said before. Like I already said this before. Like, right? I already said my opinion on that before. Like with like, you know, the lack of raising awareness on that and how these corporations are brainwashing. And, you know, at least in the US, right? Or have brainwashed us to think that we can't advocate for ourselves, and if we advocate for ourselves, we risk, you know, not being able to put food on the table and survive, right? Like, before.
You can negotiate contracts, you can ask for changes, and when a company refuses, you have the choice to walk away. It's so worrying when misinformation is presented as a fact,
which states that you cannot do or say anything that is negative, derogatory, or harmful to the brand.
when severe harassment is happening because of it. Here's a clip from my friend sunpi, who unfortunately also got hate from another channel, and she says the same thing.
I will never.
Yeah, okay, so I forgot about this. So here's, I already said like my issues. sunpi is deliberately misrepresenting this video, and she's going out of her way to support that video. Like, I forgot that this clip was in here. She goes out of her way to support the video that's doing the exact same thing that Josh and Malcolm is doing to Miss Bubbles. It's a ring of hypocrisy, you know, also indirectly, you know, harassing original paradigms in the process. The victim in this whole situation was original paradigms, right? The whole fucking victim in this, none of these creators are innocent. There were stuff that I do not agree with, and I sympathize with Miss Bubbles. She didn't deserve to go through all of that bullshit, right? But she then turns around and does the exact fucking same thing to the original paradigms, like her and senpai, you know, supporting this behavior, condoning this behavior when that's not okay.
Promote something that I don't like. For instance, when I sign a deal with a brand, I'll make sure the contract is fully how I like it.
And I already said this before, like, it's good that they are able to advocate for themselves. And I feel like you guys need to raise more awareness, because your guys are acting like this is common knowledge when it's not common knowledge. And you knew this wasn't common knowledge, and you're not really making it easier and raising awareness for that. So
because it's between two people, I will edit it, I'll take things out, I'll say, no, sorry, I don't agree with that, I'm taking it out, and I will speak how I like about every single game.
So here's an actual example of how I respond when a company asks for restrictions around my criticism and editorial freedom, or when they ask me to sugarcoat their game or glaze it, as Not Malcolm likes to say. I've blurred some of the things out of respect for the studio. So this was sent in October 2025. My content must remain completely independent. I know how to deliver fair, constructive feedback and will always be honest in my coverage. I won't sugarcoat or alter my opinion. The contract must include a clause allowing constructive criticism. If the game's quality at launch is lacking, I must retain the right to either address those issues honestly or withdraw from producing the video altogether.
And to give you even more proof about all of these things that he claims about me are incorrect, I made negative videos, for example, about Xseed Games. So I did not like Story of Seasons A Wonderful Life whatsoever, and I also did not like Trinity Trigger. And yet, here I am still getting sponsorships with them, and not once did they ever dictate what I can and cannot criticize. In fact, last week I worked with them on a Moonlight Peaks video where I said the game has potential, but I pointed out so many negative points that need work.
You have a contract that limits what you can and cannot say. You have a contract with a non-disparagement clause that prohibits you from saying anything that harms that game. You also have a contract that gives the company sponsoring you editorial control over your video. These things are standard across every single sponsorship.
Here's also a segment that I added in that video, and to give you a better idea of how I approach sponsored content on this channel, I pulled this right from my email with them. If you're
Okay. So this is in one of her videos. Please note, keep in mind. So I feel like just like how she included like this statement in like one of her videos, I feel like this needs to be this statement, this like thing needs to be clarified across all of her like partnered videos so that she can fully clarify what happens, you know, to any new viewers, right? Like say, I'm partnering with this company, but they allowed me to have complete freedom, and then just post like additional clarifying information on the text on the screen in your editing program or in the description or in the pinned comment saying what goes down. Like, you don't have to go into detail, just like additional clarifying information. Like, just to clarify, to avoid confusion, right?
New here, I only work with companies that give me full creative freedom and editorial freedom. This is my way of maintaining my ability to be transparent with you, so that way I can tell you about all the good and the bad as well. When I'm dealing with so much harassment because of people like Not Malcolm, I just have to do this moving forward. Now, of course, there will be companies that will stop working with you. For example, I got this message from an employee at a company telling me that I'm blacklisted by agencies because I made videos sharing controversies behind games to raise awareness. I've had so many content creator mutuals reach out to me, and they said that they're so scared to criticize games because they don't want companies to cut them off. But I always wanted my channel to one day inspire them and anybody else who wants to try content creation. I want them to know that you can be true to yourself and your community and you're gonna be okay, especially women like me of different ethnic backgrounds. So when Not Malcolm says statements like this so confidently,
Cozy gamers and influencers don't like addressing anything that could be perceived as too negative.
I get so
because like out of context, like it's true in the Sims 4 community and it's true in the Nintendo community. Like I've already covered this in previous videos on my channel. Like 𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀 had made a video exposing these creators and talking about the issues in the community as well. And she's a black woman, right? So, you know, you can't entirely dismiss it because it's still an issue, right? It's still an issue.
So confused because my channel is the complete opposite of that. Another example he gives about me is my sponsorship with Animal Lanook, where he claims that I said Animal Lanook is amazing because I played it, like I tried it.
Even though she's never even played it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
That is not what I said. I never said that. The next Cozy game is not out yet, but I have the pleasure of announcing it to you today, and I already know I'm gonna be obsessed with it.
Yeah, and he did include this full clip and was misrepresenting the clip in the video. So, yeah.
When you're doing an ad for a game that isn't out yet, the developers will send you a brief with what the gameplay mechanics are going to be. So knowing that, I described the gameplay, which I knew is something that I'm very likely to enjoy. The game is free to register for, and I never forced anyone to buy it. Another issue that's concerning to me is something that he said in this members only video. He says that he plans to turn the information that he has found into a public video.
You've never seen me this unhinged before. I'm definitely going to talk about it in an upcoming video.
So let me address this here because
that was the second video that he made. The second public video that he made. So that's like So the first video was the first video that he made on Miss Bubbles, and then the 2 was like the community member one, and then the second one was the one where he shades her again and then talks about sunpi. So that's 4.
Have zero interest in any future videos that he's making. Basically, he received an email from Instant Gaming, which he has done plenty of sponsorships with. So they were asking him if he wanted to work on another sponsorship. Now, the person who approached him, Claudia, also reached out to me in 2024 and 2025. Now, in that video, he mentions that he suspected that he's been underpaid, which is a very important point.
And I knew that they were definitely underpaying.
Now, when it comes to me and my content creation friends and colleagues, we have a Discord server where we openly share our rates, and this is our way to make sure that we're not being underpaid. So this is how I learned that Instant Gaming severely lowballs creators. So when Claudia asked about my rates, I pushed my rates up, and mind you, my rates are still so much lower than other content creators who have an even smaller channel than mine. In Claudia's message to Not Malcolm, she frames the conversation between me and her as being not smooth.
And I already said that, like, it's fine if she wants to express her experiences, but she doesn't, you don't then disclose who you were talking to if it was supposed to be a conversation between you and the client. Like, it's fine if you want to express your experiences as long as you're trying to keep the person anonymous. But this fucker links Miss Bubbles in the fucking email. You don't just accidentally, like, you're supposed to be trained not to do this. If they weren't training you, if the company that you work under didn't train you not to do this, right? That's bad, right? But even then, still, like, even if you weren't trained, like, you still don't do that. You still don't go behind somebody's back, like, shading them, talking behind their back like that. You don't. Oh, and like, this person needs to be fired because of the damage that she's done to Miss Bubbles.
And what he does is he uses that to make it sound like she had a horrible experience with me.
She must have had a really bad experience with Miss Bubbles.
Here is my and Claudia's email thread. They're very friendly, even though she said exactly what other creators had warned me about. Basically, to her, my channel is not worthy of higher pay. I actually emailed Claudia because I was so confused and I wanted to understand, where did I go wrong? Why is she framing our conversation as negative? I was also concerned because our private email thread was now being shared publicly, especially when it was being used to negatively frame me and misrepresent the nature of our interaction. Claudia answered back and she said, "Thank you for reaching out and explaining how the situation feels from your side. I sincerely apologize that our email exchange and your rates ended up being shown and discussed publicly. I'm very sorry for the upset and frustration this has caused you. When I forwarded your email to Not Malcolm, I shared it privately as context for a potential collaboration, and
but you shouldn't have included her. You shouldn't have linked to her. You should have kept it anonymous, right? Oh, it was shared privately, like, even if it was shared privately, you still don't do that. You still don't fucking do that. You're supposed to be trained not to do this.
Never expected or intended.
Oh, I never expected or intended. You're supposed to be trained not to fucking do this. And even if you're trained or not trained, you still don't do this behind somebody's back too. Like, this person needs to be fired. Like, my job, like, I've watched training videos at my own job detailing that you're not supposed to fucking do this. At multiple jobs that I've worked, I'm trained. I watch videos in the training and they tell them, don't do this. Don't do this exact thing. Leaking sensitive information to outside parties. That should be confidential. That should only be kept between you and the clients. Nobody outside. This is a perfect example of the harm that it can do. Oh, I didn't mean to. Fuck, you should have known fucking better. You should have known fucking better. Like,
for it to appear in any video or be talked about publicly. I completely understand that this feels like a breach of trust, and I deeply regret that my actions contributed to you feeling exposed and misrepresented. From my side, I always experience our communication as professional, and I never wanted to portray you or your work in a negative light. My comment about the email not being the smoothest experience was a clumsy way of describing my own side of the negotiation, not your professionalism, and I can see now how hurtful that must have felt. So yeah, you can't make this shit up. I really hope that moving forward, when you see stuff like this, do some fact checking. Don't let just a random person come on the internet and rage bait you into hating someone that did nothing wrong. In an industry where content creators are often
and then you're doing the same thing towards like original paradigms with sunpi. Like I won't stop fucking doing this.
Undervalued, our rates are severely undercut. Payments for work that we've done are late up to 6 months at a time, and our platforms and hard work are taken advantage of without proper compensation. And I found his behavior in that video so odd. He mocks my work that I'm so proud to create, work that I spend weeks on researching, editing, scripting, filming, and just working on. On top of that, he's using his large platform to discuss my rates and suggest that I don't deserve to be paid this much. None of this is okay.
Remember, little old me, up until December, was getting $300. And by the way, Miss Bubble's channel is half the size of mine.
Even if my channel has fewer subscribers, I've consistently uploaded a significantly higher volume of content over the years, and I've been making content for longer than he has. He has 135 videos compared to the 350 that I have, which, by the way, it was actually 450 videos, but I ended up unlisting a bunch of them, especially streams, because I became so much more vigilant that there are channels out there that take clips out of context and make misleading content about me just like this. He also does this thing where he converts in the video my rates from Great British Pound into USD to make the numbers feel a lot more inflated and more shocking to his audience.
2,000 pounds, that's like 2,700 US dollars.
I live in the UK, I don't live in the US. We use the Great British Pound here, not USD. So reframing my rates the way that he did feels intentionally misleading and is just sensationalized. It's really bizarre that I have to sit here and explain why I charge in the first place. Imagine if you're in my—
keep in mind that the prices of shit is going up because of fucking AI. So, like, I won't stop saying this, like, you can't get mad, like, if you seems like a lot to you, like, still keep in mind, people gotta put fucking food on the table, right?
Place, and a stranger is just publicly discussing whether you're worthy of your salary while also mocking the work that you're doing. And mind you, what hurts even more is that I was underpaid for sponsorships for the longest time until my circle of friends openly shared their rates with me, and I realized that, yeah, I was being taken advantage of.
That is $60,000 that she made from sponsorships.
I don't know how he came up with the 60K figures. I wish, if not Malcolm has that money, like, can you please share it with me? If you know where I can find it, like, can you let me know? And you know, since he is presenting himself as someone critiquing sponsorship ethics,
I don't care. I think it's unethical each and every time, and I will die on that hill.
I think it's fair to mention that he has taken sponsorships from BetterHelp. If you don't know, this is a company that offers mental health help and services, but it has public controversies, including private—
So that will just add on to the example of content creators taking sponsorships but not doing their fucking research. It's on him for not doing his fucking research on the sponsorship, right? So
concerns where they're sharing users' health data, and also a lot of practices that they do which are very anti-consumer and defy their whole goal of helping people with their mental health.
They're like Fiverr, but for mental health.
And I'm not bringing this up so people go cancel him or spread hate towards him. Please don't send hate towards anybody, because if we've learned anything today, yeah, harassment does not work.
Harassment, and I'll say this again, and yet you support sunpi's video harassing another creator. All
I'm saying is, if we're going to discuss sponsorship ethics, that standard should apply consistently across the board. You can disagree with my reviews, dislike my videos, say that I'm wrong about a game, it's all fine. But spreading false information, removing context, mocking my work, discussing private business details, saying I'm not worth being paid, and repeatedly bringing me up even after some of your audience has already harassed me, this is all far from okay. And for that reason, I'm drilling this point in. I am not interested in any videos that he makes about me.
Video, and of course not about release a new video. Right after this new video, I received comments like this on my community post saying I deserve the death threats. Damn. Racist and sexist attacks. He will continue to modify his awful harassment and open new ways of behavior without holding. Yeah, and I don't know. Is it still because I'll probably go back. I'll probably go back and is it in here? Yeah, because like I even seen like filter like the newest ones and it's still his community like being like fucking pricks, like not Malcolm's, and it's just disgusting. So hold on, you know what, I'm going to probably just go and go back to this new one. Well, yeah, I'll just hold on, I'll show it later.
Between the death threats that I've dealt with, the trauma that I'm going through, I am disgusted by you. I'm disgusted by what you have done.
Okay, oops, sorry, hold on.
Point where the trauma that I'm going through because of everything that is happening back home, I reached a point where I wish I wasn't here anymore. I quickly reached out to my therapist and my loved ones because can't tell you how gut-wrenching.
From death threats to my fear, chronic pain, to autonomy. Back to back for a bit. To be honest, I hit rock bottom. Once because I was so scared. I'm trying to find myself again. I'm also working on. Yeah, like this is the damage that all of the false bullshit and the backstabbing has caused Miss Bubbles. So like I wouldn't like she didn't deserve all of this. And like I'll keep saying this, but then she turns around and does it to another creator. Like she supports another creator doing the same thing to another creator, like bullying another creator. So like it's just like she doesn't deserve this, but I won't. She didn't deserve it, but I'll still call her out for like the hypocrisy and the snakery that she's done on her part, right? So
that feeling is, it's so scary, and I want to take this as a chance to let you know that if you've ever felt like this, please know that you're loved, you're not alone. I'm going to pin helplines that you can use. I hope that you help me move forward from this. I don't want to hear about Josh or not Malcolm or any other drama. My pain, everything that we've discussed today, genuinely, I am so mentally exhausted. Regardless of how much proof I provide, I doubt this will stop. These kinds of outrage-driven videos perform really well, especially when people are emotionally invested in a specific narrative. But I at least hope that my story lets channels like Not Malcolm remember that this kind of content has severe repercussions, and the benefits that they get are at the expense of someone else's well-being. I also hope that this video gave answers to those of you who were concerned and were confused about what happened. Thank you for everyone who reached out to me. Thank you for your messages. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so there was that. Okay, so we got through that video. So that was that video, right? So if I go in. So, and she said, oh, I have to, delete separate comments. And then these comments are still up. Oh, she melted down that much over a comment that wasn't even directed. Like, still supporting this, enabling, oh yeah, this is the, okay, I didn't see this, but like, that was the comment that he made before. Like, it's just... But like, what the fuck? Karma is fuck you. Fuck you. Yes it is. So, you know, like, you know, just dismissing other people's beliefs, right? Like, this is a day ago, so like I couldn't find the comments because these are the new comments. Oh yeah, here's somebody defending her. Y'all are so fucking disgusting and should be ashamed of yourself. And you too, Malcolm, you're over here talking about this shit. You have no clue on what you're talking about. It's disgusting how you're over here talking shit about her, attacking her character, and you people and bunch of others are saying, you know what? I'll just you are fuck you. Like, read this. I'm not gonna fucking read this because, like, I'm. It's like midnight. It's tomorrow that it's been hours. I came home from work and I went right back into trying to cover this with the amount of urgency that I'm trying to cover. Like, pause to read this because I can't read, but like, yeah, it's just he's just enabling the harassment and the false accusations, and he's not fucking doing anything about it. Right? So, you know, like, it's like, and then like, I'll go here. Right? I'll go here. The infantilization. Yeah, like I already talked about her, like sunpi is like she's an adult, she shouldn't be acting like a child. Embrace her inner child and whimsy, like in a good way, in a positive way, but this is like immature in a negative way. Like I already said my criticisms on sunpi. In the same breath, like, cause like when I saw, like, I don't know if I probably won't be able to, cause I know when I saw filtered the new comments on not Malcolm's video before, like right when Miss Bubbles put out her response video, a lot of the new comments were saying, oh, she's just crying, she's just bitching, you know, playing the sympathy card, which I think is just so fucking disgusting that Malcolm is allowing this in his comment section and not doing fuck all to stop that. You know, this whole fucking situation has just been, you know, I've just been crashing out at this situation because, like I said before, Malcolm was somebody that I trusted to give accurate information. You know, because he was speaking out on issues that I cared about in this community that a lot of these other content creators in the Sims 4 community, as well as in the Nintendo community, right? A lot of these corporate sympathizers weren't taking accountability for their dishonesty and their lack of standing on business, you know, especially when it affects marginalized groups. You know, Malcolm spoke out about it. Simsiga spoke out about it. Caldelot spoke out about it. You know, a couple of other channels spoke out about it. There were, you know, right? And I valued that information because, you know, they were standing on business and spreading awareness. And I trusted that Not Malcolm was doing his due diligence and making sure he was gathering accurate information. Only to turn and find out that he purposely left out so much information and didn't bother to clarify and intentionally made Miss Bubbles look bad. So now I have a fucking thing at the back of my mind, like, was any of his other previous videos, was there stuff that was said that made him, where he was spinning the narrative? You know, I defended him when 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 was talking bullshit out her ass, right? And saying things, right? And Ricky Stars called her out too, another black woman in the space, right? Ricky Stars called out 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 too, calling out for her bullshit, right? Right? And so, you know, I was defending him, saying, like, maybe I already criticized his behavior with the fake gamer girl. Like, I already said this stuff already. I sound like a broken record, right? But now this is like, okay, so including the, you know, fake gamer girl, right? I'm not counting the 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗀𝘀 bullshit because, you know, I'm not counting that, right? So we got this fake gamer girl, right? We got the initial Miss Bubbles video, right? You got the 2 community member videos, right? So that's already 4, right? And then you got the other video on sunpi. So he was 5 fucking times he done this shit. 5 fucking times. And I trusted that he wasn't a fucking asshole. You know, I was willing to forgive his mistakes if he was gonna learn from these mistakes. But this is a pattern of behavior that he's not learning from, and he's not taking accountability. So, yeah, like, I'm just so upset. I'm just so fucking upset. This whole situation has just been giving me art commentary community flashbacks. The snakery, the backstabbing, the false information, the misrepresentation, the deception, the spinning the narrative, right? Like, this is just this is like the only innocent person in this situation was original paradigms. And original paradigms. Not Malcolm is a fucking asshole. Josh was a fucking asshole. Right? Miss Bubbles, fucking asshole with her actions supporting sunpi, who was a fucking asshole towards original paradigms, right? All 4 of these creators, fucking assholes, fucking snakes, fucking hypocrites, right? The only innocent person in this situation was original paradigms. And I'm like exhausted from this whole thing, right? I'm exhausted. Like, I didn't know, like, Miss Bubbles didn't deserve all that hate, right? But but also original paradigms didn't deserve that hate either. And she's also contributing to the harassment that he was getting, right? Supporting the false accusations directed towards him from sunpi. So, yeah, like, it's just, this is just, I've said this in my previous videos, I said this so much in this video already too, like, you know, it's just a sad situation. We as content, like, these content creators need to do better, right? They need to do better. I I've said enough. I've been blowing a gasket. I sound like a broken record. It's the next day. I'm fucking tired. So that's just all of the context for this situation and my criticisms, right? I'm not going to support Not Malcolm in the future. I'm not going to support Miss Bubbles in the future. I'm not going to, like, I didn't know about sunpi before all of this, but I'm definitely not going to trust her content either, right? Because of the actions taken by all of these parties. You know? I'm not going to support them unless serious change has taken place, until they've reflected on the actions and the contribution to the situation and truly reflect on what they've done and take accountability and change for the better and truly change for the better, right? And apologize to everybody, to people they've hurt as well. So yeah, that's it for all of this situation. I'm sorry I sound like a cranky motherfucker, right? But I was just genuinely pissed off throughout this whole situation, right? But, you know, I've already said it in the beginning of this video, and I already said it again. I've criticized these creators for doing it, but even though I was fucking swearing and I wasn't sugarcoating everything and I was reading these assholes for filth, don't go and be a fucking asshole to these creators, because it doesn't help anything. Right? It doesn't fucking help anything, you know? Show your support to original paradigms, right? Because he was getting indirectly, you know, he wasn't anybody truly doing anything wrong in the situation. Like, he did nothing wrong at all. He wasn't being a fucking hypocrite in this situation at all. So, yeah, please just be kind to those around you. Please. The world is already fucking burning to the ground as it is. Like, come on, y'all. Please. Anyway, guys, I'll see you guys in the next video, whenever that will be. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, / night, / afternoon, wherever you are in the world. All of the links and all of my, like, my playlist, my privacy playlist, like my authoritarianism playlist, like, I'll mention the creators I've mentioned before in the description. You know, I'll link some additional resources that I might find as well. So yeah, I hope you guys have a good one. Blessed be. Bye everybody. Take care.